Me and my best friend at the time, we came from some pretty abusive home lives. As such, we often sought refuge in the woods near our neighborhood. We did this because, during the day, we would be free of our abusers and adults brushed this off as kids being kids. But on a particularly bad night, my drunk father invited his motorcycle gang over, who were all terrible drunks themselves. They kept coming into my room trying to find me, but I hid away in my hamper, buried under my dirty clothes until they seemed to have given up or gotten too drunk to care. And quietly, after about an hour, I came out of the hamper and snuck out of my back window. We lived in a slab ranch-style house, and my back window went into our backyard, which was unlit and sealed with the exception of a small gate that was blocked by their bikes. I snuck over to the back fence, picked a corner, and climbed over it, tossing myself to the other side. The neighbor behind us watched me cut through his backyard, as he had many times, and let me be. We lived in a village, so everybody sort of knew about my dad, but would never do anything about it. Anyway, I ran to my best friend's house, a mere 2 blocks away, but when I arrived and tapped on a window, her own abusive parents were asleep. Since I couldn't come in and she didn't want me to be outside alone, she climbed out of her window, and the 2 of us walked to the woods. We settled next to a water reservoir meant to store rainwater in case of flooding, and we sat on the hill far from the road's view. She pulled out some snacks that she had brought with her, and we began conversing as 2 teenagers do about this and that. It was about 20 minutes later or so that we heard shuffling from inside of the reservoir. At first, we thought maybe a deer had jumped the chain-link fence. Rare, but possible. So we just sort of tried to ignore it. But then it got louder. It was also unusual movement, like a dragging almost, or a scraping sound against the brush. Though these woods were usually empty, especially near the reservoir where we were, save for typical animals, we became concerned that maybe there was another human around out to spook us, or worse. We slowly gathered up our snacks and we moved on from sitting to a sort of crouched position. Once we stood up, we could see, though, what looked like a woman laying against the side of the reservoir's wall, which had a steep incline made of brush and thin twiggy sort of trees. My friend and I became a little bit concerned at that. The state of her clothes, a light-colored dress, had tears and dirt everywhere. She herself looked absolutely soaked, despite it not having rained in months, which is typical for mid-November in my state. "Are you okay?" my friend asked in her direction. "Do you need help?" I asked after a little bit of silence. Nothing. The woman didn't move, didn't say anything, and for a moment, we didn't know what to do. It honestly looked like she needed help, so we didn't want to just leave, but, who would we go to? Would she be here if we found help and came back anyway? My best friend and I began to whisper possible options to each other when the shuffling crawl resumed. We turned and looked at the woman's direction, but she wasn't crawling anymore. Instead, she was now sprinting towards us. She was going fast enough that the long disheveled hair that had been obscuring her face moved behind her, and her dark, swollen face was now visible. She had blue lips, white, milky eyes, and began to screech all of a sudden. My best friend and I absolutely booked it. We ran as fast as we could to the streetlights and their orange glow, and we could hear her until we crossed the street, and then just silence. We turned back and looked at the fencing, huffing and puffing, looking for any signs of her. We saw nothing, though, and began to talk about how it was probably a senior teen messing with us or something. But then we saw her again, standing inside the fence, just staring at us. The orange glow of the lights hit her, making her features seem soft, if not still unsettling. I took a step in her direction, believing now that she was probably just some sort of crazy homeless woman. She was behind the fence, and the time that it would take her to climb it made me confident. I spoke to her. I told her that she was a creep for scaring us like that, and that it wasn't our fault that she was homeless. I did the front end motion with my shoulders. If you know, you know. and shouted for her to not be so reckless and mean. This must have made her angry too, as a part of me knew that it probably would have, but she started to rush the fence again. It was a tall fence, so I knew that we could duck through some yards to safety before she hit the ground on the other side. I watched her though, daring her, but she got to the fence and didn't climb it. Instead, she moved through the chain link fence as if it wasn't even there. At that, my best friend grabbed me and we started booking it back towards her house as fast as our legs would carry us. We heard one shout from the woman, a blood-curdling scream, but it sounded like it was fading in the distance, and soon she was gone. We never went back to the reservoir spot after that, and we only ever returned to the woods during the day. After that, the paths and the trails, they just no longer felt safe, and everything had a weird stillness or quiet about it. We no longer heard birds or bugs, and it never felt safe there again. We were 16 at the time that this happened, and I've long since moved from that village. I went off to college, in fact, living in a suburb and then to a large city, and I'm actually packing up to move out of state entirely. The house that I'm leaving is near a lake, and packing up my life has meant keeping some odd hours. And for the first time in, years, I found myself up at night and moving boxes into the garage. I stopped and I took a look at the lake on my way back to the house, but I froze because I could have sworn that I saw that same woman crawling on her belly, dragging herself up the side of the lake through the mud that sat on the edge. In an instant, she was gone, and I don't know what I saw, but it was creepy enough that I rushed back into the house instantly. I'm not sure what this means, but my aunt is coming to sage the house and our things after this. She's also insisting on doing it for our new place before we move anything in. And, to be honest, I think I'm going to let her. I wanted to tell my best friend about all of this, but unfortunately she passed away a few years ago, and, that's another story entirely. I can remember every single detail of this happening, even though I was only 7 years old. We'd moved to a new house that was a split plan, so my parents felt very far away, but I woke up in the night and couldn't go back to sleep, and started feeling scared for, no reason really. I got up out of bed and walked towards my sister's room. I heard some sort of soft noise from my bedroom and turned around to look. My parents had left the hall light on, and I could see my entire bed from the hallway. As I watched, the top sheet of the bed slowly started to slide upwards towards the pillow, almost as if someone was making the bed in sort of slow motion. Then suddenly the sheets jerked down to the bottom of the bed, and then up over the pillow again, and down and then up very quickly. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, and I was so scared that I couldn't move. I wanted to call out to my sister, but I couldn't get her name out. I can see the light turquoise sheets. I can picture the way my pillow was laying. I can feel the air on my arm standing up. Every detail. Ultimately, even though I couldn't yell her name, I eventually managed to push out some sort of gargling wail of terror, and my sister, she came running out to the hallway. She told me that I had probably imagined it. Older siblings, am I right? And to go back to bed. Instead, though, I crept into my parents' room and slept on the floor next to their bed. I also slept with my light on in my room for a long time after that. This happened in the late summer of 2014, but I remember it clearly, even 10 years later. In the fall of the previous year, I moved into an apartment with my boyfriend at the time. I was freshly 18 and he was 22. He was a socially inept groomer, but let's call him Mike. Mike was always emotionally distant and strange. We had many shared interests, but he refused to let me have friends, make new friends, or just go out and enjoy life in the city. I'd invite him to concerts for bands that he liked, and he'd decline. I'd offer to introduce him to my friends. He'd decline. I'd go out to a show with my friends or go hang out with my friends, and he'd send me a Word document, a deranged poetic slide describing every single fault of mine that he could discern. One time I smoked a little bit of pot, and he compared me to Medea killing her children. When I say poetic, I mean poetic too, and when I say deranged, I mean deranged. Naturally, we broke up too. A friend of mine found him on a dating website, and, well, that was that. My parents helped me lug his stuff into a truck and took him and all of his stuff to his parents' house. Done deal. I kept the apartment, and I tried to settle back in. It was fine. I enjoyed my alone time and was free to have friends visit. Honestly, it seemed pretty ideal. Upon falling asleep on my second night alone, I was quickly woken up by a knock on my door, though. I checked the time, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, and I mean, to heck with that, no thanks. So I tried to drift off again, but the knocking happened again, more rapidly, more aggressively. I kept ignoring it, though. I didn't have that many friends, and the friends that I did have wouldn't be hanging on my door at 3 a.m. And eventually, that banging stopped. I enjoyed my next few days. I went out with friends, I had some drinks, came home alone, and I went to sleep. 4 a.m. again, and there's that banging. But this time, also some rattling. When I heard that, I realized that the guy was clearly trying to open the door. Luckily, this building was old and disgusting. Landlord paint jobs, roaches, and no AC, but what it did have was 2 deadbolts and a door chain, so I felt more curious than scared, I suppose. I took a look through the peephole, and I saw a blonde man. He didn't look like a junkie or a weirdo, but I also didn't recognize him. And no, it wasn't Mike. He was dark-haired and would have written a poem before he tried to break down a door, but feeling young, stupid, and for whatever reason, safe enough to sleep, I just go back and I fall asleep. But this keeps happening. Every single night I go to sleep. Every single night he would knock. He bangs and slams at the door. He jiggles the doorknob left and right. He yanks at the doorknob. He flies into the door with the weight of his entire body. But he never talks. And for some reason, I never called the cops too. I think I was in my ACAB era, I don't know, but it went on for about a week, but I do call my friend Pete eventually. Pete and I hung out for the day. Maybe a bit of context here too is that Pete, he looked like the sniper in Saving Private Ryan. Skinny, bony, oddly serious. Pete couldn't hurt a fly, but he had a weird ghoulish face that made it seem as though he could. So we waited and waited. We plotted and we constructed a plan. Speaking in whispers, we waited into the night. 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, then 3. And sure enough, there was knocking at the door. Go time. Out the peephole, we see the blonde man. What a surprise, right? He continues to knock, smash and bang on the door. With the chain lock on, we undid the 2 deadbolts. The knocking paused. We flick open the doorknob and, with a knife in each of our hands, scream at him. We stab stupid IKEA kitchen knives through the gap. We yell, "We're going to kill you, come back here and we're going to cut you," and we swish the blades around like pirates who are only allowed to carry butter knives. The blonde man, he sort of stumbles back and jogs down the hall. Pete and I laugh it off, and to my surprise, the blonde man never returned. All it took was matching his crazy, I suppose, but I will never know why he targeted me, or why he was so insistent in getting into my apartment of all places. Though I can guess, I suppose, and my guess is that he may have been stalking me for some time, and when he noticed that Mike was gone, maybe he saw that as his chance. Again, I guess I'll never really know, but when I think back on it, it was kind of a crazy time for me, and honestly, I'm glad it's over. When I was 7, my family, mum and 2 older brothers, 13 and 15, moved house. We moved to a street that was built on old tram tracks from around the 1900s. The line of terrace properties themselves were fairly new, but when we moved in, they were only around 15 years old max. All of the properties have a rear garden that was divided by a meter-tall wooden fence. Each garden has a shared rear wall that is 7 foot tall and made of concrete. This wall separates the properties from the grounds of the local park. So as a kid, I kept myself pretty much entertained all the time. The age gap between my brothers and I at that age was enough to be left out of most things, and my parents were recently divorced. So, I would make up games and act out imaginary scenes. It was not uncommon to find me playing off by myself in the back garden. We had pet rabbits that lived in a hutch that was up against the back wall mentioned earlier. Being the curious child that I was, I used to like to sort of stand on the hutch and look over the wall into the park and people watch. I remember it being a warm night, and the sun was setting a bit later in the day. I don't remember the time exactly, but with the way the daylight plays in my memory, it must have been around 7 p.m. I was out in the garden, people watching from my rabbit hutch vantage point, when I had the sudden urge to look over my right shoulder. With the way my house is laid out, the kitchen is at the rear of the house. If I were to enter the house, I'd open and walk through that kitchen. My neighbor's house, which would be on my right side as I looked back, is a bit different. Their sitting room is at the rear instead. So I look over my right shoulder and my neighbor's back door is open. There are no lights on, so it's dark in the sitting room and I can't really make anything out. But I know that they have a sofa facing out, and it would be where I was looking. That's when I see what look like 2 red dots, spaced apart, and not changing distance from one another, floating in the middle of this black room. I remember squinting, trying to figure out, what am I seeing? I kid you not as well. These 2 dots move in a smooth arc to the right and upwards, as if they were eyes on a face of someone standing up from the sofa. As they move, they seem to get a bit closer to the door, and I can make really nothing out except for, well, a dark silhouette. I freak out at that, and I run back inside, all the way to the front of the house where our sitting room is located, to tell my mum. She assures me that it's nothing, and so I head back outside. I climb back onto the rabbit hutch and immediately look behind me again. The figure with its red eyes is now standing in the doorway of their house, looking out into the garden. I nope once more back into the house, and this time, I do not go back outside. For years, I forgot about this experience, but I've always been afraid of the dark. I especially hate looking out of windows at night, particularly into the back garden. Something jogged my memory of it a few years ago, though, and every time I talk about it, honestly, it makes me sort of teary-eyed, because it was terrifying. I still remember every detail of that evening, and I wonder what it was that I saw. My neighbors still live there, and I'm too scared to ask them if they've experienced anything, or if they have an explanation for, well, whatever it was that I saw. At first, I was always too scared to tell anyone this story, and then when I did tell people, they always laughed at me. I really have no reason to make this up. I wasn't on drugs, and no, I'm not psychotic or anything. Back in the fall of 2017, I started my freshman year at Michigan State University. There's a trail behind some dorms, collectively called River Trail dorms because of their proximity to the Red Cedar River and the woods. The trail is colloquially called the Rape Trail because you enter it through a gap in a fence, and it can be known for some unsavory activity at night. I had never heard of an assumed happening there while I was there. Mainly it was just where kids went to smoke some weed and cigarettes, really. Well, I had become friends with a couple of boys, and one day after dark, they decided to go to the trail and smoke some weed, and I joined. I never smoked with them as I got obviously interrupted, but Nevertheless, I sincerely do not believe that marijuana has anything to do with this story. Anyway, the boys were doing their thing when a figure walked into the open gap into the gate. We were at least 50 feet from this gap and the only people on the trail. It was probably close to 10 p.m. and besides the moon, the only lighting came big parking lot lights close to the gate opening. At first, the boys I was with said that the figure resembled a Korean international student that they knew. I had never met him, so I relaxed a little thinking everything was fine and this person was a friend. Well, they're calling out his name, but he never looks over at us, and he goes off the trail path into the sticks and leaves, but it doesn't make a sound. They're still calling for him, and I'm confused why he's acting so bizarre. I can sense the boys tensing up at this stage too. This is the only way that I can describe what happened next, but the boy morphed into a very tall, at least 7 feet, completely pitch black, featureless, clothless, not even human figure. It was human-shaped, I suppose, extremely skinny, but reflected no light and seemed almost two-dimensional. The figure looked at us dead on, though it was maybe 50 feet away. It moved toward us effortlessly in about 2 strides like it was floating. It came up to us almost head-on and still had no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just all black. Then, when it was so close that I could almost touch it, it morphed into the international student, back down to a probably 5'6" human male. The boys were extremely apprehensive and feigned normalcy, but were probably just playing it cool. I asked him questions and he lit a cigarette, but I can't recall him speaking or answering anything, just sitting there, smoking. We eventually excused ourselves and pretty much ran back to our dorm. I was not the first person to speak. It was my friend who asked, "Did we just see Slender Man?" I said yes, and let's not talk about it anymore. The other kid was speechless and said nothing, and really, we never spoke about it ever again. Eventually, we all drifted apart within the semester, and I haven't spoken with them since 2018. I truly thought that this was the end, that I was going to die that night. To this day, I have never been more terrified too. It was to the point that I almost don't fear humans at all, and the only thing that makes me scared is paranormal stuff now. I don't go into the woods very much anymore too, only ever in broad daylight, and even then not so much. I have a deep respect for nature, and I know that the woods are just not my territory, especially at night. I still have no idea what you would categorize this as. I mean, I've called it a skinwalker, but I'm really not sure that that's accurate at all. Obviously, Slender Man isn't real, but minus the suit, it was kind of dead on, to be honest. I don't know. If people could provide more information, then I would like to learn more, and I can't be the only one who has ever seen something like this. The location opened in 1878 and was originally known as the Eastern Michigan Asylum for the Insane. In 1911, it became known as the Pontiac State Hospital, and was renamed again in 1973 as the Clinton Valley Center. It ultimately closed in 1997, with all but one of the structures being torn down in 2000. When it first opened its doors, the Eastern Michigan Asylum for the Insane treated 222 patients, alleviating overcrowding from the psychiatric hospital in Kalamazoo. It grew over the years, having many additions and extra buildings constructed on the grounds. It reached its peak of operations in the 1950s as the Pontiac State Hospital, with approximately 3,100 patients residing within. By the 1970s, that number had declined to roughly 800. When it closed as the Clinton Valley Center in 1997, there were only 200 patients left, even less than when it had opened as a much smaller location over a century ago. The last remaining structure was seemingly a children's unit, given the presence of a playground outside and classrooms, a gymnasium, and a pool inside. Other than the individual cell-like rooms, it seemed to be structured much like a school too. Most of my experiences on the grounds happened in this building between the years of 2007 and 2017. I believe it was sometime between 2017 and 2020 that it was torn down, but this is the last piece of info that I can't seem to find anything on to confirm. As a side note, a memorial for patients who died and were never claimed by family members stands at the Oak Hill Cemetery just down the road in downtown Pontiac. The names listed on the memorial have death dates ranging from 1880 to 1962. Some places on the list are left blank, seeming to suggest that some sort of names and the exact dates of their deaths have been forgotten and/or lost to time. Now, the first time that I went to Clinton Valley Center, or rather the last building still standing, it was as a let's go do some urbex stuff situation, fueled by teenage stupidity. Our collective knowledge about urban exploration was minimal at best. However, old asylums surrounded by neighborhoods, strip malls, and open fields seemed the safer option compared to abandoned buildings downtown that are known to have drug addicts and gang members passing through. We didn't take the paranormal into account at all. Our first couple of visits, there wasn't much that happened really, other than a few feelings of being watched, I suppose. But on the third or fourth visit, some of us, myself included, began to catch glimpses of movement at the edges of our vision. There was never any color to them, just sort of flickers of shadowy figures peeking around corners or darting across doorways. We saw these shadows in a lot of places, but mainly in the corridors, the areas that would have had the most traffic day to day. The administrative offices also had quite a bit of shadow activity too. Sometime after the first shadow sightings, some of us also began to hear whispers. It was never anything clear enough to pick any words out of, but still, it had the distinctive sound of human speech. By the pitch, it also sounded like children, I would guess. I seemed to be the one affected most by this, as I could hear multiple whispers coming from the administrative offices the first time that we went into that wing anyway. That's actually the reason that I never went in there too. Hearing those whispers, it filled me with a sense of dread so visceral that I just couldn't bring myself to go anywhere near that part of the building, even though others in our group went in with nothing to report back about. There was another time, though, that we found the entrance to the boiler room open. It was a large room with the door opening to a landing that then had a walkway of metal grating wrapping around the middle of the room, which was occupied by a giant mass of pipes and machinery. There were stairs going up from the landing to an upper walkway, as well as a door to the roof, while another set of stairs to the right of the landing that went down to the floor of the boiler room. A smaller room off to the side on this basement level opened out into a concrete-walled pit outside the building, with a metal grate hatch over the top of it. My guess is to get machine parts in and out without disturbing the patients. That small room also had access to a long, dark maintenance tunnel that ran under at least one of the corridors. It was small, the bottom of it being about 3 feet above the basement floor, forcing one to either crouch or crawl if they were to go in. Our phone lights, and even a stronger flashlight, the one time that we brought one, couldn't reach the end of that tunnel though. It was like the darkness sort of had substance to it. Staring into it too long gave some of us the urge to crawl in as well, which was weird. We avoided the basement level after that visit. A couple of weeks after our short delve into the basement though, I was on a walk through the fields near the building, which led me to feeling compelled to enter it by myself. I had packed a small lunch with me and sat down in the central courtyard to have a bit of a picnic. Yes, I know that entering an abandoned place alone was really a bad idea, and that even if there wasn't a known paranormal aspect to the location. But again, I felt compelled to do so, and previous visits to the location had probably led me to believe that I knew the safe zones within the building. Well, while I was eating my lunch, I suddenly heard voices. more like adults and much louder than the childlike whispers I'd heard before in the corridor that I was facing. I still couldn't make out what they were saying, but it sounded like they were directly in front of me, having a regular conversation as they walked down the hallway. The windows, they were busted out, so really I should have had a clear view of whoever it was as they walked by. I even heard glass from the broken windows crunching on the floor at one point, but I never saw a single person there. After that, though, I left quickly and quietly. Following my experiences with the disembodied voices and footsteps, my friends decided that we should go and check things out again. At first, the place was as silent as the first few times that we'd visited. As we passed by the boiler room, somebody mentioned that we'd never actually been up to the roof. Figuring that since we were already next to the stairs, we entered the boiler room and we headed up, finding the roof access door to be unlocked. The section of roof this led to was only for the area above the boiler room, so we couldn't walk very far. However, one of the walls of the boiler room formed part of the enclosure of a second courtyard, one that we'd never seen before. One of the other walls was also windowless like that of the boiler room, but the two remaining walls with windows belonged to sections that we had never been to. From up on the roof, we could see that the wall opposite the boiler room was part of a hallway. From previous visits to the area where the doors to that hallway were, we knew that it was inaccessible, the doors to it being locked. However, the last wall was lined with windows into some of the patient rooms. Most of them were boarded up, but a couple near the unexplored hallway were unblocked. With nothing else going on, we decided to enter that section of the building. From previous visits, we knew that area was very dark. It seemed the only light entering it was through the windows of those two rooms and through the entrance to the ward itself. And yes, ward, because unlike the rest of the building, where patient rooms lined the corridors, this area seemed to be more like an actual hospital area. There was a sitting area where we entered, with a nurse's station in the middle. There was a hallway lined with doors to the patient rooms going back from either side of the nurse's station. Another hallway ran between the two at the far end of the ward. Between these hallways and the nurse's station was what looked to be a supply room, I would guess. In any case, we entered the ward and walked through the sitting area and down the hallway that ran alongside the courtyard. Next to the two rooms with missing windows, we found an unlocked set of doors that led into the hallway that had been blocked at the other end. We entered into the room nearest those doors, and some of the guys began talking about hopping out the window and into the courtyard, as there didn't seem to be any actual doors leading out to it. There was also an argument about the windows being just high enough that whoever went out there might not be able to climb back in. As this conversation was happening, me and one of my friends were standing near the door when we heard the distinct sound of crunching footsteps over the glass littering the sitting area. We quickly hushed the other guys and slowly closed the door, having enough presence of mind to make it look like the wind had caught it in case somebody else really was in the building with us. We all heard the footsteps continuing to walk across the sitting area and down the hallway, following our exact path before turning into the room next to us, and then closing the door. We heard more footsteps from inside the room, and then complete silence. We kept completely quiet for like several minutes, during which we heard no other sounds. Eventually, one of the guys who had been talking about hopping out the window and into the courtyard volunteered to sit on the windowsill and lean out to try and peek into that room. With a couple of others holding his arm to anchor him, he looked into the neighboring room and saw, well, nothing. There was no one there. Even though we all heard the footsteps, there was only an empty room behind that closed door. Figuring that was enough strangeness for one day, we unanimously decided to leave at this point. We first carefully peeked into the hallway to make sure that we hadn't misheard the footsteps in the room next to us, to be certain that no one was lurking in the darkness of the ward. And with the coast seemingly clear, we began to head toward the exit as quietly as we could. Those of us bringing up the rear turned to look back as we entered the sitting area, and that was when the door to the other room suddenly flew open and slammed against the wall. The rest of the group also turned back at this point, and then that was when we heard footsteps running toward us. Before we knew it, we were outside the ward standing near the missing door that led to the parking lot. Those of us near the back had stopped because we noticed the footsteps had ground to a halt just at the entrance of the ward. There was plenty of light there, but still, no one to be seen. Whatever it was, we speculated, seemed to be bound to that ward. As our group left, we swore to never go to that part of the building again, and a light-hearted comment was made about how we seemed to be labeling more and more of the place off-limits because of all the paranormal happenings. It was our next visit, though, that would be the last time that any of us would ever set foot in that place again. It was at least a couple of months before anyone talked about the building again after this experience, much less going back. When we finally did go back, no one really felt up to exploring the place anymore. I mean, after all, we had pretty much been everywhere by that point. We'd seen the classrooms, the gymnasium, the pool and its attached shower rooms, the restrooms, the kitchen, the administrative offices. We'd been to the patient rooms and the hospital-like ward. We went to those courtyards, the boiler room, the rooftop and the basement. Really, the only place that we hadn't explored was the tunnel or tunnels under the building. But we'd rejected that idea along with ever going into the basement ever again. The ramp-up in activity with each of our visits also played a part in this, even if most of us wouldn't admit it. In the end, the only reason that we decided to go back into the building was to prank another group of friends. The plan was that we'd enter through the missing door, the same one next to the dark ward that we'd been chased out of the previous time, and turn right into one of the normal hallways lined in the patient rooms. The room right next to that door had its window busted out, but the bushes out front were so overgrown that we could easily hide in the room and see what was happening out in the parking lot. We'd text the other group to meet us inside the building, then jump out of the room to scare them. You know, just stupid teenage shenanigans. Well, the door to the room, very metal and very heavy by the way, naturally swung into an open position, so me and a couple of the other guys took turns leaning against it to keep it shut. The three of us all went still at the same moment, then gave each other the looks that simultaneously asked, "Did you hear that too?" and confirmed that they did hear it. We heard two voices, a little boy and a little girl, whispering and giggling to each other out in the hallway, right on the other side of the door. As we were about to tell the others, the other group showed up though, and called out to us, saying that they had seen one of us in the window, and they weren't going to fall for any of the scare pranks that we had planned. With the cat out of the bag now, a couple of the guys decided to just jump out of the window and move out between the wall and the bushes. Another guy stepped past me and reached out for the doorknob. As soon as his hand touched it, every hair on my body stood on end though, and I instinctively shoved him out of the way. The door flew open and slammed against the wall, almost hitting one of the other guys. The next thing that I knew, the tips of my toes were barely touching the ground as I was flung backward 5 feet and pinned to a wall, my airway completely blocked off. In the chaos that followed, half of the guys clambered over one another as they leapt out of the window and into the bushes, while the other half bolted out the door around the corner and out of the door into the parking lot. Only the other two who had heard the voices with me stayed, rushing to grab my arms and pull me from the wall. They had to drag me outside, and it was only once that I was over the threshold that I could breathe again. They said that when I got flung back, I had turned deathly pale, and my color only started to come back once I was outside and able to breathe again. We beat a hasty retreat after that, or as hasty as possible with me needing help walking across the parking lot. It was only after we had left the grounds that I fully regained my color, strength, and ability to breathe again. However, as we began walking back to the nearest of the friends' group's houses, I had periodic episodes where I'd turn pale again and begin dry heaving too. nothing ever came out, but my shadow told a different story. You see, a barely visible shadow, like the way a brighter light can cast the shadow of a flame, came out of my shadow's mouth and pulled on the ground. I don't know what that was. Ectoplasm? But it was only visible from my shadow, never my physical body, which was absolutely bizarre. And as you can imagine, after that, we never went back to the building. Although, we did return to the grounds a few more times over the following years, mostly as a shortcut to the fields and small patches of woods beyond. Now, perhaps not too surprisingly, the fields and the woods near the children's building were also once part of the grounds of the original asylum. That would probably explain the strange occurrences that happened in those areas too, although nothing quite like what happened in the building. There was a large section of fields that was relatively flat. From a map I've seen of the original asylum's buildings, that flat section was where the back half of the main complex had stood. The grass there was left to grow wild, often flattening naturally from wind in the changing seasons. There were also a few small clusters of trees that had sprouted up too. On a few occasions, me and some of my friends would see a dark figure in the distance, either sort of crouch down in a tall clump of grass or step behind a group of trees. We'd never see them come out of hiding, and it was only after we'd passed by and noticed that no one was there that we recognized the figures as shadow people. In one of the wooded areas, there were some concrete structures too, seemingly the foundations of a few small buildings, at what was once the edge of the grounds, I think. There were no traces of any of the walls, but we always guessed that they were maybe housing and or storage areas for the groundskeepers. This would also possibly fit with the flat-topped ridge that cut through the woods, with a fairly flat path curving across the fields to where the asylum once stood. The ridge, it had some old train tracks half buried on top of it, but the rest of the tracks leading to the asylum had either been removed or fully swallowed by the ground at this stage. With a train yard just on the other side of the creek from that ridge, it seems like it may have been used to transport things like coal and supplies to the asylum. Anyway, the area the concrete structures were in was heavily overgrown. Trees and branches had fallen over the years and undergrowth had sprouted up all around, sometimes even within the foundations, if the concrete had cracked enough for a seed to take root. There was also always a sense that we shouldn't stand on those foundations. The one time a small group of us did, the woods suddenly got very quiet, eerily so, and it felt like we were standing in a small room crammed full of people. We quickly got off the concrete, but the woods stayed silent until we left that day, and it felt like we were being watched the whole time too. Now, although this was in Pontiac, technically part of the greater Detroit metropolitan area, it was also a stone's throw from Waterford and other towns that quickly transitioned from urban streets to suburban neighborhoods to rural farms, forests, and fields. So, there was plenty of wildlife in the area, including deer. However, no larger predators, at least not around the asylum, not even stray or feral dogs. Animal control was pretty good about that here. With that being said, it was very odd to be walking through waist-high grass and suddenly find ourselves in a flattened circle with no other trails leading in or out. It was even stranger to find the front half of a completely clean deer skeleton in the middle of the circle. It was just an antlered skull, 2 legs ending in the hooves, and a rib cage. The rest of it was nowhere to be seen, even when we looked around the area. Maybe there's a rational explanation for it, I get that. I mean, other than the way that we found the bones being odd, there was nothing supernatural that occurred while we were there or anything. However, given that it was on the former grounds of the asylum and seemingly had no reason for being there, I figured that I should include this. Well, following the demolition of most of the asylum structures in the year 2000, a neighborhood was constructed where the front half of the asylum's buildings had been. Considering my personal experiences in the children's building and the former grounds, it really makes me wonder if any of the homes experienced anything supernatural. A group of local government officers stands in front of the neighborhood on what was once the asylum's front lawn, The MDOT Oakland Transportation Service Center was built on a back road behind where the children's units had been. Between the time that I had moved away from the area, around the beginning of 2017, and the pandemic around the end of 2019, the children's unit was also finally torn down. It was now a flat field, much like where the back half of the asylum's main cluster of buildings had stood. In more recent years, that larger area of fields has seen the construction of 2 new locations. One, fairly close to where the children's unit once stood, is Haven, a shelter for mothers and their children. Given that there's a playground outside and children living there, I can't help but feel it's a little too similar and too close to where the other buildings used to be. The other new location is a FedEx freight center. It primarily occupies an area that used to be just a field on the grounds surrounding the asylum, an area where my friends and I never really experienced anything paranormal. The last remaining section of fields and woods, the area where the concrete structures sit next to the ridge with the train tracks, and where we found the skeleton of a half deer in the tall grass, has remained mostly unaltered. There are now clearly defined dirt tracks weaving around the field, seeming to suggest that it's become the preferred riding spot for four-wheelers and dirt bikes. I will never forget my experiences from this location. It's something that has stuck with all of us, in fact. And, like I said, I do wonder if any of these people that are living here have experienced anything like what we did. So when I was a kid, I used to be terribly afraid of the dark. I would have to sleep with the closet light on and the bedroom door open to the living room where my mum would be watching TV late into the night. My bed, it was situated in the room where my head was to the wall in the back corner of the room, looking directly out of the door and into the living room. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night. The closet light was still on and the living room light was off because my mum had gone to bed. Everything was dead silent, and I looked out the door to the living room where I saw a silhouette just beyond the reach of the closet light. It was human-shaped, looked male, was tall, I would say about 6.5 feet or so, and wearing a bowler-type hat. For what felt like hours, I just sat there staring at it, and it never moved. I eventually meekly called out to it, asking who was there, but got no reply. Looking back, if it had been an intruder, that would have been a bad idea, but after this, I reached over to my bookcase and grabbed a light, keeping my eyes on the shape the entire time. I flicked on the flashlight, and there was nothing there, just the living room. After a bit of time, I got up and walked into the living room and began searching the house. Again, if it were an intruder, I would have been in a lot of trouble, but my search, it came up empty. The basement door was still latched shut, and the attic door is behind that as well, so nobody was down there. The bathroom, the living room, the kitchen, parents' room, cat's room, both hallway closets, brother's room, and no tall man with a hat. At this point, I was convinced that I had just been seeing things, and I went back into the living room where I looked in the direction of where I would have been looking to see the shape, but there was nothing that could have made that shape. Just the coffee table and an armchair in that strip of sight. I went back to bed eventually, and when I laid down and shut off the flashlight, I looked out and didn't see the shape this time. And I have had a thing about being uncomfortable with open doors ever since then. This, though, is not where it ended. I had never told anyone about this encounter for years afterward. However, one day my mum and I were talking in the car, and she mentioned that like a year or two after I had seen this shape, my brother had been really sick with a high fever, and she had been taking care of him when I asked her who the guy in the hallway with the hat was. But when she looked, she didn't see anything. This immediately raised some alarm bells because, like I said, I didn't tell anyone about seeing it. Also, ever since I saw this man's shape just outside of my doorway, when I go through the living room, I get this deep, unshakable feeling that I'm being watched. and the longer that I stay in there, the closer it gets. The feeling immediately goes away when I get far enough down the hallway or into my bedroom, and it only ever happens really late at night, at around 2 to 5 in the morning. Now, there is one last thing that happened in relation to this, besides still getting the feeling of being watched every night, that I had to go to the kitchen or the bathroom. I started a job and I was at work when a clearly disturbed man came into the store. He seemed to be in deep conversation with someone who wasn't there, referring to the person who wasn't there as Alex during the one-sided conversation. As he was passing by me, he stopped though, and looked behind me and up and said to me, "Who's your friend? I love his hat," before he just continued walking, and that absolutely chilled me to the bone. I do sometimes get this feeling just out and about that I'm being watched for a few seconds and get really creeped out, so it makes me wonder if this shape follows me outside the house sometimes. It would be easy to just dismiss what he said since he clearly wasn't all there, but it was really specific how he mentioned the hat and looked up as if he were looking at someone taller than me. My pops needed a partner to go on a bow hunt with since his hunting buddy got a tag somewhere else. He's been hunting for the better part of like 40 years now, so I couldn't let him go alone, and so we packed up to hunt in the Toyabe National Forest near Kingston in the Arcdome Wilderness area. This particular spot that we decided to scout was located north of Kingston called Weeks Canyon. It's mostly rugged, high Sierra desert, but this spot has a creek running from way up high, and we figured if the deer would come to drink, then that would be a good place to go naturally. So we set up camp at the entrance to the canyon, and there's bugs, birds, bees, all sorts of wildlife just bustling around. Lots of dense green bush all over, and some big junipers sprouted all over too. We came up and head up the canyon to see if we can find any sign. About 1.5 miles in though, my pop stops and is dead silent. He whispers to me, "Do you hear anything?" I pause, holding my breath and listen, but nothing. So I tell him that. "Nah, Dad, I got nothing." He responds and says, "Exactly. There's no birds, no squirrels, no chipmunks. Son, there's not even insects here." Then it hits me. The place is living, but like dead. The wild berries that the plants grow were fully ripened, most so ripe that they fell off and rotted. The trails were untouched, no tracks of any kind, only our boot prints leading to that point. We figured it's just an anomaly or pressure from other hunters, but we pressed on for about maybe another half a mile, turned around and saw nothing at all. That afternoon at camp, we were finishing up dinner, and then over 100 birds just flew in from the valley below and landed in the bush near our camp. No one had gone into the canyon, so that was pretty odd behavior for them. After discussing this and some general uneasiness, we eventually went to bed. I was plagued by the oddest dreams that night too. None that I can recollect, but I awoke at 4-ish as we were headed out to do some morning scouting. My dad steps out to pee. Then when he came back, I did the same. And I cannot explain to you the feeling that I had, but I'm going to try. There were eyes on me, and they were not small. I could feel them all over, but only from one source. I was whipping my head back and forth, and my mind was in such a fight-or-flight mode that I forgot that I was even using the bathroom. I hastily went back into the tent, sat down without saying a word, and my dad said, "You feel it too, huh?" I told him, "Yeah, something's out there, man." And my dad interrupted saying, "It's not normal like this." And to hear that come out of my dad's mouth really got under my skin. All these years hunting and mining in remote places, and he's never been spooked like this. We stayed in the tent until some more natural light came out of the sky. We hopped in the car and we scouted elsewhere that morning. I keep racking my brain about it though, and I was thinking, maybe it's just a mountain lion, but I've been in some bad situations before. I used to work in a prison and did a tour overseas even. I've even had the feeling of being stalked, but this one shot straight into my soul. I just cannot shake the unnatural of it all. Water, but no wildlife. Birds leaving the water source to reside in a desert flat. And mostly, the feeling of whatever that thing was that came to observe us. Maybe I'm just hyping it up because I'm mostly a city boy, but again, the way my pops reacted, I don't know. He's been out in these sorts of places millions of times, and to see him like that, it says to me that I wasn't imagining it. So I've just gotten home from my night shift and have just had the craziest night of my life. I work in an aircraft hangar that was built in the late 40s at a well-known airport in the UK. It is well known by many people around the airport that lots of strange things have happened in this hangar, including people running out of the hangar in the early hours of the morning and refusing to work a night shift there ever again. Well, I had an experience myself a year ago whilst it was undergoing refurbishment. I was the only person in the hangar, and whilst getting some things ready for an aircraft, I heard 3 knocks on a door that connected to a fire escape from the room that I was in. For some reason, I assumed that someone was playing a prank, and I knocked back on the door. A minute later, I heard it again, and instantly shivers ran down my spine. I ran out of the room, looked in the fire escape, and nobody was there. I sprinted out of the hangar as fast as I could, and I didn't go back that day. Multiple other people who worked in there have had experiences like seeing black figures and hearing noises. Now, I only found this out a couple of days ago, but sadly, somebody took their life in the hangar. He went to the top floor of the rooms at the back of the hangar and hung himself from the ceiling rafters, unfortunately. On the last set of shifts, I was on holiday, but my colleagues went exploring around the hangar with a couple of guys from another company that works here, and they found a chair, a noose, and a large cross on the top floor of the rooms that look over the hangar. The top floor just has a railing looking over the building. All abandoned rooms that nobody goes in, but there was also writing on the metal rafters that said the name of the person who passed away and the date that he died too. Everyone was stunned and blaming each other, saying that they must have put it up there and it was a horrible, sick prank. That was when they heard a massive bang and they all ran out. As tonight was my first night back on shift, the first thing that we did was to go back up to the room because I didn't believe what they were saying and everyone had gone. The chair, the rope, and the cross were nowhere, along with the writing on the metal roofing, but there was something absolutely unbelievable. A handprint in red, almost paint-like, and the letters saying leave. This definitely wasn't here before, and honestly, I still don't believe this because, it's just so ridiculous. It's like a cringe horror movie, right? We heard an almost grunt or angry-sounding noise though, and we left very quickly after that. Later on that night, we got together with the guys from the other company, and were explaining that it had all gone and that the handprint had appeared. They didn't believe us, so we took them up there to show them. I cannot even believe what I saw with my own eyes though, but when we got up there, the door to the room, only one way in, no other entrance, had been barricaded with a piece of metal shelving from the abandoned floor below. Once we got in, the chair, the noose, the cross were all back in that room, now pointed at the doorway. We were all there in disbelief when we heard another bang, and that was when we ran as fast as we could out of there. We then went to the floor below, also abandoned but completely closed with no light. I said about 10 times I really don't think that we should be going and doing this, and that I had a bad feeling when we literally saw an object appear mid-air and crash onto the 30+ pieces of metal shelving that had been used to block the door upstairs. We all ran out and I tripped on a piece of metal that was left on the floor, nearly breaking my leg. It was all so unbelievable and worrying that, honestly, I sort of hope that someone is playing a dark joke on us. But because of the many people that I've heard horrible stories about this hangar from, I'm really starting to believe that this stuff is real. I enjoy my job, and I certainly don't want to disrespect any spirits who may be there, but I just want to be left alone. So, does anyone have any tips for making sure that it doesn't affect me anymore, and how to deal with things if they happen again? Obviously, they don't want us going to the upper floors, but the experience that I had before was on the ground floor. If I could get some feedback for this, that would be great, as the whole situation has completely blown my mind. My daughter, who is 3, is finally talking to where we can understand most of what she says. We recently bought a house and finished moving in. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood outside of our next door Karen, but that's another story. My sister and my wife said that they heard my daughter talking with someone in her room the other day, though. They heard someone responding to her as well, which was very weird. Upon investigating, there was nobody there, though. I told them that they must have been hearing things and she was just playing and practicing her speech or something. 2 days later, though, I had my first ever case of sleep paralysis. It was about 3 in the morning and I was drifting off to sleep. Shortly before or shortly after I fell asleep, I'm not quite sure, I looked up and felt like I was being laid on. I heard creepy exhaling in my left ear that was really quiet at first and got really loud. I broke myself out of it by screaming "babe," but I guess I didn't scream because my wife was still asleep. I've never had that happen even in houses that were confirmed to be haunted, so this was very strange. Anyway, the following morning I walked to my daughter's room because I'm sure it was the same time that she'd been talking to, because the presence was definitely an angry female. I started speaking so as to address the thing. I said that this was my house now and that they aren't welcome here. I said that I will not be held down in my own bed and it will not terrify my daughter or talk to her at all ever again. I said that I'm giving it the option to leave on its own or I would be calling a priest. This was mainly to give respect to it since I believed it was human at one point, and I wanted to give it that human option. After I finished speaking, the air felt lighter and nothing happened for a very good while. Fast forward 5 months later though to tonight, my daughter has been inconsolably crying in her own room, the new room, but we moved her across the house. I had been checking on her every hour, making sure that she had everything that she needed, and nothing was working. My wife came into the room and started talking to her, and she uttered out that she was scared. When we asked what of, she pointed to the upper corner of her room above her bed and said, "She's so up there." We said, "Who is she?" without an answer. I told her to come to me, face the corner she was pointing at, and tell it to go away. She happily did and turned back to me. I was chatting with my wife about it, and she turned around and said, "Where did she go?" So I repeated the question that she asked me, and she looked around and said, "She's right there," pointing on the ceiling, in between the 2 corners now directly above her bed. I spoke to what I believe now is someone who might be attached to the house saying, "I thought we fixed this issue, but I guess I'm going to have to call the priest since you don't want to leave." I told my daughter that if she sees her again, to say go away. We left her bedroom light on and gave her some milk, and that seems to have done the trick to get her to sleep. Now, the reason why I'm here is because I'm wondering if anyone has any advice on what this could be. How would I go about explaining this to a priest, and does this even require a priest? I have so many unanswered questions, but something is scaring my daughter and I need it to stop. So there's this one time that I was playing with my toys in the basement of my parents' house. I was around 6 years old, so it must have happened in 2011. For context, at this time, the house was not fenced, and it happened a few times that people just walked through my garden to access the field behind my house, so it could seem not unusual, but wait for it. After eating dinner, my parents would let me play with my toys for a little while since it was the Halloween vacation at that point. I can't say for sure what time it was, but it was definitely after 7 p.m. because I remember that it was already very dark outside. While I was playing, I heard a noise coming from, I thought at the time, the boiler room that is behind me. It usually makes noises, so I continued playing without even thinking about it. The door of the boiler room was closed like always. It's always closed because otherwise we can smell the fuel in the whole house. Anyway, I continued serving plastic food to my non-existent clients in my non-existent restaurant. Then I heard another noise. That time I turned around to see what made that noise and where it came from, but nothing. The door of the boiler room was closed like it was supposed to be. I was confused, but didn't worry more than that and continued playing. Until I heard a knock coming from the window facing me. I looked up and there was a man standing there looking at me. The guy had his head between the bars of the window, and still today I could recognize him, even if it did happen 15 years ago. He was wearing his 90s Nike jacket and a faded blue cap. He had a beard of 2 days and he looked like he was very tired. I remember him having these massive dark circles under his eyes, his expression being neutral when I noticed him. After a few seconds of staring in shock, I ran upstairs to my parents, telling them about what I had just saw. My dad immediately ran down to the basement. He grabbed a hammer and got out ready to attack the guy if needed. But by then, the guy had just disappeared into the darkness. My dad even went to drive around the village that I live in to look for him, but we never did see him again. We believe that he probably ran through the field behind my house. These events, though, honestly traumatized me at that age. I was having a lot of nightmares, dreaming of this almost every night for a while. I had night terrors because of this, and still today I'm pretty terrified when I'm in this basement. It always just gives me the chills and makes me want to run upstairs as quickly as I can. So early this summer, I, male 16, got my driving license for a 50cc moped, common and popular thing here in Europe. And I was really hyped to finally get to ride with my friends and explore places that I couldn't have explored before without my moped. And everything went great for the first couple of days. Until one day, me and my friends were just out cruising and having fun. It was a warm and sunny summer evening, so we decided to go ride on some smaller gravel roads on the countryside. We did that, and we were riding there for maybe, an hour, until everyone had to get home but me. It was probably like 1 or 2 in the morning at that point, but I still decided to stay there and just ride around and listen to some music in my headphones. I started riding towards this one small village, surrounded by fields, and there was a lot of farms there too. I rode a bit slower there than usual so there wouldn't be any accidents with all the tractors and farm vehicles. But after I got through the village and closer to a bigger road, the sun was almost gone and it was getting really dark outside. It had been a nice ride, and I decided to start heading home on this almost empty highway, even though the speed limit was like 100 kilometers an hour, and it's not allowed to ride a 50cc moped on the highways. But I did it anyway as there was really no one around. Home was almost 30 kilometers away from where I was at that point, so I was just going full speed in case to get home before my parents found out that I'd been outside until 3 in the morning. But when I'd been riding for like 15 minutes, I saw a car stopped on the side of the road with its lights on, and it had me a little bit creeped out, to be honest. I just pushed it out of my mind though and kept going since I was almost halfway home anyway. But after a few minutes, I noticed the car from earlier speeding up after me, and since I have a moped that only goes like max 80 kilometers an hour, the car caught up to me pretty quickly. And then the car started to pass me, and When it got beside me, I looked in there and I saw a man, but he was covered in blood, and he was looking straight at me with the crazy eyes, if you get what I mean. He was smiling at me, so I got very scared, and he rode alongside me for probably a minute, but man, it felt a lot longer than that, with him just staring at me and looking at the road every once in a while. Then the man raised his other hand, waved me goodbye before putting his finger on his lips and doing the shush thing. After that, he sped off and got off of the highway onto a ramp to a smaller road, and when he did that, I saw that the car didn't even have a license plate. That was a super creepy experience, and I don't know why the man was covered in blood and why he had been parked on the side of an empty road at 3 a.m, but what I do know for sure is that he's definitely not somebody that I would hope to ever meet again. I would really like to try and find an explanation for these events that happened to me while I was younger. It still sticks in my head to this day and makes me feel anxious for some reason. So while I lived with my mother, she said that she had experienced quite strange things happening in her house, from the kettle turning on randomly, even whenever we got a new kettle, to her just feeling uncomfortable during the night. When I got to about 10, I believe, one night I got up to use the toilet, and I remember seeing a man standing in our hallway, which really scared me. I ended up screaming for my mum to help after running back to my bed. I remember telling her what I saw and her actually believing me, which I think helped me cope a bit. Another time, which this one still scares me the most, it was around the time I was 14. I was in the same house, and it must have been about 6 a.m. I woke up to a strange feeling, like somebody was watching me from next to my bed. The way my back was facing, I couldn't see though. I slowly turned to see a shadow silhouette standing right next to me, faceless. I didn't make a noise or anything, but I punched where the silhouette was, and then when I released, I just sort of laid back down straight away in a fetal position, because a very strong feeling of like fear and anxiety washed over me. I couldn't move as I thought that it would do something to me. I stayed there like that for about 20 minutes and slowly turned to find it not there anymore. After I moved into my grandparents' house at about 15, I started to feel the same feelings I felt at my mum's about 2 months in. And one night, I heard what sounded like bare feet running to and from my bedroom door to the back outside door. It was a wooden floor and it was quick, like it was running, and then it would just sort of stop dead right outside of my door. Then it would wait for a few seconds and start running again. I texted my grandma asking if she or my grandfather were walking around. Luckily, she normally wakes up to text, so she replied no, and I then said, could you please come down the stairs with our dog and turn the lights on? As soon as she walked out with the dog though, I could hear my dog barking and then my grandma walking up to the door. And these were completely different footsteps. Weird stuff would happen all the time too, and I always felt like something was watching me. I invited my girlfriend over one time when me and her were like 16, and she stayed the night with me. At about 1, I could hear the footsteps again, so I woke her up and said, "Can you hear that?" Without saying anything, she listened, and then nodded at me yes. We did the same thing and texted my grandma, asking if she was moving about the house, and she said no again. But this time, I got the courage to swing open the door. I guess I was trying to act tough in front of the missus, but when I did this, there was nothing but a cold feeling of like dread. There are 2 more times I had experienced something. One time I was having strange dreams of being tickled in my sleep. I woke up to still be feeling this feeling and started freaking out as I'm awake and feeling somebody tickling my body. I leaned over my bed, not sure why, but I looked at the floor in the pitch dark, when out of nowhere, this strange blast of air, which felt like when you sort of stick your head out the car window at a high speed and you can't hear, hits me in the face. Obviously, I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. The last incident happened though when I came back from living in Scotland. Interestingly too, in Scotland, I had no issues at all. Anyway, I had pulled up to my grandparents' house with my ex-girlfriend and we were just having a chat in my car. I look in the front window of my grandparents' house and I see the same shadow silhouette that I saw all those years ago. Once I get into the house after coming in through the back door, I can hear the radio switch on up in the front room. My pop turns it off and says I haven't heard it turn itself on ever before. And really, that's about it. It's been helpful to share this to just get it off my chest, but if you have any answers, I would definitely love to hear them for closure. I have to try and stop thinking about these events that happened to me because they just make me feel a bit crazy and stupid, but anyway, if you have any information about what any of this could have been, then please do share it. My neighbor Tom rents his home and he doesn't seem to work. He just sort of sits on his porch smoking pot most days. We've always kept to ourselves, but when I moved in 3 years ago, he introduced me to his wife, Susie. She didn't say anything and quickly just went back inside. After that, I only ever saw different women coming and going, so I figured Susie was either made up or not really his wife since I never saw her again. But today, for the first time in 3 years, I saw Susie outside. She looked like she hadn't seen sunlight in years. Pale, mentally unwell, and staring at the ground. She might even be disabled, I'm not sure. As I pulled into my driveway, Tom quickly rushed her back inside though. Now, I'm really concerned that she's been kept inside all this time. Am I overreacting, or is this something that I should be worried about? Also, Tom has several vehicles, but only one is ever at the house at a time. A beat-up red Tahoe, a nice truck, a van, and a new silver Tahoe. It changes depending on the day or the week which one he's driving. But I've always found it odd, especially since it seems like he doesn't work, and I initially wondered why Susie never had a vehicle. Anyway, based on some feedback that I got, I decided to call for a wellness check for tomorrow on my way out of town. I've also since investigated a bit more and looked up the license plates on 2 of the 4 vehicles that he rotates out, and neither match the vehicles that they're on. I've spoken with a police officer who's a friend of a friend, and I shared all the details in the background. He's thinking that it will be best to have a cop pull Tom for the license plate the next time that he leaves the neighborhood, and while they're dealing with the mismatched plates, another officer will go to the house to perform a welfare check. I'm now waiting on an official callback to confirm all and take my statements on record, and I'll keep you guys posted about that for sure. But this whole situation, something just doesn't feel right. This happened a few years ago. While I've never been a real skeptic, I guess, I never had an actual personal experience until this point. I could tell a dozen stories from that place, but hands down the scariest experience I've ever had is this. In 2021, I was working as a private investigator for a security firm, but would sometimes be called in to cover security guard posts. I was called in over a long holiday weekend, during which a factory was going to be shut down. I covered night shifts, and during shutdown, everything in the building was powered off. Lights, machines, everything save for things like security cameras, lights in the office, alarms, the boiler, and I think the Wi-Fi too. This was a huge factory. It took roughly an hour and a half to make one round, in fact, and the entire building was pitch black, so in order to do rounds we had mag lights, and the cell phone to scan barcodes near the doors to track our movements. We also had to write down the readings from several pressure valves on certain water risers. 2 of the risers were 10 feet apart, and behind 2 large pieces of machinery along a back wall. To get the readings, we couldn't hold both the mag light and the cell phone, so we had to use just the cell phone to navigate. On my first round, it had gone fine. No issues, everything secure, all doors are locked, everything accounted for. I had just started my second round and was getting the measurements from the risers. I got the first reading, turned to my left and was getting ready to walk the 10 feet to get the second, when a shadow appeared in front of me. It didn't really have a distinct shape, but was human height, and so black that I could distinguish it from the already pitch black of the factory. Before I could do anything, it flew directly at me, passing through my chest. And it was the most horrid, soul-deep, ice-cold feeling that I've ever had. I instantly collapsed on the floor, and while I don't know how much time had passed, I managed to call my boss at some point. Thankfully, he came and found me, called EMS, and while he obviously thought that I was nuts, this building had a reputation for paranormal activity and negative energy. It had ended the career of more than one guard, allegedly, so he knew something had happened. When EMS came, my vitals were all over the place. My heart rate was 180, while my blood pressure was only 74/40. I was in the hospital for a couple of days. But while I doubt he ever really fully believed me, my boss has seen me handle first responses after a tornado, an active shooter, and even a hostage situation with relative sanity intact. And even he admitted that whatever happened rattled me to my core. I don't know what it was, a demon, a reaper, or just some very angry spirit, but it was not friendly. To this day, just thinking about that experience gives me chills too, makes me sick to my stomach and really puts me on edge. At 32 years old, I still refuse to be in a pitch black room again because of what I experienced that night. First of all, let me start by saying that I'm just some regular guy who thinks that, yeah, spirits are real and I believe in God, but I never think about any of this stuff or am spooked by it either. If I hear a strange noise while sleeping, I ignore it and just carry on. I honestly pay it no mind and go about my days just normally, but something I witnessed about a year ago, it still bothers me until this day, and I randomly think about it from time to time. It was a regular day and I was driving home at night like I always do. I'm going down a residential street that's about a few blocks from my home. I've driven down that street like maybe 1,000 times or more. Think of a 2-lane street each way, wide street with gated communities on both sides. I want to say it was around 9:30 at night. I was driving home from my son's baseball practice. My son was sleeping in the back seat. I make a right turn into that street and traffic was a lot lighter than usual. If I recall correctly, it was one car quite far away coming my direction and perhaps 1 or 2 cars in a distance behind me. So as I'm driving down the street, I notice what appears to be a person walking on the sidewalk on my right-hand side. He's walking towards the same direction that I'm driving, so I can only see his backside. And I say his because it had the body frame of a male, as it was tall, lanky, and medium hair that reached its shoulders. He was also wearing something like a black hat, skinny figure, black pants, black shirt. If I had to guess, maybe around 6'4", 6'5". I keep driving, and as I get closer to this person, perhaps around 20 to 25 feet away, I was suddenly completely stunned. This person turned around as it saw my lights approach, but in a very quick and vulgar way, like when somebody calls you over and over, and you turn around and say, "What?" Well, in that kind of way. And let me tell you that whatever it was not human. And no, it was not a mask. If it was a mask, it was more real than what CGI can do in movies nowadays. It was this monster-looking face, alone on a sidewalk in an empty street. It turned around, saw me, and stared at my car as I drove past it. I looked in my rearview mirror and it had stopped walking and just sort of stared. Immediately, my first reaction and thought to myself, aside from shock, was, "Dear Lord, what did I just witness?" and until this day, I still have no answer for it. So this happened about 5 years back. I was dating a girl who was prone to violent outbursts without warning. Her choice in decor was all dark and twisted paintings, a Satanistic Bible as her coffee table book of choice. At times, she was a very sweet and loving person, but would switch on a dime to her outbursts. She even once pulled a knife on me, cutting my hand when I tried to take it from her. One night, though, I was staying over. We were laying in bed watching movies and relaxing. I went downstairs to the kitchen to grab a drink from the fridge. The kitchen was dark, just lit up from the light above the stove. I opened the fridge door, reached down to grab my soda. When I stood back up and closed the door, starting to walk back, I was met with a shadow, not on a wall, but rather right in front of me. It was taller than I was. I kind of jumped back in fright, only to have it disappear in front of me. Walking back to the room, I was a bit confused and rattled, I guess. At first, I tried to play it off as my shadow, but the placement was just all wrong, let alone it not being on a wall. I get back into bed clearly shaken, not wanting to say anything. I didn't bring it up. But then she asked me what was wrong, and I said, "Nothing, I just got a bit of a fright." She replied with, "You saw it, didn't you?" I asked her what she meant by that, and in a very calm voice she just said, "The shadow guy." She claimed to have been seeing it most of her life, and it wasn't something to worry about, allegedly. Our relationship lasted 8 months in total, and a number of unexplained things happened in that house. However, that was the only time that I saw something directly. There were other instances of things happening, mostly when we would be fighting and screaming. From the sounds of footsteps coming from upstairs to one time hearing a loud crash from the upstairs bathroom. We went to investigate and found that all the soaps and the shampoo bottles in the shower, that they had found their way onto the floor despite being on tiled shelves. She never seemed worried or upset when these things would happen, which is a bit strange, I know, but still to this day I really question what I saw that night. My children have been talking about seeing something in their room the last few weeks. This thing, they both described it as tall, lanky, grey-skinned with big black beady eyes. They described it as being surprised looking, but it's almost taking on features of people in the house. So, it is hairless, sometimes, but other times has long dark hair like myself. They said it's almost looking like one of the kids in facial structure or their aunt who they look a lot alike. The first time my oldest saw it, she actually saw an arm come out of her closet and wiggle its long fingers, and after it was peeking around the closet at her, when she would look at it, it would duck back in. She's 16, so she was like, "Oh man, I must be tired." But my youngest, she hasn't been told anything so as not to scare her, saw the same thing looking over their door at her. My mum was over and we got into the subjects of ghosts one time, enthusiasts that we are. My oldest daughter brought up seeing something, and before she could even get it out, my younger child was like, "Did it look like this?" and proceeded to describe it in detail, and my oldest said yes. So, I know that they are definitely seeing the same thing, but I honestly haven't the faintest idea of what it could be. I can't tell if it's something bad because, it hasn't really done much besides show itself, but they do hear whispers a lot in there, allegedly. So far, they say that it hasn't been seen outside of their room. It's only ever been seen in there, but I am determined to get it out. I have to know what I'm dealing with first, obviously, but once I do, I'm going to try and get rid of it. So this may all seem insane or delusional, but I would really love to get someone's feedback on this, a second opinion at least. This entire thing is true, I can assure you that. I've never stopped thinking about it or wondering about this night too. So, in 2021, I moved into the house that I currently live in. I'm renting it. The house was built in the 1950s, from what I can gather through records. All seemed fine when we first moved in, except for the red room. Upstairs, there is a triangular attic-type space, painted completely red. It gave me terrible feelings of dread when I first walked into it. For months and months, I left it empty too. I wouldn't venture into it. My mother, who is a Christian but does not believe in ghosts, came to visit the house when we moved in. She walked into that room and said, "Oh my goodness, you should consider having our pastor come see this and pray," because she also got the dreadful feelings. Our bedroom is downstairs below that room, and at night, I would always hear like walking or creeping up there and lay awake sort of scared. But then it all went downhill. You see, as I got into bed one night, I heard an echo or young sort of female type voice whisper my name directly in my left ear. I froze and went completely cold. Waking up my partner in a panic, he shrugged it off. The next night I heard the same voice, but coming from the next room, saying hi. I tried my best to ignore these things until one of the scariest nights that I've ever had. I was upstairs. My office is directly beside the red room, a door separating them. I was at my vanity taking off my makeup when the red room door slowly opened. Over the months, it would randomly open quite often, scaring me a bit, but my partner just blamed a draft, even though there wasn't one. But I tried to ignore that door. But that was when I heard loud footsteps downstairs walking around through the house. Assuming it was my partner at first, I finished my skincare and came down for bed. The whole house was dark, so I thought, that's weird. I just heard him walking around. I walked into the bathroom to pee, and as I passed the kitchen, I saw a tall, dark shadow-type figure walk past me. I could see it through the light coming through the windows. I assumed it was my partner. I even spoke out loud, saying, "Hey, I'll be in bed in a minute." After the bathroom, I walked to our room. Silent, because he was completely asleep. In a panic, I shook him awake, saying, "How long have you been asleep for? Weren't you walking around earlier and in the kitchen?" Through his sleepy demeanor, he said, "I've been asleep for what?" And he looked at his watch. 2 hours? And rolled back over. I went completely silent and cold again. I turned around to face where the kitchen was, and I saw nobody. But I was completely terrified by now. I quickly climbed into the covers and tried to wake him to tell him that we needed to check the house because somebody was in here. He didn't listen though and said to just go back to sleep. I turned my face and I saw a tall figure standing directly over him beside the bed on his side. At that, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I let out a massive scream and grabbed him. This made him wake up, confused and asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I cried and said that I just saw a person again over him. And when I said that, he jumped up and checked our whole room, under the bed too. He said that there really isn't nobody here. He's a skeptic, always has been. Never was afraid of the house. And well, that all changed once he got back into bed. We laid there, and as I finally started feeling less afraid and drifting to sleep, a loud bang like a stomp on the ground or dropping a brick was heard. The sound came from the floor on his side of the bed, right where I had seen the figure. He immediately was shaken from his sleep and screamed, "Okay, what the heck was that?" I could tell that he was afraid. I'd never actually seen him afraid. I started to panic, saying that I told you there was something there. Crying a little bit now, I really didn't know what to do. He immediately went around checking the entire house, making sure nobody had actually broken in. He got back into bed and I said, "You know that it wasn't a person, right?" He didn't know how to respond. "This is all 100% true. It happened early last year in 2023. After this event, we moved our bedroom to another room across the house and turned the old one into a bonus room. Since moving our room, nothing has happened since, which is a bit bizarre. I wondered if the entity or whatever it was feeding off of me easily because I was sleeping directly below that red room. I'm not sure, but since then the only occurrence has been the red room door opening, the doorknob rattling a bit too. I now rebuke whatever it is when this occurs. I'm not the most religious, but I very loudly and firmly let it know that it's not welcome and it needs to leave me alone. So, I'm here to get your thoughts about what all of this could be and what you think that I should do about it. I generally consider myself a paranormal skeptic. I'm not religious and I have a hard time believing in ghosts. However, I like to entertain the idea. I enjoy ghost stories and movies, and I wouldn't rule out the paranormal altogether as an explanation for a situation that otherwise lacks an explanation. And this story falls into the latter category. This took place almost 20 years ago when I was around 15. I'm from a small town in the Midwest filled with plenty of older houses. One weekend, my parents took me with them to an open house at a house across town. It was a massive 2-story farmhouse built in 1840. It was at the very back of its property, maybe 5 acres, and surrounded by mature trees and plants. The land had been somewhat decently maintained, but the house hadn't had anyone living in it for a while. It wasn't dilapidated inside or out, and it could certainly be lived in immediately, but it needed some TLC. Think the house from Ghosts in the UK, but with more Berber carpet. The approach to the house was beautiful though, and had such a neat charm to it. We all really liked it. However, once we were in the house, I just felt, well, strange. This was an open house, so there were probably 4 or 5 other groups of people touring throughout, and despite that, it was just so strangely quiet. We toured all around, starting with the upstairs. There was such an odd vibe up there too. I kept feeling kind of dizzy and claustrophobic, even though it was a huge house. I was ready to leave after the weirdness upstairs, and from seeing the amount of maintenance that we'd have to do as well. But I was along for the ride, so we went down to the main level and looked all around. It felt a lot better down there, and I didn't get as uncomfortable as I did upstairs. Finally though, the real estate agent started funneling everyone down to the basement. The door was in the kitchen, and it led to the kind of basement that you'd probably imagine a house built in 1840 would have. Bare bulb hanging by a thread above the stairs, completely unfinished walls, dirt floor, and stairs that would be perfect to have your ankles grabbed from the other side. You know the ones. Well, we all went down to the basement as a group and looked around a bit. Really not much to see except for cobwebs and old wiring. I admit that it could have been the old horror movie basement influencing my opinion, but I felt super weird down there as well, and was ready to leave. Once everyone had their fill of looking around, we headed back up the stairs to the kitchen. I ended up being the very last person in the group, which meant that I was the last person up the stairs. Since the rest of the group was sort of loitering around in the kitchen, we had to slow down on the stairs so everyone could pass by. And I remember, clear as day, I was standing on the 3rd step from the top, waiting to step into the kitchen and finally get out of this dang basement. And all of a sudden, my hair gets pulled from behind. I had or have short hair, and it felt like someone grabbed the hair right in the middle of my head and gave it a tug. My first thought was maybe I got my hair caught in something on the wall, so I looked all around for the offending object. But the only thing that I could have gotten my hair stuck in was a wall-mounted fire extinguisher, but I know that I was nowhere near it. At that, I made a beeline out of there, soon followed by my parents. When we got in the car, I told them what happened. We've talked about this story every now and then throughout the years, mostly in a wasn't that strange sort of way. It remained my favorite ghost story to tell, mostly since I don't have any other first-hand ones. The property, though, it was later sold to a local restaurateur, who sadly bulldozed a lot of trees and front lawn to build a new Italian restaurant. The house remained intact at the back of the property, and still does to this day. But fast forward around 4 years, I had moved to college and largely forgot about the hair-pulling thing. My mum called me and said that she had just had her mind blown and that she needed to share this. She had gone to a hair appointment with her stylist, and the topic of the Italian restaurant and house came up. She told my mum that there's allegedly an older female spirit that likes to mess with people, especially men, on the steps leading to the basement. She said this too without my mum having ever mentioned my experience to her. She had no idea that I had my hair pulled 4 years earlier. Of course, my mum proceeded to share my story from the open house with her, and I swear chills went down my spine. In fact, I'm getting chills even just sharing this. The house is still standing, and the Italian restaurant is still open as well. Part of me wants to go back to that house, but a much more sensible part of me wants, well, nothing to do with it. Anyway, if you've gotten this far, then thanks for listening. Growing up in rural Alaska, I experienced a lot. A lot of weird things, like amazing herds of caribou, strange weather, but the weirdest things to me are the times that I wasn't able to see the source of yelling or hollering. A lot of times I traveled alone throughout the Brooks Range and up into the North Slope to hunt and trap. From a young age, I learned how to hunt and field dress animals too, set up survival shelters, and even how to travel at night with the usage of the constellations like my ancestors before me. But these long and very arduous journeys sometimes brought me more than I was willing to endure. In the winter of 2017, I had a trap line along the left side of the valley headed northbound. The trap was set every few miles, and I was traveling along my trail when I saw a figure in a bunch of diamond willows ahead of me. The bunch of brush was about a mile or so away, but I could see the dark figure walking like a person. I wondered who would be out in January when it's the coldest time of the year just walking like this, when they just suddenly vanished. I looked out of my binoculars and scanned the area and just put it off as my imagination or someone with a snow machine, a snowmobile for you lower 48ers, and they had taken off along my trail or something. So I continued on. At my next trap, I stopped and shut off my machine. It was calm and surprisingly warm, for that time of year anyway, so I was able to shed my parka to reset the spring trap that I had come across. As I set the trap, I then started to hear a low, bellowing noise from up in the small valley. It came off like a person just yelling at first, but then it grew deeper, like a bear warning off another, but it was January. Nothing like that would be out and about. The most that you'd find would be wolves, maybe wolverines and caribou. Even moose tend to travel south for that time of the year. As I started to pack up, the noise began again though. It grew louder and louder, and I remembered that figure that I saw and wondered if they had anything to do with it. I did my best to ignore the noise like my elders had taught me, and to just go about my business. But then, suddenly, I could feel eyes on me. I looked towards the valley where I felt the weird sensation, and there was nothing. I even pulled out my binoculars and looked, but nothing. I listened for the noise again, and when the bellowing began again, I responded this time. I did the same noise back at it, and it stopped quickly, like it recognized the noise that I made. Then it got eerily silent. I was uneasy, so I packed up and I left as quickly as possible. And I haven't been back there since. I pulled the trapline that winter, and I do not plan on going back. This is not my story, but it actually happened to a friend. He's a metalhead and hangs out mostly with his kind, and when he was in junior high, him and his group of friends thought that it would be funny to do a session, a Ouija board session that is. At first, the answers were kind of random. No one was truly convinced that it was working. One of these guys had a friend, my classmate, who was about to participate in Taekwondo tournaments. He was the only one out of the group who knew the name of his friend's rival. He asked what the rival was called, and the board gave a different name. He said, "That's not her," and they took it even less seriously. Then they asked what the entity's name was. My friend doesn't remember the exact answer, but he says it sounded like how you'd expect a demon to be called, something creepy. That happened on a weekend, and after that they ended it. On Monday, though, they went back to school and told their classmate, the one who participated in the tournament, that the Ouija board had given them a wrong name. They said this jokingly, but the classmate told them that the fight was cancelled last minute and wrote on the board the name of her new rival, which coincided with what the board had told them except for one letter. It was a very, very unusual name, one that nobody could have known at the time of the session. They were obviously very shocked by this, but it didn't stop there. It was around this time too that my friend recalls that they all went through some weeks of bad luck. Silly things would happen to all of them, like a black car almost running over one of them in a parking lot and stuff. They naturally didn't tell their families what they had done, but the worst thing happened to the sister of one of them. One evening, he was on his computer, which was under a staircase. His sister was watching TV facing him and the stairs, and this is how he tells it. His sister saw a couple of goat legs slowly walking down the stairs. The roof was blocking the entire view, so she thought maybe her mum was wearing a costume or something. But when the legs reached a certain step, she could see how they lacked an upper body. It was just a pair of black goat-like legs. She screamed and had an anxiety attack, couldn't stop crying. The brother says that he didn't see anything since he was focused on the computer. I personally think that it is not a good idea to use a Ouija board, just to see if the stories are real especially. After hearing this from my friend, I have huge respect for the board, and this regardless of those who have done it without anything happening to them. All my life, I've always been a skeptic for paranormal activity. I've always found a way to logically make sense of these experiences. This home that I've lived in has always had a story to it though. When I was younger, my family told me that the previous owner of the home used to have a daughter, but one morning when she went out back in her yard to swing out on their family's tire swing, well, something bad happened. The story is that the rope had snapped somehow, and the tire had crushed the poor girl. I don't know her age, but I assume that she was probably around 5 to 8 years old. Soon after, the family moved out and the home sat for a good few years before we began living there. This swing to this day is far out from the property and is completely overrun with forest nature, but a rope is still attached to a branch and you can still see it. We had our own tire swing that was also far off from the property, but was much closer than the previous swing. And like her, my younger brother also had an incident. Our own tire swing snapped mysteriously and he broke his arm. After that, we never did fix that swing. As the years went by, there were plenty of incidences that the rest of my family would encounter. My mother and sister saw someone standing inside the house in front of a window while they were outside alone. No one else was home at the time, but my mother shouted out thinking that maybe one of us had arrived or something. When they didn't get a response from, "Hey, when did you get home?" they were puzzled. They really believed it was me they saw, so they assumed that I was in a bad mood and ignored them. They immediately went inside to check up on me, but I wasn't there. In fact, nobody was. My brother woke me up one night because he had heard voices outside. Everyone else was asleep, so he grabbed a shovel and handed me a cane and asked me to check out the outside with him. We searched the area and no one was out there. We do have a few neighbors, but all of their homes are quite a distance to walk. But there would be really no reason to come to our house, let alone around 1 a.m. in the morning. But here's where my own little story happens. Nothing ever really happened to me or when I was around, but my first and maybe last encounter happened this way. Nothing major, but still unexplainable to me, which is pretty big for me to be honest. So a few months ago, we were discussing about some of our worries about the house. My family went on about the tales I had mentioned and also many other that happened over the years. I explained to everyone that maybe they're just buying into the creepy stuff a little too much, and so their brains are leaning towards these experiences being paranormal. They think they saw a shadowy figure walk by every now and then because they're so open to the fact that the house is haunted. They truly believe the house is haunted by a demon or by the devil himself. We went our own ways after breakfast. Everyone in the house had errands of their own to run that day, and I was left alone in the home. I've been home alone plenty of times and nothing has ever happened. And after everyone left, I went into our garage because I like to store things in there like books and, well, mostly junk that I keep because they have sentimental value. I left the door cracked open because it's a bit hard to close. I'm a bit lazy, so I didn't want to struggle to open it this day and close the door a second time. It's not a lot of effort, but I'm just a bit lazy. For some reason, though, I had the feeling like someone was behind me. I turned around, and the second that I did, I heard the door close. Immediately, I thought that I was getting pranked because we were talking about spooky stuff earlier. I immediately ran up to the door. I gave it a push, but it didn't open. I realized then that the door was completely closed, even though I left it cracked open. So using a minimal amount of effort, I pushed open the door and shout, "Really, guys? Trying to scare me?" But I looked around that house, and I can assure you that no one was there. I had my things around 6 feet away from the door, so no one could have closed the door and sprinted away before I could see them, or at least hear them run away. I wasted no time getting to the door in an attempt to catch the prankster in the act, so the whole thing was very strange. My immediate thought was, maybe they're just fast. So I sprinted to the front door and looked outside to see no cars. No one was home. Again, I checked every room and every hiding spot that I could think of, but no one was home but me. I made myself a quick meal as I contemplated an explanation, but to no avail. I resumed the day like it never happened, but every now and then I think about that day. Was it a demon, like my family says? The devil? I recalled the story of the little girl who had died there, and I was around 8 when I was told the story. Now I'm 23. If she had anything to do with this, why now of all times? I, a 29-year-old male, was out partying this Friday night with 4 of my female friends, 2 of which I have just met that evening. We were having drinks at a club in Central Europe. The night was going great. We were dancing and talking. All of us had a lot of fun. At around 2 a.m., the girls grabbed a taxi and went home. I decided to stay a bit more in the club to finish my drink. I've danced on the stage for about 20 minutes. Then I grabbed a taxi and I went home too. When I arrived on the street where I live, my drunk butt realized that I have no keys, and so I couldn't get home as I live alone. So I called another taxi and I went back to the club to look for my keys. First, I went to the bar to ask if anybody has brought any lost keys to them that night. Unfortunately, they didn't have my keys, so I started to look for them in the club and every place that I was that night. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and have been looking for the keys in a mass of people. About 10 minutes go by, and I haven't found anything apart from some broken glass and cigarette butts. I went back to the place where I was initially looking for them. This is the place where we have been having our drinks with the girls before. I've started to look for my keys on the sitting benches instead of on the ground. I had my keys in the inside pocket of my jacket, as I always do, and my jacket was placed in the corner of that bench the whole night before I first left. People were sitting on the benches, and they'd had their jackets on the benches too. I sat down near the corner where I was sitting before, and beside me was a guy with lines of some drugs on his phone, freely giving them to other people. He had put his jacket in the corner of the bench, and I wanted to look at the corner of the bench to see if my keys hadn't been pushed into the corner or something. So I grabbed his jacket, and to my surprise, my keys were right under this guy's jacket, in the middle of the bench. I was drunk, and so I started pretty much yelling that I was so happy to have found them, as I'll admit that I was getting pretty desperate at that moment. Now, there was a guy on that bench that we'd met with the girls before in the club. I'll call him L. He was really nice during the whole night, and so I kept talking to L when I found my keys. I even went to the bar and grabbed another beer just to talk for a bit more with L. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, L had found himself an acquaintance to which he was talking, so I just started to finish my beer while I smoked a cigarette and was getting ready to go home. This is when the guy that had lines of those drugs I mentioned earlier on his phone had started talking to me. His name was Pedro, and it was definitely a fake name that he gave me. I've been talking with him in English. Pedro was 19 years old and he was from Colombia. He told me stories about his life in Colombia and how his family struggles there. He told me that his father had died recently and he is the oldest son, so he is in Slovakia trying to make some money for the family. He even showed me photos of him and his family back in Colombia. I sympathized with Pedro, and I was honestly feeling a bit sorry for him. After about 20 minutes, L had scored with a girl that he met, and he said that they were going home. He asked Pedro if he had any MDMA on him, and he sold some to them, so L left with the girl. Now, people around on the bench had seen what was happening, and so they wanted some stuff from Pedro as well. He started to make lines on his phone again. I told Pedro that I was going home and I wished him best of luck, grabbed my jacket, and I started walking. This is when Pedro called out to me and stopped me, said that it was late and he should go back to the hotel too. He scratched the drugs from his phone onto the table, took his belongings, and told the people that they can finish whatever was left for free. Me and Pedro had walked out of the underground club at this point, and when we were outside, he asked me if I wanted to walk him to his hotel, which was nearby, just a 5-minute walk. He told me in the club that he really had no friends and no family in Slovakia as well. Again, I sympathized with him. I told him that, sure, I can walk him to the hotel. We were talking the whole walk, and he was saying some really nice things to me, like how I get his situation and how good of a person I am. When we arrived at the hotel, the door was closed and he messaged to someone to come and open the door for him. He asked if I wanted to have one last beer with him, to which I said sure, but I'll be on my way once we finish the beer. Some girl came and opened the door for us. They had spoken in Spanish as they greeted me. The hotel itself didn't really look like a public hotel, I guess. There was a reception and stairs up, and on the left was a dining room. Pedro told me to wait for him in the dining room. This was like 5 in the morning already. I went to the dining room and there was a girl sitting with her laptop there. I greeted her with hola and sat down. Pedro came after, maybe 3 to 5 minutes later, with 2 open cans of some beverages. There was a parrot and a Jack Daniels logo on this. The can was gold in color, I think. But this was the moment that I should have gotten suspicious. And I never should have drunk from that can, that opened can. I was naive and drunk, and I overlooked this fact, and I drank from the can. I was talking with Pedro about all the drug cartels in Colombia and how their politics are all messed up. After about 10 minutes, I started to feel weird as well, and I looked at my phone. My hands and eyes were tingling. I was quickly aware of what was happening now. I quickly turned on the location and mobile data on my phone, and I put the phone in a different pocket than I did that night. Pedro started to ask me how I was feeling, to which my adrenaline levels blew up. Quite honestly, I started to think that I was about to be abducted by some Colombian human trafficking ring. My sight started to weirdly tingle and the lights were blinding me at this point. My jaw was messed up as I was pushing my teeth together. I've taken drugs before in the past, and this felt a lot like a stimulant and a dissociative, which was really weird for me to understand. I tried to keep my voice calm and my mind present. I told Pedro that I knew what was going on, and I asked him why he gave me a stimulant if he needs me unconscious. Pedro's hands, they started to shake at this point, and he didn't answer me. The girl at the laptop looked right in my eyes, the first time that she'd even moved with her body. Pedro grabbed his phone and started to write to somebody on WhatsApp. I told Pedro that they'd made a mistake in the dose and that I'm fine apart from having been unknowingly drugged. Quite honestly, I think that Pedro had drugged me back in the club while I went to the toilet, which was why he quickly got up when I was leaving. Everything that I said, Pedro rewrote to somebody else, and he always waited for an incoming message before saying anything to me. I started to talk to the girl too, told her that I don't care about what they were doing there, but I was walking out. At one moment, I remember saying that I get what Pedro was doing, but I don't get what the girl's part was in all of this, to which I was pointing my finger at her. Pedro then got a notification on his phone, and he told me that he was sorry and I can go home if I want. I didn't respond to him, got my drugged butt out of there, and I was walking out of the dining room. I stopped by the girl with her laptop, stared right into her eyes, and I held my right hand up in a fist bump. She looked in my eyes, gave me a fist bump, and did a sort of weird grimace on her face. I walked to the door at the reception, which was now closed. I started to kick and punch the doors while yelling, "Open the door." The receptionist eventually did, and thankfully, I walked out. At this point, my heart was absolutely jumping. My whole body was shaking. I felt crazy dizzy and awake all at the same time. I ran to a main street and I was calling my mum to come and get me as fast as possible, but I didn't know where I was. I was feeling disassociated and couldn't really apprehend what had just happened. As I got to a main street where a bus stop was, I started to feel very paranoid all of a sudden. There was a white Mercedes SUV that had stopped right in the main road near the bus stop that I stood on. They turned off their car lights and were just sort of standing there. I told all of this to my mum, and she told me to look for a camera, so I stood right under a camera which was at the bus stop to make sure that I was seen. I was feeling and talking weirdly, to which my mum told me to talk to her, to tell her what I can see around me. I've seen a few people that walk to the main street. Everybody was on their phone and occasionally looking at me. One guy came close to the bus stop and I approached him while I still had my mum on the phone. I asked, "What does he want from me?" and he was like, "I'm sorry, do I know you?" To which I just said that I was sorry. After about 10 minutes of me being on the phone with my mum, the white SUV turned on the engine and they left. My mum, she came by car soon after and I was walking to her car on the road, but at this point I really couldn't walk properly. I felt paranoid, tons of adrenaline going through my body. My heart was pumping so fast that I thought that I was going to have some kind of a seizure or a heart attack or something. In the end, I managed to get to my mum's car though. She was in her pajamas and terrified. I started to tell her everything that had happened. I told her to drive around the city instead of driving me home just in case they were following us. We were driving around for maybe an hour, talked about what had happened during the night, how the inside of that building looked and all. My jaw was doing some crazy stuff that my mum could hear it, and she was really scared for me. The whole ride, I felt so weird. At one point, it honestly felt like my soul left my body. It's hard to describe it, but I just didn't feel like myself, like I wasn't real. Lights were blinding me, and my visions were blurring and tingling, and my eyes were going up and down all the time. I didn't feel any rush or euphoria or anything. And in the end, I just thought to myself that they must have given me some sort of a bad mix. I arrived at my home at around 7:30, in the morning that is. My mum stayed at home with me, comforting me the whole time. I tried to sleep, but I just couldn't. We were talking about going to the police and also about if I'm in any kind of danger anymore. And at around 11 in the morning, finally I fell asleep. During this time, my mother cleaned my apartment and my sister came to visit me. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without my family. One of my girlfriends that was with me during that night came to visit me too. As I talked to her, I thought that I got some kind of an episode, like schizophrenic or something. Like, why the heck would I be a target of something like this? I mean, I'm a chubby, bearded guy. Why would they want to abduct me of all people? I'm afraid of going to the police, as our police department and politics are pretty corrupt and they've always worked with some kind of mafia as long as I can remember. They would take my testimony, start to investigate, and then they would be stopped by their officials, no doubt. I still don't fully believe that what had happened to me was an experience with human trafficking. However, there are so many red flags of it that I can remember that I really can't count it out either. Like, why would Pedro be so scared after I called them out like that? Why would he have stopped talking to me unless someone sent him a message on his phone like that? Why would he even start to message somebody during a conversation? And obviously, why would he drug me without me knowing it? But ultimately, why on earth would he just let me go like that? Eventually, I went to the ER with my mum this early morning as I woke up with spasms all over my body. They gave me an IV and sent a sample of my blood for toxicology reports. They did some tests, EKG and blood pressure, and they've sent me home maybe 3 hours ago. The results of the toxicology, they just came by email to my mum. And, sure enough, there were traces of fentanyl, ethylphenidate, and ketamine all in my blood. Also, while I was being given the IV, the doctor said to my mum that apparently this was not uncommon and that they've had a lot of patients who have been unknowingly drugged during the last few years. He said that it wasn't this common before and that lately there's been a lot more of it. I still don't know why I was drugged like this, but really there's only a few options. 1, it was a kidnapping attempt. 2, I've heard of stories of organ harvesting as well. Or 3, maybe it was some sort of perverted or sexual thing. Whatever the case may be, I am just grateful that I got out of there. When I was 17, I started working for a racehorse trainer and I decided to try and cycle to my new job. Working with horses meant early starts, so my bike ride was in the dark because it was late winter, around January I think. It was 29 years ago in fact, so hard to remember, but the road that I had to cycle on ran partially along the coastline in a series of sweeping S-bends. On one side was cliff face, with nowhere to get off the road for about a mile. On the other, railings and a steep drop down to the sea. Now, as I'm cycling, I noticed someone walking ahead on the road in my bike light. They had their back to the traffic, which was just me at the time, and were wearing jeans, a dark mauve bomber jacket, and a backpack as well. Now, I want to emphasize here that this was slightly uphill and I was cycling really slowly, so I had a lot of time to take all this in. I remember thinking that they were walking on the wrong side of the road, but also that if they walked the other side, it wasn't much safer, I guess. I remember watching them walking steadily in front of me, and as I got closer, I was trying to breathe slowly so I didn't sound so unfit and embarrass myself. It wasn't so unusual to see people walking like this, because the area at the time was very rural and there was no bus in town until you get into like the main village, which was the direction that we were headed, so I figured that they were walking to catch a bus for work or whatever. But before I drew up beside him, I pulled away a little to give him some room, then called out morning, so I didn't startle the guy. And as I did, though, I suddenly realized that he just wasn't there. What I mean, too, is that he didn't fade away or anything like that. He just wasn't there anymore. The reason that it scared me so much at the time, too, is that I had spent probably 3 or 4 minutes coming up behind this guy, who walked very normally and honestly looked very solid. And then all of a sudden he was just gone. I have other stories, but they're more noises and feelings, that kind of thing. But this is the one thing that I will always hand on heart insist was a real ghost encounter, and not something explained away easily by anyone. Also, after this, I managed to secure a ride with another employee, so I never had to cycle that road again. My mum, stepdad, and I have lived in our house for around 15 years. I'm 21. Mum says that I've had a presence attached to me since I was a baby, and honestly, that does track, because there is a very obvious presence attached to me, even still in our house, that just sort of lurks in my room. None of that really bothers me too much, nor do the noises, things we've seen in the corner of our eyes, stuff that's moved, or eerie feelings that we've gotten in our time there. But then this morning, something new and a whole different level of terrifying happened. My mum left for work at 5:30. I heard her pull out of the driveway. Then at 6, the garbage man came and my dog freaked out. He was in the living room and I was laying in bed, down the hall, waiting for him to just calm down a bit. Then I heard a woman say his name very clearly, loudly and concisely. He kept barking and I perked up at this, thinking that either my mum was still home or I was hearing things. I just brushed it off when I then heard her again. She said, "Be quiet," and sure enough, my dog stopped barking. I texted my mum to make sure that she wasn't actually home, and she told me that she had been gone for 30 minutes, as I expected. So I went through the house and nobody was there. It could not have been anyone else either. I mean, nobody would have just shown up at 6 a.m., scolded my dog, and then left. Mum asked what happened, and I told her, and she told me that a week ago she was asleep in her room when she heard a woman loudly say, "Oh," right beside her ear, and she bolted up. She said that she was sure that she heard it, but had felt like she was going crazy, until I told her what I heard this morning. We described it to each other, and it's the same, a mature woman's voice. It cannot be a squatter, or at least we're pretty sure it's not. We have a crawl space that is impossible to access without knocking a bunch of stuff off the shelf in front of it, and an attic that is also impossible to access without opening an extremely loud and heavy door. What I'm wondering, though, is why this entity, or whatever it is, has decided to all of a sudden become vocal in a way that we've never seen or heard here before, when we've been here for over a decade now. Any insight would be much appreciated because, quite honestly, this is really terrifying. The house that I grew up in, the same one that my parents and one of my brothers live in to this day, is very active with, well, what we call benevolent spirits. For some quick context, I grew up sharing a house with 2 female spirits. I felt their energy, I guess you could say, had encounters, and I still notice them lingering around when I go to visit my parents to this day. One of the most intense encounters happened back in 2007, though. I was 13, my brother was 12, and the twins were 7 at this point. It was a humid day from memory, with thunderstorm warnings and dark skies. I remember it being late summer, and the whole week prior was thunderstorm after thunderstorm. The storms, they knocked the power out eventually, leaving the house dimly lit by candles and flashlights. My parents, they were in the garage, trying to get our generator to start, so that my mum could at least have a cup of tea by boiling water in the kettle. Us kids, of course, wanted to be able to charge our Nintendo DSs, since that was our obsession like many kids growing up in the mid-2000s. Anyway, I was sitting in the basement with my brothers. We were all sitting on the sectional, waiting for the power to come back on. Our DSs were all drained of power, and we were unsure of what to do. My brother Chad, he mentioned to me that he wanted to grab something from up in our bedroom that we shared, but didn't want to go up alone. I knew that he was afraid of the dark, so I didn't bother to question him anymore. We climbed the stairs from the basement, walked through the tiled hallway that connects to the kitchen, and then turned left to face the stairs going to the second floor. It was only 10 or so steps, not a very steep or strenuous climb to make by any means. There was just pitch black in front of us, but suddenly a deep, foreboding feeling just ran right through me. I always felt in tune with my intuitions, and I tried my best to listen to them. But this time, things just suddenly happened before I could do anything else. With our flashlight still pointing up the stairs, lightning flashed and illuminated the hallway. Now, if you're standing where my brother and I were, you would see a hallway at the top of the stairs, which only went about 12 feet or so forward until you would run into the door to a linen closet. And, standing in front of that linen closet at the end of the hallway, suddenly there was just a woman. The brightness of the lightning almost hurt my eyes, yet I could still make out this woman standing upstairs. She was wearing a long skirt and a button-up shirt. I couldn't place an exact time period to the clothes, and I still can't to this day. I just know that it was from years, even decades prior to 2007. This figure was not facing us. She was sort of staring off to the left of the hall, towards my other brother's room. I can remember this intense feeling of fear suddenly. Now I think it was because we had no idea an apparition of a woman would appear before us, not because this spirit was evil or anything. But after what felt like a minute, Chad and I bolted towards the living room, hopping onto the couch, and we just sat there, wide-eyed and probably staring into nothing, trying to piece together what we just saw. Luckily, nothing paranormal or strange happened for the rest of that evening. We just went back downstairs, played our Nintendo Wii, hoping to forget what we saw as the generator came back on. But I remember wondering who that apparition exactly was. She was much younger than the other lady, who we named Tara. And from then on, I realized that it wasn't just Tara in our home. This woman would make more appearances in the future, and I guess, luckily for us, she would be friendly for the most part in those situations. So this happened at two instances, one on February 5th, 6:30 in the morning, and today at 6:16 a.m. So I'll start the first time that it actually happened. I went to the laundry room to put on a load of washing, and only the lights were on in the laundry room, and the light in my room, which illuminated a bit of the hallway, was there as well. So when I was finished with my laundry, I then heard footsteps, and I looked around the corner and saw a dark figure running at me with heavy footsteps. I automatically assumed that it was my brother, so I yelled his name. Then the figure took a sudden right to the living room. A bit confused because he would usually answer, I turned on the light to the living room, and to my shock, there was absolutely no one there. I went to my brother's room and asked him if he left his room, which he replied, "No, I haven't." So obviously that sent a shiver down my spine. Today, at around 6:15, still in my bed, I opened my eyes and I saw my younger brother standing next to my closet holding his tablet, not facing towards me, just whole body was pointing at my closet. I thought that was a bit weird because, my door was closed, so I closed my eyes to try to fall back asleep. Then I decided suddenly to open my eyes again, and I see him much closer, like standing on the side of my bed from me and still in the same position, just way closer. I tried to say something, but all of a sudden I felt like I just couldn't speak, I fought with that for a bit, and then eventually I said, "Talk." Multiple times I said this, then all of a sudden, whoever was there just up and vanished. I got up, unable to believe what I had just seen, went to my younger brother's room, and there he was, fast asleep in his bed. That again sent shivers down my spine. I've thought about it, and maybe it was sleep paralysis or something. I'm not sure though, because I was still able to move, and I was wide awake. And I know what sleep paralysis feels like, and it really didn't feel like that. In any case, I have no idea what to do about all of this, so if you've got any advice for me, then please do let me know. This all started when I was around the age of 14. My younger brother and I decided to swap rooms at one stage, and from the first night that I slept in my new room, weird things started happening. I usually sleep through the night, but I started abruptly waking up at exactly 2:17 a.m. on the dot every single night. Each time I would wake up, I always felt that sixth sense that something or someone was watching me from the right corner of my bedroom, always. I've felt good energy from, spirits or whatever you want to call them before, when family members have passed, but this was something different. It seemed invasive, intimidating, and I was freaked out that whatever this was could see me, but I couldn't see it. What's weird too was when I slept at my mum's house, I never woke up at 2:17, only at my dad's house. Then small occurrences started to happen too. I was staying at my mum's when my dad informed me my alarm clock radio turned on by itself in the middle of the night at full volume and woke the whole family up. I hadn't been to his house in days, and when I was home again, my little brother and we would play in the driveway. He had to go to the bathroom at one point, so he went back in the house, but all of a sudden a tennis ball came flying out of the garage. That made absolutely no sense because he was nowhere near the garage. One night I heard paper shuffling on my desk, even though the window was closed. A different morning I watched my dad's sunglasses on the kitchen counter move several inches by themselves when I was the only one awake. My older sibling, he began to believe me when random lights would come on by themselves in the house too. What's strange too is that we caught onto the pattern that the paranormal activity would happen mostly when my little brother wasn't home. Fast forward to when the house was empty, since my parents were on vacation. My grandma would check in on the house with my siblings, and each time they'd go back, a new light would be on. The last night before my parents came back from vacation, she triple-checked all the lights were off. My parents were definitely surprised when they arrived home to find every light on in the house. My grandma swore that our house was actually cursed and refused to visit anymore. My stepmom then began to believe my paranormal stories too. My older brother and I heard footsteps running up and down the stairs together one night when my younger brother was at a sleepover. It really freaked us out, and at one point, it even got sort of dangerous because the gas stove burners had been turned on by themselves on low heat overnight. If any of this had been a prank previously, I can guarantee that no one in our family would mess around like that, putting our lives in danger. My dad finally began to believe me too about maybe 8 months into this haunting when all of the kids weren't home one night, and he apparently heard whispering in the hallway. He freaked out, grabbed his knife thinking that there was a robber. When he opened the door, he found my TV had turned on by itself and people were talking on the TV with low volume. The last thing to ever happen was one night I came out of the shower and I went to change into my room. The mirror was foggy from the steam. My older brother knocked on my door and asked what I wrote on the mirror. Confused, I went in to look, and we both sat there in awe as letters began to actually show up in front of us slowly. The whole family quickly gathered around to decipher it, and it said, "I am watching," and then there was a word that we couldn't quite figure out. Our family didn't know how to justify what we saw, and after that day, the occurrences just all of a sudden stopped. I stopped waking up every night. There were no footsteps, nothing. A year later, my dad called me and said that he found something really weird on my brother's birth certificate. He asked, "Didn't you used to say that Nick, our younger brother, was somehow connected to, like, the haunted stuff that happened in the house or whatever?" After confirming, he casually mentioned that my younger brother was born at exactly 2:17 a.m. I was pretty much speechless. I mean, there was no way that this was a coincidence. From that day on, I have had so many more questions than answers too. 2 years ago, I had a psychic medium meeting, and after sharing my story, she said how the entity targeted me because I acknowledged it. It was no longer in the house. She confidently said that an entity like that is attached to an object or a person that has since left the house, which means that I definitely think that something was, or maybe is, attached to my younger brother. So, a few weeks back, I shared a story about potentially being watched by someone that was lurking outside of my house. I don't know if you guys remember it, but the TLDR is that I saw someone walking around outside of our house, sort of down the side of our house, with burglar lights coming on next to the free library that my parents had set up just outside of our house. So, to cut a long story short, there hasn't been any activity since that night. But I was on a phone call the very next night with a friend when I noticed someone standing outside, completely shrouded in darkness. I proceeded to talk loudly about how some creep was watching me, and they'd better watch out. Stupid, yes, I know, but it seemed to work because all was pretty much quiet after that. Or so I thought. You see, tonight was one of my oldest friends' last nights in town, so I was out till about 9:30. Drove 2 friends home and then myself. Since it was so early, I wasn't that worried, but still alert. I drove up the side of the street that he hit on last time, even though it was out of my way, and saw nothing out of the ordinary. I noticed one of the new houses that's being built had its lights on, which I didn't think much of at that moment. Fast forward an hour though, and I start hearing a weird, sort of loud banging sound across the way. I know that it's risky, but I'm not letting a horrible person dictate my comfort, and I've also been watching for activity or pretending so I can maybe catch them. I've also kept my window open as usual, hence why it was dumb to razz him up the other night by talking about someone watching me, but I digress. Whatever it was, it stopped, so I wrote it off, which was in the end a very big mistake. Because shortly after, I started hearing banging again, but this time I could actually feel it. It was coming from my house. I genuinely freaked out, like knives out status, but much more cowardly, cowering on my bedroom floor with my ear pressed to the door and knife in hand. It was a strange hollow sound that didn't seem like the front door, and in the end it wasn't. I once again called 911, describing what was happening and thinking that they probably are going to write it off because I sort of sounded crazy. I still feel in shock because, this only just happened, but thankfully the kind dude on the line definitely took me seriously and said someone would be on their way. For the record too, the police department is like a 3-minute drive from my house. I ended up tiptoeing downstairs to see and once again felt my heart stop. I went to the front window, ducked down, and there wasn't anyone at the front door. Then the banging starts up again, and I can tell how close it is now. I go to the side window that overlooks the garage, and that was when I saw him, dressed in black, hood pulled far over his face, banging wildly on the garage door with a crowbar. I honestly don't know why he wasn't using the crowbar to break in or whatever, but I'm super glad that he didn't, as the door inside the garage that leads into the house, it's always left unlocked. To say that I panicked is honestly a a vast understatement. I nearly wet myself, which is understandable, right? I'm just standing there, peeking out of the window, watching this guy wail on my garage door with a crowbar, thinking how unhinged he must be and how much I want the cops to get here now, when, just like before, suddenly he just runs off. I quite literally just got done giving a report to the cops that showed up. My family was woken up and had to talk to them as well, as they're the homeowners. And now they're both so freaked out that my dad just ordered 4 exterior cameras to monitor the house. I really don't think it's over yet, too. This man has some reason that he's targeting my house, possibly me, who knows, since he started out by watching outside of my window. But whatever the case, we are definitely thinking about security now and exactly what steps we need to take next. So, I'm coming here for some advice because I feel some sort of dreadful presence in my house, specifically in my kitchen and living room, but they aren't separated. I'm 20 and I live with just my mum. I don't really know where to start, but I've had multiple different physical things happen in my kitchen while I'm home. Let me also say, though, that I moved into this house not even a full 2 years ago, and I've never had previous encounters with anything paranormal. I guess I'll just run down the list of encounters, starting with the first one and leading up to the most recent. So, the first instance was maybe about 2 or 3 months after I moved in. My mum, whose bedroom is on the first floor, said that she woke up at about 3 a.m. to wind chimes making noise in our kitchen. She walked out there and actually also saw them moving. My mum loves wind chimes, and before this she always had some inside, but we took them down after this because there was no wind. The second instance was, this was the first event I actually saw with my own eyes. Last winter, maybe around November of 2022, I was sitting with my ex-girlfriend on the couch watching TV in the living room. We had been there for maybe 35 to 45 minutes when, out of nowhere, my lunchbox flies off of the top of the refrigerator and lands on the floor about 5 feet in front of it. I paused the show and was absolutely freaked out since the only people home at that time were me and her, so I picked it up and put it back on top of the fridge. My ex was already freaked out, so we both just went upstairs. I'm not sure if this is important or not too, but afterwards I told my sister, who is well versed with pagan witchcraft practices, to read tarot cards regarding this situation. A few times she pulled cards with cats playing on them. She told me the spirit is likely a dead pet that wants someone to play with. She also did some sort of a sage ritual at this time as well. Again, I don't know if it's helpful or not, or if it's related or whatever, but I just thought that I should throw that in. Now, the third incident, and this happened 2 days ago, and this was the second thing I actually saw with my own eyes. I have a home gym, and sometimes I'll work out after work, and 2 days ago I was home alone, just working out in the basement, and when I finished, I walked upstairs to the kitchen to make my protein drink and eat some strawberries. There was the creepy feeling as always in that room, but I try to ignore it. I was standing at the kitchen sink, rinsing off strawberries and eating them, and I looked up out of the window that's behind the sink. It was completely dark in my backyard at this point, and I couldn't see anything but the reflection of the room behind me. When I looked up, I saw what appeared to be a blurry black figure moving very quickly from one side of the living room behind me to the other. I couldn't make out any features because I only saw it for about a half a second, and I don't even know if it had any at all, to be honest. And when I say fast, I mean this thing was fast, like the same speed of a human full sprinting from like one side of my living room to another. I instantly turned around, but there was absolutely nothing there. I was freaking out though, and I started saying stuff like, "Whatever you are, you're not welcome here and you need to leave. This is my house, I live here, and I don't want you here. You need to go." Then I walked upstairs and laid in my bed until my mum got home. because I don't get this eerie or creepy feeling when there's somebody else home. Eventually, I showered and I went to bed. The fourth instance, after instance 3, I debated not saying anything to my mum because, well, I don't want to freak her out since she sleeps on the first floor. But last night, I decided that I'd tell her, and she was understandably a little bit freaked out by it. This morning, my mum calls me while I'm at work and tells me that she herself was withholding experiences from me too because she also didn't want to freak me out. Now, my mum runs a small business out of the part of the basement located directly underneath the kitchen and living room, and she told me that she has at least a dozen times heard footsteps in the kitchen above her walking around when she is sure that she is the only one home. Apparently, this is why she plays her music so loud when she's down there. From my phone call with her this morning, I learned she got into contact with some people from her church, and soon she'll be having someone who specializes in spirits or whatever to come and take a look. Now, the fifth and final instance, I'm not entirely sure if this was just in my head or an actual encounter because, I was actually on something that day. Not my first time, so I know how to function, but about a month ago, I decided to trip in my house with my current girlfriend and 2 other friends. For the majority of the trip, we stayed upstairs watching some TV shows. The Midnight Gospel on Netflix, highly recommend by the way. And I had to go downstairs to take a pee, so I went down by myself, and I swear that while I was coming down the stairs, I saw what looked to be a woman's face smiling in a really unsettling way at me from the couch. I had some laundry on the couch, and I saw the face vividly in the laundry. This really disturbed me too, and I just sprinted to the bathroom to take a pee, and then I sprinted back upstairs for the rest of the night. I would also like to add that in the mornings before work, 5:45 a.m., still very dark outside, and at nighttime, when I'm in the kitchen by myself, I feel an uncomfortable sensation, almost like the feeling you get when somebody is watching you. Of course, every time I look around, I'm alone, but I just feel this sense of intense dread. My house is also silent, and rarely ever do I hear any noise from outside, since my house is surrounded on 3 sides with trees. All of these accounts, though, they are honest, and I believe that I described what I've seen and my experiences to the best of my ability. I would really appreciate any advice that people can give me on how to get rid of this thing, as it's low-key scaring the heck out of me, and it's causing me not to like going into my kitchen or living room at nighttime. Back in October of 2004, I lost a cousin that I was close to due to an accidental overdose. His brother Mick and I are even closer because we are close to the same age, and we pretty much were raised in the same house as brother and sister as well. One day in February of 2005, Mick called me and he sounded very upset about a phone call that he had received. So I told him to come to my house so that I could figure out what he was talking about. When he got out of his car, he was as white as a sheet and shaking. This is what he told me when he was finally able to calm down. He said that he was driving when his phone rang. It was one of his parents calling from their house. Since he was driving, he let the call go to voicemail and pulled over to call them back, not bothering to listen to the voicemail. He said that his dad answered the phone, and both his parents denied even calling him in the first place, even though Mick's caller ID clearly indicated that someone else in the house had called him when the voicemail was recorded. After hanging up with his parents, Mick decided to see what the voicemail had to say. After he listened to it, that's when he called me in a panic. He refused to tell me anything about the voicemail. Instead, he just queued it up and shoved the phone up to my ear so that I could hear it for myself. And I will never forget that voicemail. I felt the color drain from my face, and I felt like I was going to pass out. I distinctly heard my cousin, who had been dead for nearly 4 months at this point, say, "It's me, I'm here, and I need your help." My cousin also had a very unusual cadence and sound to his speech. It was unmistakably him leaving a voicemail from his parents' home phone number where he accidentally overdosed and lost his life. But he seemed scared or worried or something. Unfortunately, 11 years later, there was a house fire that destroyed everything in the house, including that voicemail that we had pulled off of Mick's phone and saved on a computer. But that voicemail, it changed my life drastically, and my cousin and I dove into researching the paranormal ever since then. I really wish that I still had that voicemail recording too. And while it's not proof positive for a lot of other people, and I know that there are skeptics who aren't going to believe my experience, I wanted to share why I became an investigator in the first place. And also I'm wondering if any of you guys are into the paranormal, and why did you guys get into it? I would love to hear about your experiences as well, if you'd be willing to share. The last time that I had sleep paralysis, it was very, for a lack of a better term, demonic. I felt and saw the presence of 3 entities, one on top of me, one in the corner, and one trying to unlock my bedroom door. I never sleep with my door unlocked. My sister, the previous day, also had the same occurrence, and I will never forget that my mum said that week she had heard stuff in the room. This time it was the last night, and significantly less demonic. I opened my eyes and could feel the sleep paralysis starting to take over me, and I violently started to try and shake my leg and snap out of it. I could feel someone in the room, though, shaking my bed violently, trying to harass me. Mind you, ever since I had my first sleep paralysis, if I'm alone, I sleep with my LED lights on dim and never lay on my back because I feel vulnerable and prone to sleep paralysis if I do. My first time doing that was very traumatizing, let me tell you. Now, back to what I was seeing. I was on my back and could only look straight up and see what was in my vision range. I sleep by a window and I could see a ridiculous amount of flies around the curtains hung at my window. The only time that you can see that amount of flies is if something is dead or rotten. I was really confused. I was violently trying to wake my body up. I could really only mutter a prayer to save myself from things getting potentially worse. I then felt a pressure on my chest like the last time I had it, only this time I couldn't see a demon until towards the end when I saw an entity slowly trying to creep on top of me wearing a white sweater and floral pants. The nightmare was over soon enough for me to wake up completely confused and startled. But the weirdest thing was that those flies, they were real. They were all over the curtain and it absolutely freaked me out. I instantly ran out of the room and went to get some spray for all of them. But can anyone explain this? It was so weird. Praying seems to be my only way out. I would generally consider myself a skeptic. I don't really believe in this kind of stuff, usually, but I've been having some strange experiences. I don't really have anyone else to turn to, so I hope that this place might get me some answers, or at the very least, rule out some options. So, it started back a few months ago. My house is small and only has 3 tiny bedrooms. The majority of the time I've lived here, there are 5 people here. I shared a room with my sister up until October of 2023, when my brother moved out and she took his old room. A while after that is when I started to notice odd things. At first, it was generally just paranoia, I guess. In my room, and only in my room for at least an hour before I go to sleep, I would get really paranoid. It could be a feeling of being watched or sort of being hyper-aware of noises, but I would just be really anxious. Then things picked up a bit. I started to feel something hovering over my ear, never seeing anything but feeling it deeply. That sort of tickle when somebody whispers to you. Like that, but just hovering over my ear. This only ever happened to my right ear as well, which was strange. It just so happens that when I lay on my left side, I face a mirror as it's my closest door. Apparently, that's bad luck, I hear, but anyway, it goes on from here because one night as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a man clearly whisper, "Stay awake," in my right ear, which scared the heck out of me for obvious reasons, and I felt that same hovering sort of watched feeling as well. Lately too, I've noticed things moving across my vision, shadows in the corner of my eyes and little white blurs across my vision. This really only ever happens in my bedroom and not much else. I've also noticed something worse when I sleep as well. You see, I often sleep with my hand under my pillow, and sometimes my hand peeks out from under the pillow, and that is when it happens. Something is, well, grabbing my hand. It always starts at my index finger and pulls slightly on it as if trying to be discreet. Then it works its way to my pinky. Then it goes back to the index finger, only this time it makes sort of small circular motions with it while pressing it on my pillow lightly. It does this with each one until it reaches my pinky. Then after that, it always shakes my headboard. I've also noticed that my mattress shakes slightly while I sleep, which is definitely not normal. And as far as I can recall, this is all the detail that I have as of now. I'm really worried that I have a ghost of some kind in my house, and I'm also worried because, well, mental illness runs in my family and my grandpa had schizophrenia. So here I am asking you, do I have a ghost or should I be evaluated instead? And if I do have a ghost, well, what can I do about it? I'll try to answer as many responses as possible, so feel free to ask or clarify anything in the comments below. I'll try to answer as many responses as possible, so feel free to ask any clarification or comments or whatever below. So, my mum and I were visiting my family and staying in a cabin at my uncle's ranch. There's a main house, a bunch of animal pens or fields, a dog kennel, and then there's the guest cabin across the lot from the main house. There are other homes nearby, so it wasn't super remote or anything, but we were surrounded by forest, mountains, and obviously some fields. So, middle of the night, my mum and I are sleeping and we both wake up because there's suddenly a really strong, weird smell permeating the cabin. We commented that it must be a skunk, but also, both of our dogs sat up and got restless. They didn't bark or make any noise. I was having trouble getting back to sleep with the smell, and getting the dogs to lay down again was difficult as well. So I just went outside to have a cigarette in the end. It was pretty much pitch black at this point, but I could see my immediate area from a dim porch light. I was leaning against my car and I started to hear someone walking across the gravel. From the sound, I presume that the footsteps originated from the forest area behind the barn, then walked through the gravel parking area and turned toward the cabin. I thought that it was weird that whoever it was seemed to have passed by the kennel, and the dogs weren't making any noise. None of the animals were, in fact. But I figured that it had to have been my uncle or one of my cousins out doing something. I was curious what they were doing out so late at night. I was tracking where the footsteps were from the sound as they were getting closer, and just waiting for someone to walk near enough that I would see who they were. I almost called out too, but in the end I decided to wait. Eventually, though, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a hairy brown coat walking toward the field next to me. Now this is where it gets weird. You see, it was getting closer and about to walk by me, parallel by about maybe 6 to 10 feet. It was close enough that I realized that what I thought was a person in a hairy brown coat was actually the bottom half of a large creature on 2 legs. The bottom half, 2 legs and hindquarters, was about the size of an average adult, and also appeared brown. The top half that I could only make out in the silhouette appeared black. Honestly, I couldn't tell how tall it was in the dark. but it just walked by and then into the field that was next to the cabin. Also, the gate wasn't open. I checked the next morning, so it would have had to have stepped over it to get into the field. I kind of registered what I saw, thought that I should probably be freaking out, but in the end I just sort of went back inside and I went back to bed. I did a little walk through the property the next day, to make sure all the animals were there and unharmed. And in the end, I only told my mum about the experience. We ended up coming back the next month, and she told my aunt and uncle about it then. I fully expected them to make fun of me for talking about Bigfoot, but my aunt, she just asked for some clarification and said that her sister had told them about seeing something similar, which honestly only made things 10 times freakier. This happened a few weeks ago, and I haven't been able to sleep well since. It just plays over in my mind again and again. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before, and hopefully it won't happen again. So, a bit of backstory first. I suffer from night terrors. I've done so for about 6 years, since my youngest was born. I think it's night terrors anyway. It's like my eyes are open and I'm aware of my surroundings but see things that aren't there. Or at least that's what I've always thought. Someone has said that this might be sleep paralysis, but I've never been aware that I can't move, if that makes sense. I thought that you couldn't move with sleep paralysis anyway, but maybe one of you will know, but I don't know what causes it, and don't really know how to control it, but I have somewhat gotten used to it, I guess. It happens a few times per week. I should probably speak to a sleep specialist about it, I know, but normally it's a tall man standing behind my door. He doesn't do anything, just sort of stands silently and watches. When I come around properly, it's my dressing gowns or coats hanging on the back of the door, causing the shape of a tall man. Every time my heart beats out of my chest for a few seconds, but mostly I can just roll over and go back to sleep, convincing myself that I was just being deceived by something in my room. Anyway, this night, though, I was asleep or awake. I don't know how to describe this state, but my bedroom door swung open and a child walked into my room. Not unusual as well, as I have two, an 8-year-old female and a 6-year-old male. It was dark, being the middle of the night, so I just saw the little figure come in. I watched the child walk around my bed. I sleep on the side closest to the door, to the foot of the opposite side of my king-size bed, like they were going to climb in on the other side, and I said, "Hey, are you okay?" They didn't reply. And without me feeling them climbing on the bed, a hand grabbed my foot, maybe 5 feet away from where they were previously standing. I have terribly ticklish feet, and I accidentally kicked out when they did it, and I kicked the child that I didn't feel climbing into my bed. My heart sank and I rolled away to turn on my lamp saying, "Oh, sorry." But when I turned back there was no child. I jumped out of bed thinking that I'd knocked them off the bed or something and just didn't hear it. I looked around, but there was no one. I checked the kids' rooms and, sure enough, they are both safe and sound in their beds, fast asleep. I know that it sounds mad, but I'm physically shaking sharing this. I to this day do not know what happened and have thought about it endlessly every night when I go to bed. I don't know if I was just imagining things, but man, it just felt so real. This happened way back in 2017. I, a female and 16, was in the 5th grade at the time. Me and my sister, female and 19, were sharing a room and we were casually just talking. She was in middle school and I was in elementary. Keep in mind too that I live in a 2-story house, and the rail that goes along the stairs is like a metal gate, so you're able to see downstairs. Now, at night, you really can't see anything when looking down the stairs. It's literally just pitch black, so all you can really do is hear movement. At night, me and my sister were just hanging out, and all of a sudden we hear a deep raspy voice that's coming from the dark, and it said my sister's name, and we completely froze. Then, a couple of seconds later, It said my sister's name again, but with more force in its voice, and that was when me and her slammed and locked the door. My stomach turned so much, and I had such a horrible feeling that I honestly felt that we were about to die. I always tell people that it sounded like a clown that lost its voice almost. It was really raspy and scary, and it just didn't sound normal at all. Now, the only people home were my aunt and my cousin, but they were asleep and my mum's boyfriend had just left to work on a car, so me and my sister were the only ones awake. We knew that somebody was inside, but we had no idea what to do at this point. And then it just got really, really silent. We could hear footsteps coming up the stairs too. We started freaking out though, obviously, especially since we didn't have anything to protect ourselves with if something happened. I was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher though, while my sister was on the phone with my mum, and my mum made me hang up on the dispatcher for whatever reason. Anyway, my mum's boyfriend gets here and not a single thing was moved. Everything was locked and no one was in the house. To this day though, I truly believe that somebody was with us that night. I think about it every day, and I truly thought that I was about to die that night from an intruder. I do believe that this house has a couple of, like spirits roaming around, but I haven't had anything else like that happen ever again since then. It was a strange night, and I think about it all the time. I was around 6 when it happened. My parents had tucked me in for bed. I live in a rural countryside, so nighttime is very quiet here, no sounds of cars or anything. It's usually very peaceful, and I was laying on my back when suddenly I heard the sound of like long nails scratching the wood under my bed. The reason this incident sticks out to me is because I can still remember the feeling of my heart dropping out of my stomach and feeling paralyzed with fear. I was about to call out for my parents when my dad crawled out from under my bed and stood up in the dark, just looking at me. He said, "You forgot to say your prayers," then walked out of my room. I was understandably shocked. I didn't leave my bed afterwards, and I must have fallen asleep at some point. My dad would normally tell me to say my prayers before bed, so this seemed like something that he would say, but I have no idea what would possess him to hide under my bed. My dad denies ever doing this, but I brought it up numerous times over the years, and he has never admitted to doing it. I never really considered until recently, though, that he definitely doesn't have nails long enough to make the deep scratching sound that I heard. But what do you guys think? Maybe I fell asleep and had a vivid dream? I also considered that it could be something paranormal, but I don't know. To answer a few basic questions, though, no, I can't remember if I asked my parents about the incident the next morning, but since then I have asked repeatedly over the last 20-ish years, and my dad has never owned up to it. I believe at this point, though, that my dad couldn't have done it because, well, one, my dad likes scary stuff and would absolutely take credit for a prank that scared me so bad like that. Two, my parents had been gone from my room for probably about 10 minutes before I even heard the scratching. It's possible my dad could have stayed behind, but he could not easily fit under my bed without me noticing, that's for sure. 3, he's not really a drinker, so I doubt that he was passed out on the floor or anything. I'd like to believe that it was just sleep paralysis, like many have theorized. However, that would be my one and only time experiencing it, so that's a bit odd, right? There's definitely a chance that it could have been something more sinister, and it's something that I hope to never, ever encounter again. I am normally pretty skeptical of supernatural things, but there were 3 times where I can definitely say that I saw the Shadow Man, commonly referred to as the Hat Man. The first time was when I was 5 or 6. My family was living in a house and my parents had contracted to build, so it was not by any means an old house. One morning, like crack of dawn early, I used to be an early riser. My older brother and I were making toaster strudels, and I don't quite recall the reason that I had wandered into the hall that connected the kitchen to the entryway, but I did, and when I was halfway down the hall, I saw a tall shadow wearing a hat of some kind. It was hovering a few feet off the floor. I screamed and I ran to get my brother, but by the time that we went back to the entryway, it was gone. The second time was at a completely different house, also freshly built as a part of a new subdivision. I was a teenager in high school at the time, and this encounter has less of a story, I guess. I was home alone one night. The lights downstairs were off. The only light on was the upstairs hallway. I got hungry at some stage and went down to get something to eat. As I came back up the stairs, I felt a strange urge to run up them to my room, which was right at the top of the stairs. When I reached the second floor hallway, I chanced to look behind me and I saw the same hat-wearing figure at the bottom of the stairs. Now, with the way the light fell, it could have been my own shadow, but my shadow was on the stairs, and this entity was on the ground floor, again hovering just above the floor. His form was somehow distinct from the darkness of the unilluminated lower floor as well. I promptly entered my room and I decided not to go downstairs until morning. Now, a few years later at a third house, this time the house was a bit older. As it was not built for my parents, they just moved into it. I was living at home after college and again, one late night, I went downstairs to get a late night snack. Not being as familiar with the house, I did turn the lights on to navigate to the kitchen. Turning them back off as I went back upstairs, I once again felt the urge to run up the stairs. Turning around at the top once again, I saw a shadow of a man in a hat. I looked away, then back, and when I did, he was gone. Now, I haven't seen him since then, and now that I live at my parents' newest house, I wonder if I ever will again. It's another one that they had built, and I've only seen this entity those 3 times. Each time was late at night or early morning, all different houses owned by my parents, and always by the front door, always a shadow in a hat. I specify my parents own the houses because I never saw it at my friends' houses when I stayed over, or in hotels or on vacations or anything. I didn't see it at either of my apartments in college, nor while I briefly lived with my grandmother or at the apartment that I lived in last year. It wasn't until I recently learned of the Hat Man, a paranormal entity apparently seen by many in the world, with eerily similar descriptions, despite no relation or contact between those who saw it, that I've put everything together and I now know this figure as the Hat Man. I'm still researching and learning about this topic, but if you've got anything to add, then I would love to hear it. I once held a hunting lease in Middle Georgia. It was an abandoned hunting camp that hadn't been used in several years. I'm not superstitious at all, but this place was legitimately spooky. It was miles down an overgrown dirt road and completely surrounded by woods. It's probably the most secluded place that I've ever been. I used to hunt there by myself a lot, and there was always this weird sense that I wasn't alone out there. There was a locked gate at the front of the property, but it was not uncommon for us to find the front door of the cabin open, even when the door was locked. That was pretty creepy, but that's not what this story is about. One evening, I was hunting down in a small valley by a food plot that we put lining a creek that bordered the property at. From the minute that I sat down, I had a weird feeling, like I wasn't in a safe place even though I was holding a gun with ballistic-tipped rounds. I just didn't feel like I was the top predator out there, if you know what I mean. I didn't see any deer while I was sitting at the stand, but the forest was abuzz with activity that day. Birds, squirrels, and other critters singing their normal evening symphony. And then, all of a sudden, just silence. Everything just stopped. It felt like everything in the woods was just looking right at me, too. It was getting dark fast anyways, and I was obviously extremely creeped out by that, so I packed up my gear and started the walk back up to the cabin. About 100 yards away, I had this feeling that something was coming up behind me. I spun around and pointed my rifle back down the pathway towards the food plot, and that was when I saw it. There was something standing in the middle of the path. It wasn't a person, but it didn't look like a deer or anything that I've seen before. There was hardly any light to make out any features, but It almost looked like some kind of bipedal deer or something. It was just standing there, staring at me too. I quickly made my way back up to the cabin, packed my stuff up, and I just got out of there. I just let the lease run out, and after that, I never went back there. Can you name every single subscription you have? I know I can't name all of mine, and I'm not alone as well, because I just learned that over 74% of people have subscriptions that they've forgotten about. But with Rocket Money, I don't have to remember every subscription or worry about forgetting any, because now I can see them all laid out right in front of me. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money's dashboard gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. Easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Get alerts if bills increase in price, there's unusual spending activity, or if you're close to going over budget. The new goals feature automatically saves money for you without you having to even think about it. Whether your goal is to pay off credit card debt, put away money for a house, or just build your savings, Rocket Money makes it easy. I have saved my own fair share of cash using Rocket Money to cancel a few subscriptions that I didn't even remember that I had. One of which was a D&D map-making subscription that I had completely forgotten about and was still paying for on a monthly basis. Finding this made me question whether or not I had other subscriptions that I had forgotten about too, and it was awesome to finally have that peace of mind knowing that I wasn't forgetting anything any longer. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you, sometimes by up to 20%. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save, then you can ask them to negotiate for you. And they'll deal with customer service. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in cancelled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. So, stop wasting money on things that you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/scared. That's rocketmoney.com/scared. rocketmoney.com/scared. Last year, I started law school in Los Angeles. I have never lived in a big city before, and I was really excited to be in a massive city with over 4 million people. Ever since I was little, I always knew that I had a half-sister in LA, but my parents had this weird anger toward her that always made me feel like a taboo topic, I guess. Of course, I had looked her up on social media and I knew what she looked like, but that was about all. We had never actually met, and she was never that active on social media, so there wasn't a lot that I could see anyway. But out of nowhere one day in my first year of law school, I got a friend request on Facebook from my sister. Her profile seemed legitimate, and she had Facebook friends, and her profile picture looked like her. She sent me a message inviting me to a little dinner party at the park with her friends. We could finally meet each other for the first time. I was new to LA as well, still sort of am, and had no idea which parts of the city to avoid at night. I was really excited about that idea though, but I also had a lot of anxiety about it too. It would be nice if we had met, totally clicked, and became besties for life. But what if we ended up sobbing like we were in some dramatic movie scene? What if I tried to talk with her and she just didn't click with me, and she started showing me an attitude? Or worse, what if it's all going well until we have some kind of disagreement? Someone said something hurtful, and then we were both crying in front of everyone. Honestly, if she had suggested a cozy little bakery for desserts instead, I probably would have gone. But going to a park with other people just didn't feel right. I thought that it was like such a precious moment that I didn't want to have it in front of all these other people. I couldn't bring myself to go, in fact. I didn't want to have to risk having a meltdown in front of all these other people. I was worried about how messy it would get. Anyway, a few weeks later, I googled that park just to see what it was like. Maybe we could meet up there together, just one-on-one after all. And that's when I learned that something was wrong. I won't say the name of the park, but anyone who has lived in LA for long enough will tell you that it's not a safe place for girls to be having a dinner party at night. The area surrounding that park has very high violent crime rates. It's controlled by gangs. Even people who do illegal business in that park are forced to pay a tax to the gang in exchange for being left alone. So now, I was really concerned, but also curious. I actually tried to get a hold of my sister myself. She was an undergrad at the time at a local college. I had a friend who went to her school. I asked my friend to reach out to her on campus and ask her if she'd be okay with meeting us. They connected and the three of us met at my friend's house. And thankfully it was great. We got along really well. My friend was also very happy to do that for us. The three of us had a lot of fun. We weren't bursting in tears, but we let out a few, and we had dinner, we watched a movie, and we spent the night at my friend's house. And when I told my sister about that whole thing, she said that she hadn't used Facebook since like high school. So clearly somebody was impersonating her. I would have told her to have reported the fake account, but unfortunately, it had already been deleted. She knew that she had been impersonated on social media, though. Another one of her friends had been scammed by someone pretending to be her, and it was some scheme involving fake concert tickets or something like that. Someone, though, had been impersonating my sister. They knew that I was in town, and they literally tried to lure me into one of the most dangerous parts of LA at night. I still have no idea what their actual motives were, but I don't know if I even want to find out, to be honest. I mean, that's a very, very scary thought. Meeting my sister after all these years was a beautiful thing, but the whole backdrop, it was terrifying. This happened 4 years back. It was the middle of winter and the night was unseasonably warm, without a hint of snow on the ground. I left my apartment at around 8 p.m. to go for my daily walk. I worked night shifts and my schedule was pretty messed up, hence the 8 p.m. walk, figuring that I would cross the bridge into the city nearby. For further context, I'm a pretty tall guy who's fairly athletic, and I was in my late 20s at this moment. I'd rarely had a problem walking at night, and at the time I felt safe to do so. So I put my headphones in and I headed towards the bridge. The first 20 minutes were uneventful. I passed by old houses, a subpar Mexican restaurant, a really good Mexican restaurant, a sketchy gas station, and some newly built upscale apartments. And finally, I was at the river, enjoying the view of the bright lights over the dark flowing water, not yet frozen. I crossed the bridge into the city and hit a crosswalk button at a four-way intersection, and then noticed someone standing on the corner opposite. The only other soul I'd seen outside of that night. Seemingly, she was doing nothing, and I assumed that she was waiting for an Uber to come and pick her up, since she didn't seem to be waiting for the light to change. The street, ordinarily busy during the daytime, was now silent. The light changed and I crossed, heading in her direction. As I neared her, I noticed that she would cast glances in my direction and then sort of look away, almost sheepishly. She did this multiple times, and I figured that she was just unnerved by me. I sympathized with that, figuring that it must have made her uneasy, us being the only two people on a dimly lit street like this. As I passed by, I took in her outfit, mostly because I thought that she looked cold. She wore a knitted hat with tassels, a sweater that looked too thin for the winter, tight jeans, and a little plastic children's backpack on her back. I thought that she was in her teens at first, but upon closer inspection she appeared to be in her late 20s or maybe even early 30s. She had short cropped light brown hair and a pale complexion. She was skinny and was of average height. I was maybe a head taller than her, I would guess. But I walked by and continued down the street without much more of a thought. I passed by high-rise hotels on my right and left and made my way into a central park. During peak hours, this place would be packed with tourists and locals alike, but that day, at an odd hour and with the pandemic in full swing, I felt like the only man in the city. I admired the brilliant display of lighted trees as I crossed through the center of the park, and then, figuring I was at a good halfway point in my journey, I made my way around an old marble and stone library back towards the bridge. As I turned the corner of the library back into the street from which I'd come, I nearly collided with someone moving towards me. It was that same woman that I'd seen not even 10 minutes earlier. My noise-cancelling headphones were still on, so I pulled down one side and said something by way of apology, but she said nothing in return. Instead, she sort of backed away from me and stood below a streetlight, not making eye contact. She stole tiny glances at me, that same tick that I'd noticed before. I put my headphones back on, nodded a good night, and I headed towards the nearest crosswalk. Reason told me that she must have been headed in the direction that I'd come from, since we'd nearly run into each other headed the opposite ways, but some part of me whispered that she wasn't headed that way. And sure enough, when I turned to look, she was trailing close behind me, her strides surprisingly long and energetic. I found this odd enough that I continued to watch her out of the corner of my eye. Shortly after I reached the crosswalk, as I stood there waiting for the light to change, she caught up with me, passed me by, and stopped. A car went past, and as it did so, she squatted over her plastic bag a few meters from me, rifling frantically for something, looking up at me on occasion. I hit a button on my headphones, stopping my podcast so that I could hear her better. What I found disturbing about the motion of her looking through her bag is that it struck me as, well, fake, as though she were pretending for some reason. She was barely looking inside, and her careless motion struck more like bad acting. Something about her motions and the way that she kept looking at me felt wrong. The light changed and I began to walk quickly, but she was faster. She stood suddenly, darting past me towards the museum, swinging the half-open little pink backpack over her shoulder. I watched her silhouette disappear into the darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights. I honestly hoped that was the end of it, and after a few beats of not seeing her, I let my guard down a little bit, restarting my podcast. Now, beyond the museum was a patch of poorly lit sidewalk, in front of a squat building with mirror-like windows. I wasn't far from the bridge now, and as I made my way back there, I turned my head to look at the reflections of the buildings and the streetlights in the windows. And to my horror, a dark figure sprinted silently towards my reflection, dreamlike. I'm not sure why, but maybe out of sheer confusion, I turned to meet her as she hurtled towards me. Perhaps surprised by my sudden turn, she halted mere feet from me, staring, her eyes wide and looked frantic and wild. She kept looking at my arms, then back at my face, as though almost sizing me up. My accidental bluff had worked, and in the darkness I suppose I must have looked more prepared to fight back than I felt. But she gripped something small tightly in one hand. Though she held it off to the side and in the shadow of the building, I could see what it was. Seconds dragged as we stood there staring at one another. Immobilized by fear and confusion, I waited for her to make some move, to attempt to use whatever object she held in her hand. And just then, to my enormous relief, a car trundled slowly past us. A bit of my strength returned, and over my blaring podcast, I felt more than heard myself shouting at her, "What do you want?" No reply. I slowly backed away from her, expecting her to move, but she just watched me, that same intense look on her face. I took another step back, then another, steadily backing away from her until I felt confident enough to turn and carefully walk away. As I reached a better lit area, I began to move more quickly, all the while keeping my eyes trained on her shadowy form. She stood there for some time, statuesque in fact. Then, abruptly having spontaneously abandoned whatever plan that she may have had for me, she turned from me and, without looking for traffic, she crossed the street with long strides and disappeared around the corner of a building. Something about the casual air of it, though, just really disturbed me. I kept my eyes trained behind me on my walk home, afraid that she would follow me. The bridge was well lit, and I saw no sign of her, knowing that this was the only way for her to follow me and keep up on foot. I breathed a sigh of relief. I saw no more cars headed from the city, no more pedestrians out walking. Thankfully, nothing happened after that. I'm not sure why, but I didn't call the cops that night. I still regret having not called, despite my roommates insisting that I do so. I just remember sort of thinking that I wasn't sure what to say to the cops, that I hadn't really been attacked, I guess, that they wouldn't be able to find her anyway. I made up excuses, I guess, but I suppose I must have been in shock, maybe, in denial at having been nearly ambushed, especially by someone smaller than me, in my own city, so close to my apartment. One of my roommates called the cops for me, though, and a cop did drive through the area, but by that point, she was gone. So I live in the southwest of the UK, and years ago, when I was around 17, this would have been about 15 years ago, I think, I got kicked out by my mum, who I was living with, because we had an argument. I wandered the streets that night, trying to stay awake. I asked friends if I could stay with them, but that wasn't an option, unfortunately. At the time, I lived in a relatively new suburban area, so I decided to walk into the nearby woods that overlooked some farmland, hoping to watch the stars and find a place to sleep. This was at around 2 in the morning. There was a large wooded area near some flats, and I crawled through a thicket which led to an open space. As I walked through, it was pitch black, and I thought that this would be a nice, safe area to try and sleep at. As I lay down, suddenly I heard footsteps, though. They sounded heavy and loud, and it sounded like they were circling me. I froze and asked if somebody was there. The footsteps got faster and faster, pacing around me. Then I heard a deep growl, and whatever it was, it sounded big. I panicked and ran away through that same thicket and back onto the street. At the time, I had about £100 in my bank account, so I wandered to a nearby hotel to see if I could get a room, but they wouldn't let me in. I was cold, desperate, and scared, so I walked to a nearby 24-hour shop, bought some snacks, a torch, and I made my way back to the thicket, and this time I was armed with light. When I returned to the woods, I heard the footsteps again. I quickly turned on the torch, shining it all around, looking for where the footsteps were coming from, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard the growl again, and it was deep and reverberating. It sounded like it was right next to me. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it, but whatever it was, it sounded big. And no matter how much I shone that torch around, I just could not see what was making the noise. I ran away to a nearby bus stop, and I spent the night there awake but scared, and spent my night there too. The next day, I met up with a friend and I told her what had happened, and I wanted to investigate, so me and her went to go through that thicket and into that open place, and she was scared after the story that I told her, but it was daylight. I went in again and she stayed outside, but I heard the growl again, really loud and really close. But it was daylight this time, and I could hear it but not see it anywhere. I know that this sounds crazy, but believe me, it scared the absolute living daylights out of me, and nobody believes what I witnessed. And really, I don't blame them, because I wouldn't believe it if somebody told me too. But if you have any similar stories, then please do let me know, because I would love to hear them, and know that I'm not the only one who has experienced something like this. This happened a few hours ago. So in my town, there's a story that a guy has moved into the deep woods close to our town. I never believed it, as I go for night drives occasionally, and I've never seen him or anything resembling a man that lives in the woods. Anyway, tonight I decided to go for a drive and drove past a pizza place. Being hungry, I decided to get a pizza before I went home. In my head, I had a plan to eat the pizza and play some Minecraft, as I'm in my 2-week Minecraft phase at the moment. I paid for my pizza and started walking to my car with the pizza in one hand and my phone in the other hand, messaging my friend if he wanted to play some Minecraft when I got home. I look up from my phone to cross the road to the car park and I see something under my car. It looks like a shadow or something dark. I put my phone in my pocket and pull out my keys. I unlock the car to scare off anything close to the car. I was thinking that it could be a cat or a dog just sort of hanging around my car, but when I unlock the car, nothing happens. No cat running away and nobody running away. The shadow looked like it was cast from the driver's side, so I was going to have to look at whatever it was, whether I wanted to or not to get in. I put my keys away and pull out my phone again and turn the flashlight on to see better in the dark. And as I turn towards the driver's side of my car, I see him. A dirty, naked man with big eyes staring right at me. He was crouched down trying to hide from me, and now, I don't usually get scared of anything really, but this guy terrified me. He looked like he had rolled around in mud and it had dried out his skin. His eyes looked creepy, bloodshot and kind of bulging out of his head, and obviously he was completely naked. I get startled and sort of jumped backwards out of instinct, dropping my pizza in the process. It falls out of its box and onto the floor. I start moving back slowly and shout at him to get away from my car. He looks up at me and then at the pizza, then back at me again. He tilts his head to one side and then jumps towards the pizza like a dog, grabs it, and starts running away down the road, and I assume that he ran all the way to the woods. I wouldn't know where he went as I didn't feel like following him, but he definitely was in those woods somewhere. I lock my car and run back to the pizza place and I just stay there for a bit. The workers obviously don't believe me when I tell them what had happened, but I know what I saw. Once the fear subsides after a while, I realize that this guy just stole my pizza. Angry as I was looking forward to it, I decided to get another one and run to my car this time. I get in and put the pizza on the passenger seat and then I just go home. Once I got home, I locked all of my doors and windows. I even locked my bedroom door as I feel a little bit scared still. I think that I'll be playing Minecraft until the sun comes up. This entire scenario happened a few years ago when I used to take walks alone, occasionally at night, which is something that I thought very little of since I lived in a heavily residential wealthy area. In other words, on the trail I'd frequent, houses were always within sight. On one such night, shortly into my walk, I see a figure walking a few 100 feet behind me, something that I knew immediately was pretty odd, considering it was around 10 at night at the time. At first, I discounted this thought, since it was a public trail, and they could have very well been doing the exact same thing as me, just going for a walk. I continued on for roughly 5 to 10 minutes or so before looking behind me once more, only to find the same person still trailing me. Keep in mind that at this point, I'd gone through a few turns by now on the trail, meaning that it was becoming more and more unlikely that this person just so happened to be going to the same location. I decided to take odd paths and directions, turning off into the gravel and weirder, more roundabout side areas, and they still followed me. By the time that I was reaching the apex of my journey, passing by the local park, they were maybe less than 60 feet behind me, a distance that they could easily have covered in seconds. It's then that I decided to call my family. I had researched for this, I knew what to do, and believe it or not, the call, it didn't go through. As it turns out, my phone was a recent gift, and its service had been set up improperly, meaning that no matter how many times I frantically called in that moment, nothing would happen. In a decision I call back to as one of my best to this day, I acted as if the call had gone through, and was on the phone with my mum, miming out and talking audibly about my location and the person behind me, beginning to briefly describe them. Even in the act, I wasn't able to really do so, but as I could never get a proper view of their face, as if it was somehow shrouded in something, I did my best with what I had. And sure enough, when I turned around again, they were nowhere to be seen. And not that they had turned off and walked in another direction, but it was as if they weren't there to begin with. Weeks later, my mum told me that a police officer had come into her work and warned about abductions that had been happening in our area, specifically for child trafficking and organ trade. Well, I count myself as very lucky, and whenever I leave the house now, I am very aware, only doing so during the day, while taking a large knife with me too. There was a point later on in that neighborhood that a car clearly followed me, turning around in a cul-de-sac where there was no logical reason for them to be except for me. But this was the most obvious example of, well, an attempted kidnapping. This is a bit of a long one, but I think about it once in a blue moon, and I wanted to share it somewhere so that it would be permanent. I thought others might be interested too, so I thought that I would tell it here. I always sensed a bit of, well, something, but this was my first real paranormal experience, I guess you could say. I was 16 to 17 at the time, and we moved into an old rundown house. I hated one section of the house in particular, including 2 bedrooms and a hallway, from the second that I stepped foot in there. But one of those bedrooms ended up being my room too. I absolutely hated that house. I constantly felt this presence that was so heavy, loud, dark, but not in the way that we typically feel, hear, or see things. That was the best way that I could describe it. It was almost like a physical thing that would follow me around, like I was aware of where it was at any given time. I could feel it coming, and it would always fill me with dread. I was terrified. I would try to go to sleep at night, and I could feel it moving towards me. It felt like it was crushing me, and it was so dense, and I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis every night. I would often just be sitting on the lounge, and I could feel it coming towards me. I felt like I was being preyed on. It would happen so constantly that I would stay at my nan and pa's house a lot, but it literally never happened to me unless I was in that house. Now, in a different house, my twins were around 3 years old at the time. They would talk about the man who supposedly sat in the sunroom and lived in the wall. They would point at one section of the wall in the hallway. They said that he was nice and protected them from the girl, and the girl freaked them out. Like, they would sprint back into the lounge room and say that they couldn't go anywhere because the girl was there. They described a little girl around 5 years old who had white skin, black hair, black eyes, cuts on her skin, wore undies, and would hiss at them with an angry face if they looked at her. The girl supposedly lived in my sister's cupboard, and they were too young to work it out at the time, but the back of my sister's cupboard was the same as the wall in the hallway where the man lived. They said that heaps of people lived in there, and we tried, but we could never find out much information about the house. Fast forward a few more years, another different old house. Hadn't experienced anything in that house until, well, stuff started happening out of nowhere. One of my twins, maybe 7 years old at the time I think, suddenly became terrified of going to bed. She refused to sleep with this one toy in her room, an old doll's pram that we had recently been given secondhand. She said that there was a black man with a tall hat who had pushed the pram back and forth in her room. The squeaking of the wheels was so loud that she had to block her ears, and he wanted her to look, but she would hide under her blanket, allegedly. And look, I know that this is going to sound bad, but I didn't really take it too seriously at the time, and just sort of kept brushing it off. At the same time, I had started having horrific nightmares, all of them about trying to protect my kids from being taken in weird places with lots of people around. They were so vivid and awful, I was constantly stressed and dreaded going to sleep. One night in the middle of the night, I'd woken up from one of those nightmares and I walked to the bathroom. I looked down the hallway and I swore that there was something at the end of it. Maybe a little bit insane, but I said, if there's something there, then please leave. And then the light switched on. I was beyond shocked. That was still to this day the most undeniable, cannot gaslight myself out of seeing that, experience that I've ever had. I didn't put two and two together as well, until the other twin started talking about it too. I had asked her to brush her teeth one night, and she had walked into the bathroom, but then sprinted back and jumped on the bed. She said, "Mum, I know you're not going to believe this because it's not real, but it is," and then went on to explain the same top hat man who she said had been hanging around the house for a couple of weeks. She said that he followed her around and watched her while she was in her room or the bathroom. I asked if she had ever spoken to her twin about it, but she said no, so I called her in. The conversation that they had then was really creepy too, but fascinating to listen to. They were going back and forth describing the same experiences and agreeing with each other. I have no idea why they hadn't talked about it to each other until then, but everything kind of clicked into place then, and we were like, okay, this is weird. We need to sort this out. Ceremoniously threw the toy pram out the front door, and we tried out a bunch of hippie house cleansing stuff, and weirdly it just never happened again after that. Now, you're probably not going to believe this, but we were in yet another old house afterward. Super straightforward experience here, but I kept feeling a light, white, feminine presence around me, like I would see a white, cloudy thing out of the corner of my eye sometimes. It didn't feel threatening, so I'd just carry on about my day. Happened pretty often in that house too. On the other hand, one of my twins refused to sleep in her initially designated bedroom because of what she called the fat lady. One of the first nights we lived there, she came bolting out of her room screaming because the fat lady supposedly stuck her head out of the wall above her and screamed in her face. I didn't hear anything about it after the first week or two of living there, but she would not go back in that room. Just before I gave birth to my fourth child, I could feel this super positive energy around, like undeniably something there, almost like a physical thing that I could see and feel as a light, airy thing. I didn't acknowledge it to anyone, I just felt it there, but one day my daughter walks into my room and we're chatting for a sec. I could feel this presence in the hallway at my door, but didn't say anything. As my daughter walked out, she paused for a second in the doorway, turned around to me and went to say something, but I stopped her, told her to wait, and I quickly wrote down what I had just been seeing or feeling, then told her that she could start talking. And yeah, she goes on to ask if I've noticed the white shadowy thing hanging around. I showed her what I had written down, and that one was a pretty cool experience. I don't know why, but I was always certain that it was my partner's Nan. I'd never met her, but something was telling me that. And this is our current experience and what has prompted me to dig all of this up and share it with you guys. My pa died in April of this year, and a few days after his funeral, my son's toys started turning on when I'd walk past his room. I brushed it off as it was nothing really significant enough for me to mention to my sister, but just so I had it in writing, I guess, I wrote it down. I didn't acknowledge it to anyone else. Since then, though, my son, 5 years old, has been talking about what he calls the magic in his room. He's constantly telling me about how the magic keeps moving his toys and taking out his books. I keep suggesting that maybe it's one of us moving his things, but he is adamant that it's the magic. He says that it wants to push my cars. It's like a person, but it's not because that's not real. Like the fairies and stuff. He has said that it's weird, but he doesn't seem scared by it or anything. And well, if you've gotten this far, then thanks for listening. I don't blame you if you think that I'm insane and full of it or both. I honestly don't put too much thought into all of this in my day-to-day life. Just a little bit of a collection of unexplained experiences that I've had, I guess. I have no idea what to make of it all, but it's definitely opened my eyes to the other side of, well, life, I guess. I hope that there's a God because, well, I have a lot of questions for him when I die. I get night terrors pretty often, well, ever since I was in a crib, really. Although, over the decades, I've learned to manage it, and I manage it with like anti-anxiety meds and SSRIs. Usually I've chalked these up to being extremely realistic nightmares, or just night terrors. They have been really bad before, usually involving some kind of human or humanoid form staring at me, causing me to scream and bolt out of my bed, sometimes injuring myself too. Side note as well, if anyone has experience with ultra-realistic nightmare hallucinations like these of people, well, then please let me know. I've been trying to dig for more information since I read here that usually with night terrors, people don't remember them, but I remember mine vividly every time. Anyway, last night, and I'm a 29-year-old female, my boyfriend, 31 male, slept over. I was in the twilight state, which is usually when I have these hallucinations, and instantly opened my eyes to see a bluish, slightly glowing humanish form shooting face first right at me. It was super quick. Visually, it looked like it was coming at my face like a sharp burst of air, I guess. I screamed and swatted the air and then frantically told my boyfriend to turn on the light, which he did. But what really surprised and unsettled me was that after a couple of minutes of pacing and looking terrified, my boyfriend told me that a millisecond before I screamed, he had been startled to see a black shape shoot across the room towards me. When I shrieked and panicked, his first thought was apparently, oh heck no, she saw it too. Understandably, he has requested that we stay somewhere else tonight. He described seeing a glimpse of a statuesque face like the Statue of Liberty's, which is close to what I saw too, I guess. Except the bluish glowing figure had a sort of contorted or mocking or maybe amused look on its face. The vibe that I felt was that it wanted to scare me, like a prank. I guess I wanted to see too if anyone else here has experienced something similar or has advice on how to handle this. It is the first time that someone besides myself has seen one of my night terrors, and honestly, I'm just kind of stunned. I'm actually going to a spiritual shop later today, so if anyone has any recommendations on what to buy, I'd be grateful for that help. This happened a long time ago when I was around 13 to 14 in northwestern GA on the corner of Alabama and TN. Context too is that I'm now 22. So I was at my stepdad's house, which is situated down a long driveway in the woods. There's a house just ahead of this, separated by a thin veil of trees, but no other houses or buildings for a good few miles on either side, and the woods in the back go on for a good while as well, so it's very isolated. I'd taken my dog Jack out to pee. Rip Jack, he died a while back. And as I walk down the stairs of the deck with him, he stops and starts to growl, whimper, and it was all sort of directed towards the woodline. Along the right side of the house, I thought maybe there was a coyote or something, so I walked towards the woodline to get a better view, to see what it is that he was freaked out by. And I see something just barely in sight. It stood a good 6 to 7 feet tall, and had patches of fur like mange, a short snout, very canine looking, but kind of human-like face as well, staring at me. Upon seeing that, I backed up, grabbed Jack, and ran up the stairs and locked the front door behind me. I never saw it again after that. It didn't make any moves other than when it was looking at me, but it spooked me so bad that I refused to go outside or even anywhere within the house by myself, to the point where I was just too scared to even leave my room to use the bathroom for quite some time. Yes, I had a few incidences, and I know, gross and embarrassing, but I was a kid and I was freaked the heck out. Now that I'm older, I've started to wonder, maybe if I just imagined it, or maybe if I just misidentified whatever it was. Who really knows, I guess, but what I will never forget is the feeling of fear that I had that day. So my aunt was telling me she and my niece, 12 years old, came over to my house to drop some stuff off 2 days ago, around 8:30 at night. I try to leave my porch and kitchen lights off as much as I can, to save money and all that, but I'll turn them on when I answer the door for, well, anyone really. This interaction took place in the dark. No porch lights were on, the kitchen light wasn't on, and my aunt was sitting in her car with her headlights on facing the door, so she watched this whole thing happen. Now, my niece knocked on my front door. I have a screen door, and said that my sister answered the door but was behind the screen door. She said that she also saw my other sister's boyfriend standing behind her in the kitchen. She tried to ask for me, but my sister didn't say anything to her and just sort of stared at her through the screen door. She said that something seemed off about her, that she got scared, so she ran back to the car and told her mum what had happened. But here's the kicker. My sisters and the boyfriend moved out going on like 2 months ago. I live completely alone. I was home alone that night, in fact. I was in my room the whole night and I didn't hear the knocking or the talking or anything. The only thing I remember happening was my dog barking. I paused my TV and sat in silence trying to hear anything that would make him bark, but heard nothing. I don't know what time that was exactly, but I'm assuming that he must have heard the knocking. I asked my aunt over and over again if she was sure that that happened because, I was home alone and there is no way either of my sisters or the boyfriend could have answered the door that night. But she and my niece swear that that happened, and now I really don't feel comfortable in my own home. My dog this morning kept growling and barking. He's very sweet and quiet unless he feels threatened or a danger. He was barking at something that I couldn't see or hear, and that freaked me out even more. Recently, I've had this fear of encountering a mimic since living home alone, so I'm very on edge, and I don't really care what other people think about this, but I needed to share it, and I'm hoping to get some advice as to, how to make any of this stop quickly. So picture this. It's Connecticut, middle of winter in January of 2008, and we had just gotten lots of snow. Me and 4 other friends had been working hard at our small community college, and we wanted something to do over winter break. We ended up finding a cute little cabin on a lake up near Orient, Maine, and after much fuss from our parents, we put our money down and started getting ready for the road trip. Keep in mind, this was before the shift from MapQuest to the common use of GPS, TomToms, etc., and before my cell phone was attached to my hip too. We found directions on MapQuest though, and set off on our first taste of freedom in a while. We packed into my friend's small red Acura and drove the 8+ hours from CT after our last college course around 2 p.m. Looking back on this, it was a horrid idea to pack 5 kids into a small car in the middle of winter and drive in the northern states. It was cold and dreary the whole ride up. That wet and cold that sticks to you, you know it if you've been in it. The driver, his name was Jay, he was in love with his Acura. He had very strict rules for driving, gassing it up and stopping, so we settled into the car for a long stretch of driving and blasted some music to pass the time. Further north, we got to where the weather sort of became where the roads were, and we became very nervous and it was icing. The further you get up into mid-Maine, the further the distance between exits, snow lights and all that is. It's basically just the moon and the stars. Looming pine forests line the 2-lane highway, and it's a sparsely populated area. Tiny little towns, mile off of the highway peppering the landscape. Because of this, we agreed to make one long food stop only for dinner. Delicious Taco Bell. And before heading into more desolate areas, during dinner, I made the rookie mistake of getting a giant Sprite, but made sure to use the bathroom before we left, and we continued on into the night. Infrequently, I spotted glimmers of lights from little homes and towns passed from the passenger seat, and after a couple of hours, there came a point that I really needed to pee. When I mention it, it's usually at the last minute, and it was an imminent nuclear-level disaster if we didn't stop soon. But there were no signs for a gas station on, any of the last 10 exits for the past 40 minutes, and I was ready to pull over on the side of the road I was busting. It was beyond painful. But my friend driving was paranoid and refused. He said, something just didn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to stop. Now, I'm usually very good with sensing strangeness, but I was so distracted by my body mechanics that I didn't care, to be honest. I pressed my eyes shut, drummed my hands and fingers, started singing with music, and pleading to whatever god was out there that could hear me, anything to help distract me. And as if the universe heard my plea and I manifested it myself, the next exit had a small sign for a locally owned gas station, which was going to be absolutely perfect. After a little protest, I let Jay know that his car would soon be baptized in my urine, and so we pulled off. We drove another 10 minutes until we pulled up at this tiny, I'm talking like 500 square feet max, dimly lit and decrepit gas station. Nothing surrounded us for miles, and there was a large paved area that surrounded this small building, seemingly to make it easier for large trucks with small trailers to pull around the back, I guess. A dumpster sat in the back left by the trees, no lights in the parking lot, just light from the sliver of the waxing moon. Inside the shop, there were 2 green fluorescent lights, but they barely reached the 2 old pumps outside. It seemed like the darkness was encroaching on the sickly-looking gas station, almost ready to swallow it. The moonlight, it just didn't seem to touch it though, and that creepy feeling that we had all started to talk about was now growing stronger. We chalked it up to the unfamiliar territory, and the fact that it was dead of winter in the middle of the night. I practically teleported out of the passenger seat and inside, barely getting out the word bathroom, when the tired, middle-aged attendant slowly reached for the keys and finally tossed them to me, not saying a word, crooking his hand and pointing to the outside corner of the small building. My stomach got that quick anxiety pang. I strongly remember having such an uneasy feeling about going back there. As I ran back out of the door, I demanded everyone come back and stand outside to wait for me, for safety and for company. My boyfriend obliged, and the others understandably stayed in the car. I rounded the corner and did a brief double take as I saw someone standing by the dumpster. Just a dark figure. The moonlight reflected off of their dark, short hair and what looked to be a fur-lined coat. The urge to pee was too strong now, though, for me to care about it for even a moment, and I felt reassured hearing my boyfriend's footsteps behind me, too. I struggled to unlock the door, and as I made it inside, fumbled for a switch. Much to my delight, I discovered that there was no lighting as I started to relieve myself. Fantastic. I called through the beat-up metal door for something, anything to light up this closet of a bathroom. I had left my phone in the car cup holder, unfortunately, and I hear a small shuffling sound, and my imagination was running wild. Bugs crawling around the walls, bumping into spent toilet paper, a person standing in the corner. My boyfriend at the time thankfully had a flashlight. He was in the military and always came prepared. I didn't lock it, so he poked it through the crack in the door, and my eyes had adjusted to the darkness at this stage. I remember seeing the treetops, the starry night and all of its beauty, and some dark mass by the dumpster again, through the crack, before clicking on the light, which honestly blinded me at first. My sixth sense, for a lack of a better term, was starting to become more prevalent, now that I had started to get physical relief. I kept telling myself it's just an unfamiliar area in the dead of night, nothing to worry about. I felt overall unwelcome though, and felt the need to rush too. I remember that unwelcome feeling vividly. I recall my boyfriend. He had asked if I was almost done, to which I replied I was not even close. I heard some talking getting closer, and Sam, the other girl on the trip, made a comment along the lines of, "You see that? Who would be outside at this hour in the cold like this?" And I hear her boyfriend say something like, "Yeah, it's 10 degrees outside. There's no way." Another strange voice came through the door. It was the gas station attendant coming with them. I learned later that Sam had decided to go pee too since we were stopping, and she saw the figure as well. She went inside to tell the attendant about someone outside, and she mentioned that he didn't respond but came out from behind the counter. As I was finishing buttoning up my jeans, feeling a million times better, I swear that I heard breath in my ear. As corny as that sounds, even though I had this deep pit of fear and unease growing in my gut ever since we arrived, in that moment, I convinced myself that it was just me shuffling around on the dirty tiles. Though I know that I didn't move my feet. Dirt crunching softly does not sound like a human breath either, and even as I share this, my whole body just chills up. In any case, I immediately raised the flashlight up to the mirror that was fogged with the age and the soap scum. No one was behind me, thankfully. I was ready to hit the road, though, and get the heck out of Dodge. So I flung open the door and booked it through my boyfriend, Sam, and her boyfriend, and the attendant, who was standing a bit hunched near them, which was a bit odd, I admit. I scanned the empty pavement. There seemed to be this lingering darkness hanging around the forest line where it met the parking lot. I turned to the dumpster, and this time no one was there. It should have been reassuring, I know, but it ended up freaking me out even more. I think we should go. Sam, do you really have to pee? I asked. I remember she looked uncomfortable. They all did. It was like the attendant was trying to block us from rounding the corner to get to the front of the store, or keep us in the area so something could sneak up on us and maybe attack us. I just got that threatening feeling all of a sudden. In hindsight, maybe he was just trying to make sure we didn't trash anything. I don't know, but I heard Jay start up the Acura, and I gave the attendant a wide berth. He wasn't saying anything, wasn't even really looking at us. I swear the darkness that seemed to be devouring the light from the shop earlier was emanating off or around him, though. And I know that this is going to sound a bit crazy, but you know when you can just sort of tell that somebody has bad intentions? Well, everything screamed in me that it was time to go. Sam and everyone picked up on the hint, and they rushed to the pumps, piling into the car as fast as we could, and pulling out. We laughed about it, once we were about 20 minutes away, that is, down one of the main freeways. We eventually made it to the cabin, and we enjoyed our first night there. Now, the second part of this story was the next day. We had brought some snacks and cereal, but after messing around, enjoying the frozen lake and watching movies all day, we quickly realized that we needed some more sustenance, and had asked one of the neighboring cabins if there was a town around where we could go and get supplies and food. The neighbor told us about a Walmart or someplace up Route 1 to Hulton. The populated town was almost an hour away, but the neighbor said to just drive straight for about 45 minutes and you'll be in downtown before you know it. It was later in the evening. The sun had gone down, and we once again all piled into Jay's Acura, and me in the front seat, my boyfriend right behind me, Sam and her boyfriend next to him. Jay, he was super nervous to drive. Temperatures had gone from single digits to negatives, which meant that the wet had turned to ice in many areas. But we made the slow and steady trip up to Hulton, got our supplies, and made our way back to the cabin. Halfway there, rounding one of the bends, he saw a person on the road. No distinguishing features, according to him, but Jay had started to panic a bit, yet slowed down and turned the car to avoid them, but ended up hitting a patch of black ice. The next thing we know, we're all spinning out of control slowly off the road. I remember putting my foot up on the dash and my hand up to the ceiling as we hit a telephone pole with my passenger door. We descended into the snow-covered ditch, mostly unharmed, thankfully, discovering later as we were towed by a good Samaritan that we were 10 feet from landing in a river. Jay mentioned why he had started swerving, to which he was told abruptly that there was absolutely no one on the road. We were incredibly lucky, and we weren't the only car to slide off the road in the last 24 hours, apparently. There was a tan Mazda van about 30 feet to the left of us that had also shared a similar fate that night before. They, however, had landed in the water, but thankfully they still had all survived. Poor Jay was beside himself with heartbreak due to his poor car and the damages and all that. Thankfully, there was a body shop up in Hulton that could help. But he swears, based on what we were telling him on the car ride up the night before, that something had followed us or attached to us. He was adamant it must have been the person from the gas station, but we all didn't see what he saw. Maybe the attendant cursed us. Maybe it was just bad luck and bad timing. Whatever the case, though, we were grateful that nothing more came of it. We ended up doing a little seance or prayer thing that night to try and detach whatever energy seemed to have followed us, and had no issues during the remainder of the trip, thankfully. We unfortunately aren't friends anymore, but I do have a female attachment that I've had a couple of brushes with in the past, and most recently last year. So, if you've made it this far, then thanks for hearing me out. It was one of the strangest experiences that I've had over the years, and it's something that's always stuck with me. I would probably write the whole thing off as just anxiety, but the fact that Jay saw that person on the road and we didn't see anything, that part has always troubled me. Meet Jane. I don't know much about Jane except that she's from a small town and she moved here with her friends and boyfriend for university. When I first met Jane at the pub, I honestly thought that she hated my guts. I mean, she always gave me nasty looks, and when my friends tried to approach her friends, she'd always be rude to me. Jane is pretty, like very pretty. Like every guy in town has a thing for her sort of pretty. But Jane's boyfriend is insane, to say the least. They are regulars at the pub, and I've seen them break up around 3 to 4 times, and the waiter working at the pub, guy in my friend group, says that he's noticed them break up a dozen more, but they always come back together. A couple of months back, though, I had just finished within the gym, and I had just showered when my mum called and asked about this pub and how's the food there. I told her that the food's to die for, and she said that she and my stepdad were on their way there. I told them that I would meet them too because I was dying for some hot wings and a burger or something. We sit down. Me and my dad just started drinking beer after beer, and in no time I had downed 5 pints of beer. I was getting a little bit tipsy, but I kept pushing through. My dear friend, Tina, called and asked if I was down for a drink. I told her to come to the pub as I was already there. She was going to meet my folks and they planned on leaving soon anyway, so she and I could continue then. And that's how it happened. My parents left and Tina and I continued drinking on our own. The pub was closing, so Tina decided to go to the bathroom and I walked with her inside to see if I could get another pint, which was when we stumbled upon Jane. Jane starts talking to Tina and I realize that they must know each other. We all sit down to comfort her as she was a crying mess. Her boyfriend and she were done for good this time apparently, and she revealed that he used to really abuse her, mentally and physically. Honestly, I felt bad for her, so when she rested on my shoulder, I just sort of let her. Tomorrow night, I get a DM from her, and she's apologizing about the trauma dumping. I tell her that it's no biggie, as we all need to vent sometimes, albeit I do that with my therapist. Not strangers, but whatever. The therapist is a stranger, I guess, that I pay. In any case, we continue chatting, and she constantly goes between I can't text you and then texting me again, don't text me and text me first when I don't. Keep in mind, this is like 2 days since that interaction. Anyway, one drunken night, she texted me to meet her. It was around 2 in the morning and I had my little cousin over. That whole night we watched movies and we had just basically fallen asleep, so I declined her offer. Also, I felt it was a bit weird for me to hang out with her when I was completely sober while she could barely see. I don't know, just weird to me. But the next day, she sobered up and I agreed to meet her for a hangout. We hung out for a while and she was honestly fun to hang out with. I did like her and I worried about her and her ex, I guess. Soon enough, her leech of an ex left town as he was never really interested in uni, just being close to her. And on one of our dates, she revealed to me that she realized that she had feelings for me. And that's when she broke up with her ex, resulting in him physically attacking her. One day we had a date at her place, a little study date. After we finished studying, we relaxed on the couch and ended up making out. We didn't go the whole way that night by any means. But I went home and we continued talking about it, even exchanging photos. And then we hooked up. Now, I'm a person who likes alone time, I guess you could say. So sometimes I just want to chill at my house and not really be with anyone. And she did not like this idea at all. She started spamming me with calls, saying how she should come over and we could chill, she'll be silent and I'll still be alone. In my opinion, this kind of defeats the idea of being alone, as I'm, well, not alone. That's when she threatened me, though, that if I didn't pick up the phone, that she would never talk to me again. This is where I snapped, and I told her that her lukewarm at best manipulation tactics would not work on me, and not to contact me again. She flipped out and came to my part of town, hanging out and waiting for me to come out. I told her, I begged her 1,000,000 times not to come out to my house, but she simply said no, I'll pass, and came anyway. I literally felt so disrespected because all of a sudden I just had no value in life. When she texted me, come out, I'm here, I texted her, nah, I'll pass, and I stayed home. And now she's been following me everywhere that I go. It's been months, and I'm now dating a different girl, the girl of my dreams, but that hasn't stopped her from being in my shadow. She learned my routine, when I go to the gym, when I'm at practice, etc., and she never fails to show up or drive past where I'm at. My stepbrother even reviewed the security footage from our house, and we've counted her car driving past my house at least 14 times in a day. I still get texts from her on the daily, even though she's blocked. She gets wasted and spams me with messages on WhatsApp that she then deletes later. My girlfriend is obviously absolutely livid with this chick, as she would not leave me the heck alone. I don't fear for my life, I guess, but I have warned my friends that if I do die, that it would not be an accident or me just self-deleting myself. She's in my shadow, and I constantly have to check my 6 to see if she's behind me. Anyway, 2 days ago, I went to the pub with my friend Stan. He's a new friend of mine, as he's a close friend of one of my best friends. My neighbor best friend Jake was in Durban to visit his aunt, and me and Stan went to the pub as his friend and my other best friend, Liam. They were having the closing shift at the pub that night. So we went and we visited him and had a few drinks, and she was there. And everyone was giving me these weird stares like I'd murdered their whole family or something. Finally, the shift manager whom I'm close to came to me, and she laughingly told me that Jane got extremely drunk and talked about a man the whole night at the pub while sobbing. She then showed them a picture of me, and according to some other waiters, she was throwing an entire tantrum because she loved me and she left her boyfriend because of me. Regardless, I brushed it off and had to fight off the player accusation, because I'm just not one. Liam finished his shift though. We got into my car and we drove to my house where my girlfriend had already arrived. My mum and her were in the kitchen making dinner, and my stepbrother, younger brother, and stepdad were in the living room just shooting the breeze really, so I joined them with my friends. At one point, I was in the kitchen with my mum, girlfriend, and stepbrother, and my mum asked, "Who made the kitchen into a mess this morning?" And my stepbrother said that it was me and my younger brother. We laughed at this, so I didn't hear the doorbell when it rang. My stepdad did, and he went to open the door. Jane, she was at the door and she had let herself in, and she was standing in my living room yelling after me. We came out of the kitchen and we were just sort of staring at her. She begged to talk to me, and I just stared at her and told her that we'd already covered everything. But she continued begging me. My girlfriend pulled me aside and told me that I should just talk with her, and maybe it will give her closure and she'll leave me alone then. So I took her to my backyard and she started apologizing for hurting me. She said, "I'm sorry," like 15 times. I told her that she has nothing to apologize for, and that I just sadly cannot forgive manipulations that easily, and that she should really just give up. She started blaming the alcohol on it though, and how she was drunk that night. I told her that she's been drunk every day for like 9 months now since she arrived in this town. She's only known me for like 6 of those 9 months, mind you. She tells me how she used to drink herself crazy back then because of me too. And here's where I sort of snapped a bit, and I told her that I just caught her in another one of her lies, and she smirked, gave me this creepy look and said, "I love lying to you." The look she gave me, honestly, sent shivers down my spine. My yard was dark and her eyes just seemed demonic for a moment. She was continuously getting closer to me, and I froze. I couldn't step back. Not that she'd hurt me, I guess, as I'm 6'2" and 250 pounds, but a knife could do some good damage. But Jane, she had another idea. She launched herself at me, locking her lips with mine. I pushed her off, yelling for her to stop, yelling no. I walked inside and I was ticked. My girlfriend looked like she was about to beat her up, and I looked at my stepdad and begged for him to drive her home. They got her out of my house as she was literally kicking and screaming. But then she refused my stepdad's car ride and she decided to walk instead. In the middle of the night, mind you, in South Africa. Whoever has lived in South Africa will know that this is a stupid idea. Anyway, thankfully she got home safe as I woke up to text from her on WhatsApp that she had deleted again from a phone number that she had blocked me from. And as much as I'd hoped that that was going to be the end of it, it definitely wasn't. You see, for the past 3 months, until the 25th of September, my girlfriend and I, together with my younger brother, we went to Germany for one of our relatives' weddings. It was here that my girlfriend met my dad and my older brother who lives in the States, and overall in these 3 months I had no worries about Jane, as well as no contact with her at all. Well, the 25th rolls around and the 3 of us land back in South Africa. My stepdad picks us up and we went back to my house for lunch, and then I drove my girlfriend back to her house. I was pretty exhausted from the flight, so her and I took a nap at her place, got up at around 7, and she started getting ready for the night out. At 9 we sat in this one pub with 3 of my friends, and my best friend snapped a picture of me, posting it on his story with the caption, "The boys back in town," together with the bald eagle and burger emojis. Man, I hate that guy, but, well, not even 2 minutes later, Jane walks into the pub. We brushed it off as just a coincidence, as she doesn't follow him on Instagram or anything, but we later realized that one of her friends does. We ignored her as we continued drinking. I don't know if she was staring toward us or not, as I specifically instructed everyone not to look at her direction, and overall, it was a pretty nice and fun night out, really. Fast forward to the 27th, though. My friends and I packed my truck as we planned to spend 2 days at Dragon's Peaks, a mountainous area roughly 2 hours from town. I asked my girlfriend if she was willing to come, but she said that she had plans with her girls, so she stayed in town. Well, my girlfriend went into town and into the pub that we usually chill at, and she sat behind the bar as one of her girls works there, and they wanted to include everyone in the hangout. The girl working behind the bar jokingly asked her, "You finally left your man and came crawling back to us, huh?" To which my girlfriend replied with, "I hated him so much anyway, man, to heck with him." This is a paraphrasing of the conversation, obviously, as they were just joking around and drinking. But they kept joking about us breaking up and my girlfriend needing her friends again, but they didn't realize that Sam, one of Jane's friends, was there, listening to them. It was around the same time that Jane texted me from one of her burners, and I know that it was around the same time as I texted my girlfriend right away, and that's when she spotted Sam connecting the dots. But Jane asked me to meet up, at least for 15 minutes, now that I don't have a girlfriend anymore. I asked her what she was talking about, and Jane sent me a text saying that my girlfriend is embarrassing me at the pub right now, telling everyone how much she hates me, how I was one of the worst person to be born, and things of this nature. I thanked Jane for the heads up and told her that I will no longer be replying to her texts. And she starts manically texting me even more, begging to me for at least 15 minutes, and she'll get over me and she'll stop thinking about me, but how she needs to see me in person in order for her to fully move on. I told her that I wasn't in town, and she texted me something that fully made me want to get on a plane and move back to the States. She texted me, "Where the heck are you? I watched you having rugby practice this morning." This is when I put my phone down and I didn't respond. She went back to her usual texting me a ton of messages and deleting them before I could see them. She even started calling me. I blocked her, and to no one's shock, an unknown number starts calling me. I blocked her again and I started getting phone calls from no caller ID. I knew that it was her, obviously, as that's a way to bypass being blocked. I turned off my phone and texted my girlfriend what happened from my friend's phone, telling her to contact me there if something happened. On the 29th, I went back into town and I changed my phone number, and now on the 1st of this month, I still haven't had any contact with Jane. My phone has been quiet. But I did see her car parked at the gym parking lot, so I didn't go to my usual gym today. Instead, I paid for one day of working out at another gym. My plan is to fully change my gym in the end and to start avoiding the pub altogether, hopefully so that she can finally move on. My family and friends say that it's not fair for me to miss out on hanging out with friends at a place where we've been hanging out for like 3 years now, but I really just see no other way out. I'll keep you guys updated if anything more comes of it, but please do wish me luck, and if you've got any advice on how to get rid of this chick, then I'm all ears. This experience occurred several months after another event. It was the remaining paranoia from it that helped me realize what was happening, and very well may have actually saved my life. I was 18 at the time, although commonly mistaken for being in my early teens, and had just finished some errands in town and decided to take a shortcut to catch the bus home. Said shortcut being a narrow street on one of the shopping center's entrances opened onto. It was honestly more of a glorified alleyway, but since the street connected onto the high street, and it was the quickest way into the shopping center, it usually got a decent amount of foot traffic and was extremely safe to use. However, depending on the time of the day, there may have only been very few, if any, people there, and that was the case on this day. Just as I was walking out of the entrance, and celebrating the fact that it wasn't blocked by people standing around talking as usual, a young man around my age startled me by stepping out of the small alcove beside the door and blocking my path with an, "Oh, hi there, how are you? Have you been shopping?" The way that he had approached me immediately put me off, but the overly familiar, fancy seeing you here sort of tone that he was using made me hesitate for a moment, wondering if he was just someone from high school who maybe recognized me and wanted to say hello. So I muttered, yeah, hi, to stall for a moment while I racked my brain for who this could have been. It didn't take me long to confirm that I didn't know a good-looking, fit blonde 20-something with bright blue eyes and a heavy accent, and since I couldn't think of a good reason someone like that would approach me, my socially awkward, non-confrontational past self decided the best way to deal with this situation was to just dodge around him and leave. He didn't let me, though. Instead of taking the hint, he immediately started walking in stride with me on the side of the street closest to the road, so that I was between him and the side of the building. And when I tried to speed up because I didn't like the feeling of being penned in, he sped up along with me, keeping me between him and the wall. As off-putting as that already was, he began asking me questions that seemed innocent enough but all centered around where I was headed, and if anyone was going to be waiting for me there. Where are you going now? Have you not finished your shopping? Are you meeting your friends? Maybe I could come with you, or are you meeting your family instead? Do you have a boyfriend? Is he who you're meeting? Are you going home? Do you live near here, or are you getting a bus? I had already asked him to leave me alone once, and he acted like I hadn't even said anything. So I was ignoring his questions and glancing around desperately hoping that someone else would enter the street with us in case he didn't react well to being asked a second time. And that is why I noticed the second man. He was older, in his late 30s or early 40s with dark hair, a short but scruffy beard, and had the kind of face and expression that tells you that you might need to be cautious when dealing with this person. I have no idea where he had come from. My guess is that he was hiding in the alcove on the other side of the door from the blonde or further down that side of the street out of sight, but he was now walking in line with us, on the opposite side of the road, staring the entire time. I tried not to let either of the men realize that I had seen him while my brain went into overdrive, trying to figure out what their endgame was. Were they going to assault me? I mean, surely they wouldn't risk being caught doing that broad daylight, right outside of a shopping center. Maybe they were just going to rob me. But if they wanted to do that, the blonde could have just grabbed my bag and ran when he had the element of surprise back when he was hiding behind the door. And then I remembered something that made my blood run cold. You see, at the end of the street was an underground parking garage, the entrance of which opened up onto the pavement me and the blonde were walking to, and I would have to walk right past it because of the way that he was pinning me in towards that wall. It would take him barely any effort to shove me through it, and the dark-haired man across the street had been toying with something in his pocket that I worried at first was a weapon. But what if it was car keys instead? What if they were planning to drag me in there and take me into a car, take me to who knows where and do who knows what to me? We were very close to the end of the street now, so I abruptly dropped back behind the blonde and darted towards the road, wanting to get away from the garage and make a beeline for the end of the street without getting within arm's reach of the dark-haired man. The blonde immediately darted after me and blocked my path, herding me back towards the pavement and petting me in so close to the wall this time that my arm was almost scraping across it as I walked, all while still talking to me casually as if he wasn't doing anything wrong. They obviously knew that the game was up at this point though, and when I glanced over at the dark-haired man to check where he was, he locked eyes with me, laughed and called out to the blonde in a different language. The best that I was able to determine later was that it was Eastern European, but not Lithuanian, Polish, Romanian or Russian, saying something that made him laugh too and double down on his "is anyone going to miss you" questions, while also asking me if I had ever had a boyfriend, if I had ever kissed a boy, or would I like him to be my boyfriend, etc. Obviously, I continued to ignore them and was panicking more and more as we approached the garage, but fortunately for me, the dark-haired man started to lose his patience with the blonde's lack of progress with me and began snapping at him, presumably demanding that he get me to answer because the blonde looked worried and his tone was getting more urgent every time the man spoke to him. Only a few feet from the garage, the dark-haired man apparently crossed a line because the blonde suddenly looked furious, stopped walking, spun around and started shouting back at him. I immediately took the opportunity to bolt for the end of the street, and although I heard the blonde shout, "Hey, where are you going?" and what I assume was both of them running behind me, I managed to round the corner and lost them by ducking down the next street, and then several more just to be safe. I didn't feel safe enough to go to my original bus stop, in case they stayed in the area and saw me, so I headed for one several blocks away instead, on edge and jumping at the slightest thing until I was on the bus and headed home. Although I tried to report the incident to the police, they weren't particularly interested since neither of the men had actually put their hands on me and I had no proof of what I assumed they were planning to do to me. I never heard about any abductions, assaults, or robberies in that area, so I'm hoping that they simply gave up after the plan didn't work with me. I'm glad that I was paranoid enough to save myself from that situation, but I do worry sometimes that maybe another girl, maybe she wouldn't be so lucky. This happened in July of 2021, around 2 to 3 in the morning, but I remember it like it just happened. I think about it more than I'd like to admit, but for some background, I've always believed in the paranormal and have had a couple of experiences over the years. What sets this one apart, though, is the fact that it was witnessed by another person, who was a non-believer prior to this. So we were driving along what I think was Highway 212 in rural country somewhere between Belleforche, SD and Hammond MT. We were going to a music festival in northwestern MT from KY and made it a point to not talk about paranormal activities and entities due to potentially manifesting something prior to leaving on the trip. My cousin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. The 2 others were in the back and we had been taking shifts driving so that we didn't have to stay at a hotel and could drive straight through. My cousin and I, we were on night shift due to the nature of our profession, which kept us awake at odd hours. We'd been passing the time by just messing around, listening to music, and looking at the local wildfire as we drove through. We had seen a lot of pronghorns and nice deer earlier in the day. Both of us being outdoorsmen, we were pointing out every game animal that we caught the faintest glimpse of. We were on a particularly barren stretch of road and hadn't seen a man-made light for miles at this point. No other cars on the road, no houses, nothing. We were reveling on the novelty of it all as we didn't have stuff like this back home. I was the first one to point out the deer that was coming into view of the headlights. As we approached, there was clearly something off about this animal though. My cousin says, "Man, that's a weird looking deer." The animal was sort of turned broadside to us, standing on the right side of the road facing the highway. It had its nose to the ground like it was foraging. The coat was an odd sort of greyish white, which was odd as deer tend to stay more red throughout the summer. There was obvious flesh hanging from the antlers. This was also odd because the antlers were fully formed. Deer in July should still be in velvet, which means their antlers are still growing. They were also stark white, no sign that they had recently been rubbed. As we got closer, I could start to see that there were patches of fur missing. Not mange, but there were sores, open wounds, ranging from tennis ball to dinner plate size. The bones of the deer were also visible through the skin. It looked like an embodiment of a term that paleontologists use called shrink wrapping. And that's about the time that I noticed how disproportionate it was. The front legs were way too short, the back legs were too long, and the knees bent out to the sides, not backward. The spine was twisted and stuck up in random intervals down the length of the back. The neck was far too long to be on a buck. And then there was the snout. It wasn't built like a normal snout. It was stocky, rigid, and angular. It looked extremely, predatory almost. It was almost as if something had taken deer skin and stretched it out over a wolf's skull. As the front tire became even with the deer's head, it looked up and it had some strange eyes too. I don't know how to exactly explain this, but they were a sort of deep brown, nearly red color. They were clouded but sort of hollow. Its tongue hung from the side of its half-open mouth. There were visibly pointed teeth, but they were not canine. Deer don't have top teeth in the front, but this one did. It looked like someone had grabbed a random handful of teeth from a jar and sort of glued them into this thing. Not just deer teeth, but a jar full of teeth from almost like random animals. Suddenly, though, time slowed down, and I felt my heartbeat in my ears. My hands and ears got hot, and I gripped the door panel. It locked eyes with me, and I have never been so sure that I was about to die in my entire life. It maintained eye contact and followed me as we passed by it. My cousin said, in a manner of concern that I've never heard from him, "What the heck was that? Did you see that?" To which I replied, "Yeah," and he said, "Are we going to talk about it?" And I said no, and so we sat in silence. The air was thick and I could hear him breathing heavy over the other two that were snoring in the back. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands. I turned the radio up and we just sort of sat there. We went until the next streetlights before we said anything to each other. We agreed not to discuss it until we were back from our trip. We took an alternate route home to see some things that we couldn't hit on the way up there, but I had the feeling neither one of us wanted to go back that way anyway. We've talked about it a couple of times since then. There are people that don't believe me when I tell them, obviously. Most people, though, can tell when I'm not making stuff up, and I don't look for opportunities to talk about it at all, really. If the conversation is right, though, I'm more than willing to share it, obviously. But I always get knots in my stomach thinking about it. I know what many things look like. I know what sick deer look like. I know what deer that have been hit by cars look like. I don't know what this was. I also don't know if anyone has any idea of what it might have been, or maybe had a similar experience, but I just thought that this might be the best place to share this and maybe get some people's opinions. Me and my fiancée just bought our first house, and it seemed fine and nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first. But once we closed on the house officially, and have been doing some renovations before moving in, when I'm alone at the house like 9 to 10, something unexplainable happens. When we first started to get deep into our renovations, we noticed that when we came back in, one morning all the coat hangers in the guest room closet were on the floor. No one had been in that room all day while we were working. I started having freak experiences, the first time when I was working alone, with voices coming from other rooms and my voice being repeated back to me from the hallway. Then that same day, later into the night, I hear what sounds like footsteps and voices again coming from the living room, going into the attic as I'm in the guest room. I get a break for a couple of days from anything too noticeable going on after that. Then, just recently, I was getting ready to leave out on the front porch and hear what sounds like claps coming from the road in front of me. I've constantly felt like I'm being watched there, even when I'm not alone. I thought it was kind of isolated to the hallway and guest room, but after what I just experienced, I truly don't know anymore. I'm set to move in fully next week, and I'm wondering if there's anything that I can do to calm it down or something. This whole situation just seems to be getting worse, and that really worries me. Things used to happen to me that I cannot explain, and I still have trauma from them too. I'll try to describe them as best as I can, and I would be glad if someone who might know something about this could respond. So I lived with my dad in a house that wasn't pretty to look at. We didn't have much money, so the house was never fixed up. When all of my siblings left to live their own lives, I stayed with my dad alone. I was in my sister's room, and my sister used to experience paranormal phenomena in that room because of our dead brother, who died when I was young and used to visit her allegedly. At the time, I was in my sister's room and I didn't know about it. Every day at around 1 a.m., I would always hear noises though, and weirdly it was like someone walking back and forth on all fours. It was very disturbing to me, and then I heard and saw something pushing on the door, but it was closed, so it didn't open. This happened pretty much every day, so I started barricading the door with all sorts of stuff, wood and barrels and things like this, so that whatever it was couldn't get inside. This went on every day for about a week. I did an experiment where before going to bed I left the light on. Of course I was barricaded in again so no one could get inside. But the next day I woke up and to my shock the light was off. The barricade was still in place, mind you, and I should note that I'm not a sleepwalker. And when I woke up I thought the bulb had burned out or something, but when I tried the switch, sure enough the light turned on normally, which meant that someone must have turned it off. But Dad couldn't have gotten inside because of the barricade, so it couldn't have been him. And besides, he would have been upset that I left the light on like that, but he was calm, and the barricade was still intact. Because of these things, I started having sleep paralysis, I think, almost every day. Even a normal dream would turn into sleep paralysis, or I would experience it as soon as I was almost falling asleep. An example of this was that I was in a dream where I greeted a friend, and we were about to high-five, but before we could, everything started to sort of ripple and spin. We spoke in a language that sped up, slowed down, or was in reverse, a kind of language that gave me goosebumps. Suddenly, I woke up from the dream and saw the two of us in front of me continuing to speak in that strange language, and I noticed that our faces were deformed, like uncanny valley type of deformed. This lasted about 40 seconds before eventually I snapped out of it. When all of these things were happening, I was always scared to go to the bathroom. One time I went to the bathroom with a flashlight, and we had the bathroom window open. Outside the window was our dog's bed. Whenever he wanted to come to us, he would whine, but at that time of night, it was always this strange whining. Almost, I want to say, unnatural, and it would always get closer to the window. I would always quickly run back to my room before the whining got too close to the window, so I never did actually confirm that it was him. And so, does anyone know what the heck any of this could be? Why was this happening to me? What kind of thing or entity was doing this? I'm also wondering if the entity somehow influenced the sleep paralysis or something, making it so frequent, or if something else was living in my room with me. Honestly, too, I think it's possible because of the experiment with the light. I really would appreciate any of your comments or your feedback. My story is from 2014. I was 19 years old and it happened in the middle of the day, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. I can't remember exactly. I was in Morocco, in a very small village of 30 people, near a beach in the Atlantic coast. There were 2 dogs in front of the house to protect it. My family wanted to go to the beach, but I was starting to get flu symptoms, so I decided to stay in the house and just rest, even if I would be alone all day. I didn't want to catch a cold at the beach or whatever. From now on, I have to say that I did not take any medication or anything else to feel better, so it's not the case of hallucinations or anything. But I was laying in bed, just reading a fantasy book. No music, no TV, nothing that could do any sort of noise or whatever. At some point, I heard the 2 dogs barking really loudly, as if an unknown person was coming or whatever. I went to the window quickly, but nobody was there. No family member, no stranger, nobody. A few seconds after hearing the dogs barking, I started to notice that I was hearing another noise, a very strange noise coming from the kitchen. It was like whispers. It was as if 2 or 3 women were whispering some sort of incantations in the kitchen. At that, I was terrified. I didn't know where these whispers were coming from. It was not from the pipes, nor from the wind or anything. There was no wind that day. But it was just there, floating in the air, and I couldn't do anything to make it stop. After about 3 minutes, the whispers and the barking, they stopped simultaneously. Since that day, I'm always afraid to be alone in remote houses like that, especially if no one is there. And I'm also afraid of dogs as well, I guess. I never knew what happened that day, and I never actually asked anyone what it could have been. I've never had any other weird experiences before or since then. I'm not the type of person to believe in things like this, so I try to have a rational explanation about this experience, but honestly, I just can't explain it. And so I would be happy to get your theories as to what you think this might have been. So, I used to work at a nursing home. As most of our patients are the elderly, there's obviously plenty of deaths that occur at our facility. I worked down in the dementia care ward, and there was a lovely resident that I cared for. Her name was Beth. She was unfortunately put on hospice a few weeks ago, and she met her untimely death 3 days ago. She was 92. As a residential care associate, it was my job to clean out the room for a new resident. As I walked into her room, it felt really cold. Too cold, in fact. And that is weird because all nursing homes are always hot because the elderly get pretty cold easily. I just felt a kind of cold that was bone-chilling, though. I tried to shrug it off as I took the sheets off the bed, but as I was bending over to take off the fitted sheet, I swear to you that I felt a push. It felt like cold hands pushed me with strength that I'd never felt before. It happened so quick that I was just confused and scared. I quickly grabbed all the sheets and I booked it out of that door. But when I turned my head around, I saw it. I saw a human-like figure, a shadow in the closet. It was a quick look, so I couldn't really identify the person, but I can't help but think that it was Beth playing a prank on me before she departed to the afterlife. As me and her would always play pranks on one another while I took care of her. But to be honest, I don't know if that is actually the case. So yeah, that's my encounter with the paranormal, and I really don't know what to think about it. So, for context, my parents bought this small clock from a thrift store about 4 years ago. That's whenever my experience, and also subsequently my parents' experience, with this spirit or demon or whatever it is, really started to take fruition. Whenever my dad first hung the clock up on the wall, I got this sense of uneasiness, and it felt like something was watching me. I chalked it up to me just being paranoid at the time. Whenever I went to sleep that night, though, I was woken up at like 1 in the morning due to some knocking on my bedroom door. I didn't get up to get out of bed because I was afraid of what could hypothetically be on the other side. I ended up falling back to sleep, and I get up the next morning at around 11 in the morning. I was eating cereal at the kitchen table. My mum was making breakfast and had almost all the cabinets open, and my dad was outside working. Why does this information matter? Because all of a sudden, a bag of chips that I had in one of the cabinets gets literally flung across the kitchen. My mum was near the cabinet the chip bag had just got flung from, but I know for a fact that she didn't touch them. After that weird occurrence, nothing else really happened for like 2 straight days. Everything weirdly seemed to just go back to semi-normal again. Until everything just wasn't normal again. It was 11 p.m. on Friday in October of 2021. Me and my dad were both awake at that time and we were just talking. He mentions that he feels something burning on his arm. He looks at it, and there's 3 scratches that had just appeared out of literally nowhere on his arm. All of a sudden, too, our box fan that we used to fall asleep to every night, it was just plugged in and in use, mind you, just turns off sort of randomly. I get up, walk out of my bedroom, and then the microwave turns on by itself, and then the kitchen light, and then the washing machine as well. And then every electronic and light that I'd mentioned was turned on, all got turned off together at the exact same time. Everything just goes suddenly quiet. Mind you, the power was still working. We checked that, so it was weird. The very next day after all of this, me and my dad got my grandparents to exorcise the house. I got some holy water. My grandmother had some anointing oil. My dad had a cross and some sage, and my grandpa had a Bible as well. Each of us go throughout the house, cleansing every last inch of it. After we were done, the house just suddenly began to smell like stink bugs for like 5 whole minutes. And then, just as quickly as it had arrived, it left. And nothing has happened since then. I mean, small things happen every now and again, like me waking up every single night in a cold sweat at 3 in the morning. But then again, I can't really sleep all that well, so it probably doesn't mean much. Oh, and I'm also really depressed now too. Like, I was super happy 3 weeks ago, but now I'm just sad and I find it hard to leave my room. So, my question for all of you guys is, have I been or am I living with a demon, a ghost? It's definitely something, because if it wasn't something, then I wouldn't be talking about it and asking for answers as to what this might possibly be, I guess. Is this something that I should just get used to, or is there something that I can do about it? I've never really experienced anything paranormal in my life until, well, just recently. To be honest, I wasn't fully sure that I believed in ghosts, but I like the stories, I guess. The other night, me and my best friend were having a sleepover at my house, and around 1:30 in the morning we decided to go down into my kitchen just to get some drinks. Now, I have a bathroom off my kitchen, so I decided to use it first thing. I walked in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I live in an older house with not many renovations, so the lock in this door is one of those stupid ones that you have to push in until it clicks. I'm like 100% sure that I closed this door as well, but after halfway through me doing my business, the door suddenly flung open and the lock popped to be unlocked. I immediately tried to close it desperately because I was embarrassed, and when I tried to, it felt like someone was pushing on the door to open it. I opened it a little to see if it was my best friend, but no one was standing there. After that, it seemed to sort of let go, and I just closed it and continued on, weirded out, and quickening my pace to see what my best friend wanted, still telling myself that it was just him. When I walked out, he was halfway across the kitchen. I asked him if he opened the door on me, even though there wasn't a single chance that he did, and he obviously denied it. I just sort of shrugged it off and started pouring myself a drink. I then heard little light footsteps approaching me from behind, and I assumed it was my cat, but there was nothing there, and there was nobody there when I turned around. At this point, I'm not really scared, but just sort of confused, I guess. Me and my best friend wrapped up what we were doing, and we started heading upstairs. But in the end, me and my best friend just sort of wrapped up what we were doing, and we started heading up the stairs. From the top of my stairs, you can sort of still see into the entry of the kitchen, and I swear to you that I saw feet and legs standing there. I stared at it for a few seconds to make sure I just wasn't psyching myself out, or that it wasn't a shadow or something, but I know what it was. We quickly ran into the room and stayed up for a bit before we got my confidence to go to bed. That night, I had a terrible dream about this spirit in my kitchen, and it was extremely aggressive towards me. I woke up in a cold sweat, and I just couldn't sleep again. Around 2 p.m. the next day, my friend had left and my parents were at work, so I was alone. I was in the kitchen boiling some water on the stove when my electric kettle randomly turned on behind me, and I mean full speed boiling as if it had been boiling for minutes. I quickly turned around and I looked at it until I realized that it wasn't even plugged in. And I mean, there's no way that this kettle would work without being plugged in. I pushed the button to turn it off and then plugged it in to see what was going on, and now all of a sudden it won't work at all. I quickly went to my room and remained there until my parents got home after that, because it weirded me out with what happened the other night. Later that night, I was in my room and my TV turned on out of nowhere. I didn't sit on my remote or anything too. I mean, it was across the room entirely. Now it's 2 a.m. and an hour ago someone started aggressively banging on my bedroom door. My parents are asleep and snoring and the cat is on my bed. Nobody else is here, but the cat is freaking out, so I don't know. What should I do about this? So this happened when I was 15 and my little sister was 12. A little bit of backstory here too. We lived in this small town for several years and it was a pretty safe place. A few years into living there, we had a cop with his wife and kids move in 2 houses down from us. Our house was built sometime in the 1920s, and a few nights before this incident, our other siblings locked us out of the back door. Us being idiots, we kicked the back door in. The door didn't budge, but the frame came out of the wall and the door was just sort of hanging there. One of our blinds was broken. We didn't have the money to fix it. Seeing as my parents had 8 kids and money was tight growing up, there was just no way. Anyways, the blinds were broken behind our TV. On the other side of the window was a garage and our driveway. Next to the driveway on our neighbor's property, which was abandoned and had tall shrubs. What we didn't know, though, was that there were 2 people hiding in the shrubs watching us. I'm going to try and leave some details out just to make a really long story short, but my little sister's name, her name is Candace, and my name is Aria. It was the summer of 2009. My oldest brother and his girlfriend were a mile from our house fishing, about 10 at night. All of our siblings and parents were asleep. Besides my oldest brother out with his girlfriend fishing, I was sitting in front of the TV watching it. Candace was sitting on the bed watching TV with me too. When all of a sudden, Candace and I heard a very loud crash, a noise from the back door. We both screamed. We got up, ran to the phone and called our brother's cell phone. He said that he was on his way because his girlfriend apparently twisted her ankle anyway. He gets home eventually, and by this point we woke everyone up in the house and had all the lights on. My brother tells us to stay in the house. My brother is 6'4" and 300 pounds. Unknown to my family, though, I slipped outside to check with my brother. I know it was stupid of me to do this, but I was a curious kid. I saw my brother being really quiet. He ran back to our fenced-in backyard. He gets within arm's reach of this guy and he steps on a stick. The guy turns and looks back at my brother and takes off running and hops the fence, and he got away, sadly. I didn't see this because I went into the house after a while, but this is what my brother said. My brother comes in. He tells everyone that he saw a guy all in black and he was about 6 foot. This is all that he saw apparently, and the rest of the night was pretty calm, but my brother was definitely on high alert. Now, the next night, my brother was out with his girlfriend, wherever they were at that time. It was again about 10 at night. Candace and I are watching TV again in the same spot as last time, and again we hear a loud crash coming from the back door. We screamed again and called our brother's cell phone. He came home again, the whole house was awake again, and all the lights were on as well. My brother goes out and checks it out. This time he didn't see anyone out there. Oh, and I forgot to mention too that both of these times we looked at the back door. Both times the back door looked like it was kicked in really hard. This time, around the frame was out of the wall more, and the door was leaning further into the house as well. We didn't make a police report because we had a cop that lived like 2 houses down from us, and while he was at work, us kids would help take care of his pregnant wife, bring her over food, play with her kids. We didn't really see him much. And when we did, he was so sweet and nice, but anyway, we told the police officer what had happened, and he told us that he thinks that there are 2 guys, that they've been stalking our house and watching us. The cop comes over and checks and looks. He said, I believe that there are 2 guys. One keeps lookout while the other one does the possible break-in, apparently. He said that they've probably been looking through our broken blinds. He also said at night they could look in and you couldn't see anything if you look out. And after those 2 nights, thankfully there was no attempt to break in anymore. But fast forward to the fall of that year, and our cop neighbor, he comes over one day and told us something. He said, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but we caught a peeping Tom. He's in jail now, about 20 or so miles away, and he said that after the peeping Tom got caught, everything around this neighborhood apparently stopped. That the town was safe again because it seemed to be this guy. Candace and I were obviously freaked out and scared, and to this day her and I have to have all of our doors and windows locked. In fact, we check multiple times a day. If any of our curtains are open, we sort of get a bit scared, so we close the curtains every time. Honestly, I'm pretty afraid that it'll happen again. Thankfully, we no longer live in that town, but that thought is still very much ever present. To this day, we don't know what their intentions were. We don't know if it was 1 or 2 guys, but I think that if he had gotten in, that honestly, we wouldn't be here today, and that is a very scary thought. About 2 years ago, I was 13, almost 14 at the time, and I was still quite immature for my age, and enjoyed role-playing as Mortal Kombat characters, or fighting with my little brother, who is now almost 13. By the way, I live in Whitefish, Montana, near a place called Olney, surrounded by woods pretty much. I also have horses basically everywhere on our property. That's important for later to know. Anyways, me and my little brother decided to go outside to the back of my house where there's a road that is about 400 feet in length, leading up to, I would say about maybe 8 round hay bales sort of section, to pretend to fight each other with wooden swords that we had custom detailed and made ourselves. I was cosplaying as Sub-Zero, and my brother was just wearing regular clothes, and we started walking away from our house towards the hay bales because we intended to fight on them. Now, once we had gotten about halfway there, which took like a minute, we were almost at the end of our horse pen that was fenced in next to our house, reaching out halfway to the bales. I remember my brother leaning down to tie one of his shoes that had a messed up lace on the right one, and, getting straight to the point, what we both saw still makes me very nervous and sweat when I think about it. I looked over at him and immediately heard a loud sort of trampling or sprinting sound coming from the hay bale area. I looked up and at them, and I saw what I thought to be something resembling a human, but was extremely tall. The hay bales were stacked 2 up and I think 4 across, and whatever this was, it was greyish-white and ran behind the bales in what I assume a pretty much straight line, then going past them and disappearing into the woods that went from behind the hay all the way around my house, besides the main gravel road that then brings you to the highway. I immediately freaked out and tried to yell to my brother right beside me, but only managed to basically talk super fast to him with an inside voice. He as well looked up very quickly because he had heard the running too. There was a sort of small pause where my brother sounded confused, and then, right as he did it came back running to the hay bales once again, stopping this time behind the 3rd row, of 2 stacked on one another. This thing, though, was so tall that we could see almost the entirety of the thing's head, and then it ran kind of forward a little bit, and then straight backwards towards the woods, never to be seen after that. Now, this all happened in the span of maybe about 5 or 8 seconds, and saying that whatever this thing was running is really a complete understatement. You see, it had been running at least 40 miles an hour, at least, or fast enough where we could both barely make out what it looked like in detail, just the overall appearance. What I remember though is that it looked to me as kind of like the rake, but way taller and more slender looking and really grey. I remember my brother yelling, "What the heck was that?" And literally, so did I, as we full on bolted back to the house in probably 15 seconds. I got there first, yanked my brother in the door, and slammed it harder than any other door I've slammed in my life, locking it behind us quickly. Of course, my parents didn't believe us at all, even though I was on the verge of either tears or a heart attack from the adrenaline. They said that it was probably a moose in the end, but I've seen moose at that time and since then, and this, I can assure you, was no moose. Hopefully I'll get a better answer here than from them, but if not, that's okay, I guess, and to be honest, I really just do hope people believe me. It feels like a dream thinking back on it, just as it did the day after the incident. It's kind of weird too that I remembered this again suddenly today while watching a military crawler horror story on YouTube. Probably because my mind is trying to block out as a false memory or a dream, whatever that event was, even though I actually have a second eyewitness in my brother. And quite honestly, if my brother wasn't there with me, I seriously would doubt myself. I would doubt that I would ever believe what I actually saw. But because he saw it too, and we both freaked out at what it was, I have no doubt in my mind that I'm not crazy, and we saw something. Years ago, when I was pregnant, we were just getting ready to go to bed, and it was late, about 1:30 in the morning, when this woman knocked on the door, and my husband answered. She was clearly high and jittery and looking around everywhere. She asked if she could use my toilet. My husband obviously said no, this was not a public restroom. We both got a really bad vibe from her though. She was quite a big woman and clearly something just wasn't right with her. She started to try to open our security door at that point, rattling the handle, but we've always been very conscious of keeping it locked the minute that we walk in. My husband told her to go away and he shut the door. Then she started banging on the door, screaming that she needed to use the toilet. My husband opened the door again and told her to get lost or he was calling the cops. She stopped, froze, and for about 20 seconds just sort of stood there, staring at us, and then she turned around and walked away. We turned off all the lights and we looked through the blinds and saw her next door talking to two people at that point. I said to my husband that I think that was a setup for a home invasion, and he agreed. The thing though is that I'd actually seen this woman around before quite a few times, so she could have known that I was heavily pregnant, and that would make us a good target, because we would have been compliant. People have a tendency to be more compliant when they're trying to protect their family, and I think that she must have followed me home. Thankfully after that I never saw her again, but even that is kind of weird, right? We were on a road trip to Queensland and back. We were in no hurry, so we were taking the scenic route. And at one stage we pulled up to a truck stop on a highway that ran alongside the forest. It was a very isolated place. So we were sitting there trying to get my son some snacks and just having a break, when a ute pulled up behind us. The guy inside sat there for ages, just sort of staring at us, and I said to my husband, "This guy's creeping me out, let's go." So we started to pack up, and that's when he got out of his ute. He was walking towards us as we got in our car, and before we knew it, he was there, and he asked for a cigarette. My husband said that he only smokes rollies, and he didn't have any rolled, and the guy said, "I'll wait." He never said more than that in the entire encounter. He leaned in and he stared at me with the creepiest predatory look that I've ever seen, and this really weird grin, the whole time keeping one hand behind him as well. Suddenly, he leant right into the car, and at that moment, my 2-year-old said hi. And it was then that this guy just backed away like his butt was on fire. Didn't wait for his cigarette. He just bolted back to his ute and we took off. We always thought that he had bad intentions and just didn't realize that we had a kid in the car, and when he did, that maybe threw him off. We both agreed that it was the creepiest encounter of our lives, and we were pretty sure of his intentions. The really creepy thing, though, is that it wasn't until we were driving away that we realized that we were in the Belanglo State Forest, where serial killer Ivan Milat had buried all of his victims. There was always a theory that he didn't actually do the work alone, and that actually one of his brothers was involved, but who knows. Anyway, that might not be related to this story at all, but it always just crossed my mind. When I was about 7 or 8, my family moved into an old farmhouse in VA. I have a little brother. My brother is 3 years younger than me, so he was around 4 or 5 at the time. This house had an upstairs which had 2 rooms. My brother and I were very excited about this because we always had to share a room. He picked the room to the left of the stairs. It was nice, but in the corner of his room it had a tiny door that led into a sort of small attic. It gave me an eerie feeling, so I couldn't understand why he would pick that room, but he was just determined on that being his room. I, though, took the room to the right, which had a little window that looked out over the farm. It was great. We set our rooms up and we unpacked. Fast forward to a few weeks later, my mum decided that it was time for us to take a nap. In my room, of course. For context, I had a little red rocking chair with Dalmatians with my name painted on it. It was really cute. I had definitely outgrown it at this point, though, because it was made for me when I was a toddler. And well, when we went to lay down for our nap, everything was okay. But then, out of nowhere, my brother started freaking out and screaming, clinging to my mother for dear life. My mother tried to soothe him, but nothing was helping. She asked my brother what was wrong. My brother pointed to the rocking chair and said, "There's a little girl in Sissy's chair, and she doesn't want us up here." He was so inconsolable that my mum had to bring us downstairs. That is the first time the entity made herself known. I never saw her, but I'd always feel her presence or have nightmares about her. The weird thing is that I'd only see her in my dreams if I was in my room sleeping. So as you can imagine, that quickly turned into my brother and I sleeping in my mum's bed. Most of the time she would target my brother, but he'd never stay in his room. And one night, my mum talks to me and my brother into sleeping in my bed upstairs just to have a break. We only agreed to do it if we could leave the light room on, and she agreed. Well, we all fall asleep and I wake up in my room. I'm alone. Everything is the same, but like I said, I'm alone and something is telling me to get up and go to the window. I don't know why, but I do. As soon as I get to the window, though, I see a little girl run to the side of the house and start crawling up the side to my window. Remember, I'm on the 2nd floor. I'm sort of startled awake before she can reach me, and I sit up in bed and realize that I'm reliving my dream. I'm panicking, staring at the window, and again something is telling me to go over to it. But instead, I just dart down the stairs to my mum's room and find my brother laying on the floor near the end of my mum's bed. We didn't say much to each other besides agreeing, and we felt safe and near Mum. I learned years later that my brother had the same dream that night, apparently. Fast forward a couple of years later, we moved to a new home. We had to share rooms again, but we were fine with that. We were scared from all the years of dealing with this entity. We thought that we would finally have some peace, but we were very wrong. Shortly after moving, the same stuff started happening again. This time, I actually saw her. It was dark out and my mum needed something from her car. I tell her that I'll go and get it, and as soon as I retrieved what she needed from the car, I turn around toward the house to go back in, but I look over into the field next to our house and I see her appear and disappear, and every time she reappeared, she was a little bit closer. I never ran so fast in my life. I ran into the house absolutely hysterical. I told my mum and stepdad, and they were obviously concerned. Mum didn't believe that she had followed us to the new house, but now she did. We made the conclusion that she attached herself to my rocking chair, so we moved again, and when we did, we left my rocking chair at that house, and since then we haven't seen her, and I haven't dreamed about her. Growing up after this, I always wondered if she was just an evil entity or maybe a demon in disguise. I don't know, but something told me that there was something wrong with her. I do some volunteering at a hospital 3 times a week that involves me reporting to the hospital at 5 a.m. I enjoy the volunteering. I've been doing it for almost 2 years now, and I've really never had any issues. Until last week. Last week, I was a bit early on one of my volunteering days, and I had about 30 minutes before I had to report in. I normally would have just waited in my car, but I had been pretty stressed about things in my personal life, so I thought that I'd go for a little walk to burn a little steam and clear my head. After all, this is in a pretty nice area, upscale West Los Angeles, so what could go wrong? It's like 4:30 in the morning, so naturally the streets are all quiet, but it seems pretty peaceful. But then, up ahead, I see somebody walking in my direction. Kind of odd, I guess, but I didn't think too much of it. Him being out here at this hour isn't inherently suspicious, I guess. After all, does being out here at this hour automatically make me suspicious too? So, I keep walking. We make quick eye contact when we cross paths, and I suddenly got a very bad feeling about this man. I can't explain it other than an instant instinct, but sometimes you just have a gut feeling about somebody, you know? That's what I felt when I passed this man, and I immediately went on high alert and made sure that he wasn't going to approach me from behind or something. Very soon after walking by this man, I'm talking like 15 to 20 seconds, I passed by one of those many parked cars on the street. This is Los Angeles, so there's a lot of parked cars on the sides of the main streets. Except this parked car is different. There's a man sitting at the wheel, and the man waves at me and beckons me over. Again, pretty darn creepy, but not inherently worth freaking out over just yet. As I keep walking, I then realize that while the car was parked, it wasn't off. It was simply in park. Because this car starts driving in the same direction that I'm walking, and it drives at a pace essentially matching my walking speed, at this point, I've had enough, and my brain is saying nope, so I immediately turn around and start speed walking back in the direction that I came from. Then, I saw something, in that moment, that absolutely terrified me. That first man that I encountered walking the other direction, which was probably like 40 seconds ago, was now standing pretty close to me, like way, way closer than somebody who had been walking in the other direction should be. And then, he makes eye contact with me, and he starts walking in my direction. I am incredibly suspicious, and more than a bit nervous at this point, so because it's pretty dark out, I decide to play a hunch. My car keys fold out in a manner very similar to a switchblade, so I immediately pull it out, press the button to make the key fold out, and I stare at him for a second. I believe that he was caught off guard because he stopped walking for a second. And well, that second was all I needed. I immediately took off running at top speed, crossed the street. We're talking a Los Angeles main street with like 6 lanes of traffic and a median divider, and kept running down the street. Now, I'm no Olympian, but I was on the cross-country team at a D2 college, and I still run multiple times a week, so I'm pretty confident that I can outrun the average person I run into by a comfortable margin. Still, I didn't take any chances, and I ran all the way back to the hospital. So, what do you guys think? I'm not crazy, right? I'm not necessarily saying that I was going to be the next prominent murder victim or kidnapping victim, but there was definitely something going on here, right? So for the last 2 months, there's been some instances where I've woken up at around 3 or 4 in the morning to use the restroom, and have noticed my daughter's door open after we definitely closed it when laying her down. We live in a smallish 2-bedroom apartment. Our daughter's room is directly across from ours, and we typically sleep with our bedroom door open so we can hear her in the night if she needs us. We usually lay her down at around 8:30 p.m. and my wife and I are usually in bed at around 10. Our daughter has a Nest White noise machine that we leave on in her room to help her sleep. When her door is shut, you can barely hear it. When I get up in the middle of the night, though, I immediately know that her door is open, just off of the sound alone. And then I look across and her door is not just open a crack, but completely wide open. I just have this eerie feeling. My wife and I don't sleepwalk, and when I'm up in the middle of the night, I'm pretty aware of my surroundings. Also, to add to this, our daughter sleeps in a crib and is way too small to crawl out of it, and usually when I notice her door is open, I always go and check on her, and she's always knocked out. There's just no reason why this door should be open, and I don't know, something is telling me that something is wrong. Anyway, I apologize if this sounds a bit rambling. It's just giving me weird vibes, and I was looking to see if anyone had any ideas of what might be going on. This happened about 2 years ago. Me, my fiancé, and my best friend decided to go to this popular hiking trail near us. The trail leads to a giant rock that hangs off of a cliff. It's a beautiful look over the city that I live in, and it's a far walk through the woods. You're on the same trail going straight for most of the hike. The trail eventually makes a sharp turn, gets thinner, and gets very steep. You really have to hike up this part though, and then you reach an open field. You can see the rock above you, and you have to climb up one more path that leads you to the rock. Now, even though the hike is long, the path is very easy and it's hard to mess up, considering that this is the only path in that area of the woods, that I've found at least. I've done it multiple times at this point, even hiked down well after midnight, after watching fireworks on the 4th of July. But anyway, the three of us decided, since we were walking close to the road that leads you to the trail, that we were going to go and visit. It was about 7 p.m, so it started to get dark pretty quickly. But we didn't even make it off the first part of the trail that I already mentioned. It goes straight for about an hour until you get to the sharp turn. We didn't even make it to that, and we decided that since it was getting dark that we should probably turn around. But we all had our flashlights on and everything was normal. We never set foot on the path. The path is pretty much dark engulfed by the trees, but there is this one spot where the trees open up. You can see the entire downtown area of my city, and it feels very high up because this trail is basically in the middle of the hillside surrounding the whole town. If you've ever been to Pennsylvania, then you'll get it. Anyway, we got to the spot where the clearing is, where you can see downtown, but it sort of looked flip-flopped. I don't even really know how to explain it, but it looked like the town was sort of flipped, like how you can flip an image on your phone almost. Like someone took the town and flipped it the other way, if you get it. It was late and dark, and we were tired of walking, so I just don't think that we really took it seriously when we walked past it. I still felt the weird feeling though, and I felt like everything was sort of backwards all of a sudden. That's really the only way that I can describe it, as backwards. And we all said the same thing to each other. It was my fiancé who said something first, which is just weird because usually he'd be the last to say anything in a situation like this. All he said, though, was that he feels backwards. My best friend freaked out because she gets anxiety like that, and she felt the same way, too. I mentioned the clearing looked weird at this point, and they all agreed with me. They thought the same thing, but they thought that they were being silly. At this point, though, we should be close to the exit, but honestly, it felt like we were sort of going in circles. The path started breaking like the path wasn't even the same that we'd been walking on, so we turned back around towards the rock to try to figure out where we were. We came back to the clearing and it still looked weird, so we took pictures, and I do have them still if anyone cares to see them, but you wouldn't be able to make out that it looks flip-flopped unless you live in the same town. We knew that we were at the clearing though because, well, it's really the only part where the woods clear like this, and we knew that we were on the right path as we've never got off of it. We decided to turn back around towards the exit, but it just didn't bring us to the exit. It also didn't bring us to the path that looked wrong and started to break. It was a whole new part of the woods, in fact, that we'd never even seen before. At some point as well, we sort of stumbled across a door in the ground. It looked like a door to a mine maybe or something. We tried to take a look at it, but there was no evidence of a mine being there. There are multiple mines in my city though, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was just an old one and wasn't on record or something. But beside the door was about 5 or 6 white chairs with what seemed to be white sheets laying on the ground around them, like a little piece of white cloth. Not very big, just pieces. There were also beer bottles. The chair was in a circle formation, but there was no fire pit in the middle or anything, just this circle of chairs. Looking back, it could have been a little campsite someone had made, but man, was it scary at night when you're lost to find something like this. It genuinely freaked us out, and every time we walked away, it just seemed that we just made our way back to the chairs and the door again. Obviously, we started to try to call and text people that we know for help, even called my parents, but nobody answered. It was late, so I guess that sort of made sense, but we were so lost and getting really scared, and we were going to have to sleep up here at this point, we thought. And eventually, after walking what seemed to be in circles forever, we just sort of walked out. Like, so fast the exit was right there, we just walked on the path for a minute and we were out, just like that. Almost immediately after we leave, I then get texts back from people that I was trying to get help from. And one more creepy thing, just to put the icing on the cake as well, is that there were like 1,032 pictures taken on my fiance's phone at 10:32 p.m. Like a burst of them. If you have an iPhone, they have these things called bursts where you can take a lot of pictures quickly. It was just so weird. The pics were all just white and it just made no sense. It's also weird how his phone took pictures while he had his flashlight on at the same time. The pics were taken during the time that we were lost, and we didn't go back for about a year until me and my fiancé decided to go back and try and find the path that we made it onto at some point, just for peace of mind in the end. But no matter how hard we searched, and I mean we searched pretty thoroughly to find this thing, we couldn't find the door, we couldn't find anything weird, no extra paths, no flip-flop of the city, except a giant meat grinder at one point. I don't know what that was about, but man, I hate the woods so much. It freaks me out thinking about any woods or forests of any time. That's just one of the worst experiences for me though, but I've had a few others, and honestly I just hope people don't think that I'm making this all up. I know that it sounds crazy, to me even, so I can imagine someone thinking that I'm lying, but I'm really just looking for a possible explanation for any of this. It's one of those things that just sits with me and bothers me to this day, and my fiancé doesn't like talking about it either because there's just really no explanation. Me and my best friend, we still talk about it from time to time, but it just goes nowhere because we've thought of every possible explanation that we can think of. So, any similar experiences or theories would honestly be great. When I was 18 and freshly broken up with my older boyfriend, I basically went crazy with dating guys. At the time, I also dressed very goth, even going as far as to wear a real corset and trench coat, mostly just enjoying the attention. One particular afternoon, though, my friend or roommate at the time decided to eat at a local Japanese restaurant, with both of us all dressed up. Our waiter was a mediocre skinny white guy who clearly was a little alternative, but it was hard to tell really with the uniform. We joked about me leaving my phone number on the receipt or something, so I hyped myself up and I did it. Late that night, he had sent me a text at some point. We talked for a few days, never really having a right time to meet up as I worked 40 minutes away from where I lived. He mentioned the boots that he wore meant a lot to him and some other odd things that just seemed like edgy jokes, I guess. One really late night though, coming home, I was texting and driving, as any 18-year-old does, and we decided to meet up. I was stupid enough to invite him over to my apartment, where it was just me and the roommate who had been with me before. Our other two roommates were not at home at this point. At first, it was fine too, because I was already drunk, so I would just let him rant about whatever he wanted. He went on about his life, going to jail, medical bills, his parents, etc. Eventually, though, he asked me if I wanted to see his tattoos, and I was like, sure. He lifted up his shirt, and not only could I see the handgun tucked in his waistband, but also his multiple badly covered up racist tattoos. One was even slightly covered up with a banana. I don't know what it was, but I simply decided the best way to deal with this situation was just to appease him, so I went along with it casually. I don't remember exactly every detail because it was over 2 years ago and I was drunk, but he ended up pulling his gun out and putting it to my head, asking me if I was scared. I was immensely confused, and I tried to call his bluff saying that I wasn't, which got him to put it away for a while. When we went to hook up in my messy room, he pulled it out on me again, saying that he wanted to do it with it out. I got mad and tried to fight him off and get it away from my head. Of course, I wasn't as strong as him, and he hit me in the arm with it. And I mean, if you've ever been pistol whipped with a gun, then you'll know exactly how much that hurts. When I finally got him off of me and he realized that I was angry, not scared, he started acting like a crackhead, saying that I was crazy for not caring about him pulling a gun on me. He ran off, jumping the fence of the apartment complex, and not even taking his car that he had come in. In the morning, his car was gone, and I had a large bruise from where he had hit me. And while to me it was a funny story for quite some time, I now realize just how bad it could have all ended. I was asleep with my small baby and woke up for some reason, 3-something in the morning, and I felt someone grab my foot. A coldish, larger hand grabbed the tips of my toes or the top of my foot. Well, I at first thought that I was dreaming and my feet were out of the covers, so I decided to just go back to sleep. I put that one foot under the cover, left the other foot out, because I like sleeping with my feet out, and I was almost back asleep when I felt a thumb with pressure slide up my foot, and then a hand grab with intense pressure the top of my foot. At that, I immediately shot up. My body was having intense reactions at this point, goosebumps, rapid heartbeat, etc. I yelled my sister's name because she's the only one who had a key to my condo, and I looked under the bed and everywhere in the room. I was terrified for quite some time after that, but it never did happen again. Until just the other day. So, I'm in a completely different city now with my husband and second baby. My husband, he left for work early in the morning at like 4 a.m. He said goodbye and I was half asleep with my feet out. And about a minute after he closed the door to leave, something grabbed my foot, the top of my foot, the same way that it happened before, but it was only once this time. I went to go and see if my toddler was in bed, and she was fast asleep. But I guess I'm just scared. I can't tell if this thing is bad or good or what it even actually is. I told my husband and he believes me, but he has no idea what it is and no good ideas to put forward. I guess I just really want to know what it is, and so if you have any ideas as to what I should do, then please do let me know. I live in rural southwest VA in Appalachia, and I heard odd whistling in the woods a few days ago at night. It all started when I was playing airsoft alone in the woods at about 7 p.m. in almost pitch black. Yes, I live a pretty lonely existence, and was walking around the woods behind my house. I got to a clearing on top of a hill and sat down to take a rest. Just when I sat down, I heard this odd whistling. It was perfect whistling, and whistled a tune that I'd never heard before. It was clear and it sounded close, at least within 150 feet or maybe even less, and came directly from behind me. It would have had to have been in the woods and near the property line with one of our neighbors. It instantly gave me chills down my back though, and I got the feeling of being watched. I, not being an idiot and having a brain, wasted no time in sprinting full speed down towards my house, hopping over rocks and limbs and all that. The whistling stopped shortly after I got moving, but I still felt like I was being watched and like something was just off. I didn't see anything when I did turn back to look while opening a gate, that is, but that may be because of the darkness and the distance that I had moved. To be clear as well, there was no way that it was a bird, as the leaves on the trees haven't regrown yet, and plus it didn't sound like one. It still stays cold at night as well, and sometimes during the day even, but I don't know that much about birds, I guess. What I will say though is that there were also no birds to be seen, and everything else was really quiet. I also sort of doubt though that it was a person, as I heard no talking, no leaves crunching, no other noises in fact. I should also mention the whistling started sort of out of nowhere, and it didn't get gradually louder or anything, as if someone or something was moving closer while whistling. I've been in those woods a decent amount of my life, and I've never heard anything like it before, not even once. I'll admit that I was a bit tired, but I've been more tired before while being up in those woods at a similar time, and I'm definitely not one to hallucinate or anything. The whole situation still gives me chills when I think about it. I've had the feeling of being watched before in those woods, but those feelings have never been so intense and extreme as that one night. I was sort of hoping if anyone might have known what this was, that they might be able to give me some feedback. Was it an animal? Maybe, but me and my family have dogs around the house, and most wild animals stay away, and I haven't really seen anything outside of a bear or two and deer in those woods. I should also mention the dogs occasionally bark randomly into the woods, but they weren't really barking at that moment when the whistling happened. And quite honestly, I was just sort of hoping that someone could identify what this was. I'm not saying that it was paranormal or anything, but I'm also not saying that it was just a wild animal. It was too weird to be just that, I think. Many years ago, when my daughter was potty training, a friend recommended that I keep a travel potty with me. It saved me from rushing to find a restroom and avoiding stopping in anywhere questionable with a toddler. We would drive about 40 minutes to pick up my husband on his lunch break, and that afternoon we were headed back to drop him off at work, and we're only about a block from the restaurant when my daughter said that she had to go. The area that we had just headed into, it was a large business park area with lots of very large buildings to the left and the right. I saw one and the parking lot looked empty. I pulled over to the side of the building and I parked at the curb. I had 2 car seats taking up my back seat and my husband in the passenger seat, so I took my daughter out of the car and sat her up in the trunk to use the potty. I just got her settled and she was looking uncomfortable and covering her face and looking down. I looked behind me and I see a woman walking up to me. It was summer at the time and very warm, but she was wearing a jeans skirt and tank top and had a crossbody purse. She looked at my daughter and said, "Don't be embarrassed, we all go through it," and just laughed. She said that she needed a ride to the freeway and asked if I could take her. I told her that I was sorry, but I couldn't, and she started to seem bothered by that and asked why I couldn't take her. I said my back seat is full, so I don't have room for her, and she snapped back, "So you're telling me you put your daughter in the front seat?" I told her no, that my husband was in the front seat. And as soon as she heard that I wasn't alone and had my husband with me, she started to slowly back away and she was walking down the street that she came from. As she was walking away, she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I used to be from here, but not anymore," and quickly walked off. If she would have made a left on the cross street she was walking towards when going towards my car, there were restaurants and gas stations a block up, plenty of people to ask for a ride. So the fact that she went the other way has always troubled me. I still am very grateful my husband was with me that day, I don't know what her true intentions were, but getting to a populated area really didn't seem to be one of them. Back when I waitressed, I pulled into my mum's driveway at around 8 p.m, and I remember that I was excited because it was an early night for me and I'd been working 3 jobs at the time. The neighborhood was quiet and nobody else was really around, no cars driving by or anything. I was scrolling on my phone in my car when I just got a terrible feeling and a chill down my spine. Something was telling me to get out of the car at this point, so I got out and slammed my door when I heard this gut-wrenching scream. My first thought was that a raccoon was being eaten or a cat had gotten run over or something. I couldn't pin it, what it was, because it was just so disturbing. I'll never forget it though. It had so much pain and terror in it. I looked around me to find the source and noticed a figure across the street, standing in the grass next to the street curb. The streetlight was in front of my house, so I could make out some details. It was a girl with long hair covering her face and a long white dress. She had no shoes on. My first thought was kidnap victim for some reason, and I wanted to call out, "Are you okay?" but something inside of me told me to hold back. She didn't move or look up. I probably stood there a minute too long contemplating what I was seeing and if she needed help or not, but ultimately my gut told me to get inside, now. Without turning my back to her, I opened my garage door and I backed in, my eyes never leaving her, and she didn't move even an inch. I stood and watched as the garage door closed, and she was still there. I ran inside, turned on the house alarm, and ran to the front window to see if I could still see her, but I couldn't. Then, I ran to my bedroom window upstairs because that would have been a perfect view of her, but she was gone. I slept with the lights on that night. My mum says the neighborhood kids were playing a prank on me, but honestly, none of them were her shape or size or looked like her. I've seen them all. When I told the story to some friends, some of them mentioned a banshee. While no one in my family passed away, I did have a near-death experience 3 months later. I don't know if it's related, but I think it's probably worth mentioning that. Anyway, I'm curious as to what others think. Was I just being pranked, or did I see something that night? And if I did, what exactly did I encounter? And more importantly, why? So my boyfriend, now husband, moved into this house with 3 of his buds when we were 19. Built in 1909, you could only expect it to come with some history, right? Well, his room was on the main floor, and I'd spent evenings over just visiting. I came over after work one day, and he was all worked up going, "I swear this house is haunted. I'm losing it." He explained that as he did laundry, the dryer kept turning off, and he would walk to the basement to find the door open. On his 3rd trip to the basement, he just snapped. He yelled and swore and told the ghost to get lost. He slammed the dryer door and then walked back up to his room. The laundry completed and the door didn't open again. After explaining this to me, I realized that it was already 11:30 p.m. and I had to drive home still. He was a bit on edge, but I just told him that he needs to apologize and understand that this was probably their home at one point in time. They're just messing with him for a reaction. I kissed him goodnight and walked into the kitchen towards the front door to leave. I stopped in the doorway, felt the need to look over my right shoulder, and see the elements on the stove beat red. They were all turned on at full heat and had been on for a while, clearly. The kitchen was really hot. The stovetop itself was dang hot. I casually walked over, turned off all the elements and said, "Please stop, he's harmless." Boyfriend begged me to stay and I was like, "You gotta fight your own battles. You need to apologize and just go to sleep, you silly goose." The old man never left. It was his house at one point. He made certain everyone knew that he was still the boss. I sometimes enjoyed his tricks. I ended up moving in with the boys 3 months after the stove incident. Nothing too scary ever really happened. Just sort of regular ghost stuff, but It was kind of like Casper, I guess. Some people might find that odd, but I guess when you've had your fair share of paranormal encounters, things like this just don't seem to faze you anymore. So I was driving home at about 9:30 p.m. My route contains a variety of areas, including some single-lane, quiet roads. Driving along one of these single-lane roads, I end up having to slow down because of a man standing in the middle of the road, facing away from my car. Now, I have my full beams on at this point, so there's no way that he doesn't know that I'm driving behind him. He apparently just decides to wait until I've come to almost a complete stop before turning around. Just turning around, that is. No sign that he's going to move out of the road or anything. I'm of course worried about this guy, thinking that, I don't know, maybe he needs help or something. He doesn't seem to be visibly intoxicated from what I can tell, and he doesn't appear injured or confused, so I assume that he's mostly okay. After a little while of standing, he raises his arms in a well kind of motion. I don't know if he was expecting me to back up or hit him or what, so I decided to sound my horn to try and nudge him along a bit, as I just want to get home. And this makes him flip out completely. He closes the distance to my car and starts pounding on it, yelling at me like crazy. I can't hear what he's saying, but he does this for what must have only been a few seconds, felt way longer at the time, before rounding the side of my car and punching the driver's side window at full force. Fortunately, it held up and it didn't crack. The second that I know that he's out of the way, though, I absolutely floor it and get the heck out of there, happy in the knowledge that he couldn't catch up to me. So yeah, that was a really creepy random encounter and hopefully my last one. I do hope that Mr. Spooky Car Puncher is okay and getting whatever help it is that he might need. Though, probably best to start with a doctor for his likely broken hand. This happened back in 2018. I was 24 and my sister was 25. We are both native New Yorkers and there are plenty of stories that I have. I think we all know that New York is a bit strange, but anyway, we were on a crowded train going to meet up with a friend. There were no seats, so we were holding onto this pole. It's already a bit of a tight squeeze, but this man and this girl, not related, get on and hold the pole that my sister and I are both holding. We're both talking, and I notice the man directly in front of us keeps on looking at us, like really looking. I'm already feeling uncomfortable as it is, and it's hard not to pay attention. I just try to ignore it by talking to my sister in the end. By the way, we are nowhere near our destination. A couple of train stops later, though, he eventually says to us, "Are you guys sisters?" We both sort of look at one another, feeling awkward, and I'm like, yeah? At this point, I'm praying that the train would hurry up to the next stop so that we could get off. I know that my sister is thinking the same thing. The other girl is looking at us, and she looks uncomfortable too. He smiles and seems to get excited, if you know what I mean. He then says to us, "Oh, you guys are sisters, huh?" in an incredibly perverted tone. He then licks his lips and keeps looking from my sister to me back and forth. At this point, the girl gives us an awkward smile and she looks just as terrified as we do. I can tell that this man is getting really excited by the fact that we said that we were sisters and comments about how beautiful we are. My sister looks at me and we see a stop coming up. We both know that it's not our stop, but at this point, we were just leaving the train. He keeps trying to talk to us, and we keep ignoring him, and as soon as the doors open, we leave. Again, I've been in many weird and uncomfortable situations, but the fact that he was literally so close to us with his perverted smile, his excited eyes, and, well, excited you know what. Yeah, I'm glad that we were able to get away from him safely. And thankfully, he didn't follow us. So I shared a story with you guys a little while back. One of them was about a deer person or something out there where my grandmother lives. I don't live there anymore, and I live 45 minutes away from her, but yeah, that was me. Anyways, I took out my dog tonight. My dog was peeing and I was on my phone, but we live in an apartment complex with thick woods in the back. My dog started growling, which is weird because, well, he never does. That's when I looked over and he was, and I'm honestly shaking thinking about it, but with my physical eyes, I see this 6.5 or 7 foot deer thing again. But first thought was it was a Wendigo. I mean, it was thin and skinny with very wet fur, the deer skull and all that. It didn't seem to have eyes from where I was standing, but I could tell that it was staring right at us. It didn't move, didn't even make a sound. At that, I began to pull my dog back, and I looked back because I stepped on a stick, and when I did, it moved to the other side of the tree. I kind of yelled instinctively, "You can't follow or harm me, go back." It didn't move, and I dragged my dog into the house and quickly shut the door. My wife asked why I slammed the door so hard, and I just told her that the dog was being weird. She just doesn't believe in that stuff. Anyway, I went back out a few minutes ago, which was about an hour after it happened, and there was no sign of it. I'm really shaken up by this because, quite honestly, after I moved, I thought that this was all over. Okay, so to start this, I want to say that I'm now an adult, 28-year-old male, and this story, it happened when I was around 15 years old, and to date it still blows my mind. For context, when I was 15, I was a little bit of a pothead. I loved smoking, so whenever I got the chance, which was basically every day, I would get high with my friends. We'll come back to that later, but I grew up in a town in the UK that was pretty big for a town. We had nearly 100,000 residents, so yeah, pretty big. Where I used to live was in like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about 20 to 25 minute walk from my house, but in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake. You would walk around it to get to near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend, who I just mentioned, plus many others when we noticed a lot of police presences in the area near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter up in the air too. Being curious as we were, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were. They were amongst many bystanders at this point. But we got there and started asking people what had happened. And we were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake near the path where everybody was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake looking for the child who they knew was there because his friend ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. And 2 or 3 days after he slipped into the lake, authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he died with a little plaque commemorating his life. Now, that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew, and by the time that we were done, we decided to go back to his house to sleep because my mum would have gone crazy over the fact that we were smoking. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out now. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did when I noticed that when the bench got into sight that there was a man sat on the bench. Now, I was a bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark, and it was creepy to say the least, but when I got a little bit closer, I noticed that I could see that the man was wearing something like a priest perhaps. You know, sort of like black jacket, white collar. And upon seeing this priest, I sighed some relief because I just assumed that he was praying or something of the sort for the kid that had drowned in that spot about 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just sort of watched him sit there. And as I got closer and closer, I didn't say anything to my friend, who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once he noticed the man too. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest, and then once we got within about 5 meters of him, he was just all of a sudden gone. Like, gone. I felt like I blinked and he had just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I saw him sat, there was nobody there anymore. But if he was to have gotten up and walked away, I definitely would have seen him. I mean, it's a one-track walkway. In any case, after I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was, it seemed. I asked if he had just seen that man sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man, because the way that he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man?" he said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you that my heart sank, I cannot explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me, though, is that I purposely asked my friend if he had seen the man, and he corrected me by saying the man was a priest. And if it was a person, they would have had to have gotten up and walked from us in straight line down the path, which we would have seen, or they would have had to have walked past us, but no. When we got close, this guy just disappeared. Still to this day, it's my only paranormal experience, but it blows my mind every single time that I think about it. When I was in 4th or 5th grade, my best friend was given a Ouija board for her birthday. We loved that thing too. For months, we would sit there with it after school, talking with what we thought were our deceased relatives. I now know that that was a lie. You can only really communicate with the demonic through this medium, or at least that's what I believe. Eventually, a spirit wouldn't leave her board though. His name was Steve, which is kind of ironic because that is also our creepy neighbor's name. Anyways, Steve wouldn't leave the board, even though we'd asked to speak with our grandparents and other relatives. Our relationship with Steve became more and more violent the longer that we communicated with him. He would threaten our pets and even our own lives in the end. We kind of thought it was exciting until one day he took it too far. This day, we brought a third friend to play with us. We were sitting in a circle like normal with our ankles crossed near the board. After playing for a bit and realizing that it was Steve, we decided to say goodbye. Only this time, we didn't finish the goodbye because when we looked down, all 3 of us had scratches on our ankles. We snatched our hands away and stood up very quickly, thus ending the conversation without saying goodbye. Big mistake. We decided then that we needed to get rid of that board, so we brought it on a little walk with us to the neighborhood pond. I held the triangle piece, my best friend held the board, and the third friend had the box. We threw each of them in different locations in the same pond, and we walked away feeling like $1,000,000, chanting "Screw Steve" and everything else. It was only later that night that we realized that we had royally messed up. At 3 a.m. exactly, I woke up. The energy in my room, all I can say is that it felt really off. It was darker than usual. The shadows were blacker than usual. But then I noticed that those shadows, they started moving. It was like an entire demonic portal opened up in my room and the energy just went haywire. The first night was definitely the worst too. I felt really alone, I was really scared, I buried my face under my covers and somehow I fell back asleep. The next day I told my friends about it and they couldn't believe it. The exact same thing happened to them at the exact same time. We realized pretty quickly what that meant. We were now haunted by whatever this thing was, and we were, for the next 3 months or so, to wake up at that same site pretty much every single night. We even had a group chat going and would pretty much only communicate on it at 3 a.m. It was terrifying to say the least, and we really thought that it was never going to end. The third friend grew to resent us for a little while because she had only played with us that only horrible day, and honestly, I felt sorry for her. Anyways, this story does have a bit of a happy ending, sort of. The haunting came to an end one day after a very heavy rainstorm. Somehow, and I have no idea how, that board washed back up in my friend's backyard. But the weirdest thing is that it was completely put back together in the box, with hardly any water damage. That makes absolutely no sense, I know. But my friend kept it under the stairs in the basement for many years. We never hung out in the basement alone ever again after that. Eventually, she did something kind of, mean, I guess, but she left it at a friend's house after a sleepover. Pretty sure the girl doesn't even know that she has it, but after that, her basement didn't seem creepy anymore, and we never woke up at 3 a.m. to the site ever again, which, obviously, we were really relieved about. But after this whole experience, I promised myself that I would never mess with those things again. I cannot believe that they sell them in the children's aisle of all things. A few days ago, my girlfriend and I, the young 20s, were on the home stretch of a big road trip with our dog. As it had been a while since we last stopped, we pulled into a rest stop off of a freeway to stretch our legs and have Doggo take a dump. When we pulled into the rest stop, there were no cars and 3 big semi-trucks parked in a line. Immediately, my girlfriend got out to go into the next room. I leashed up the dog and stood next to the car, and as she was walking towards the entry door, I thought that I heard someone yell behind me. To my surprise, it was a trucker in the driver's seat of his truck with the window rolled down, trying to get my attention. Now, I'm generally a pretty friendly person towards all people, whether they seem shady or not, generally willing to help a hand. Behind me in the truck was an older gentleman, large with grey hair and sunglasses. His truck was so loud that I really couldn't hear what he was saying, so I yelled back, "What?" The trucker yelled something inaudible 3 more times as I asked him what, while shaking my head and holding up my heads to inform him that I couldn't hear him. At this point, he seemed visually annoyed that I said "what" 4 times. Okay, that's understandable. I wanted to see what the deal with this guy was, so I walked halfway between the car and his passenger side truck. "What did you say?" I asked. "Can you help me look for my phone? I lost it somewhere," the trucker said. At this point, I was super caught off guard, as this had all unfolded within the 20 to 30 seconds that we parked at the rest stop. To me, it was weird that a trucker was asking a random person stopping at a rest stop to help look for their phone, but maybe he just wanted me to call it. "Where did you lose it?" I asked. I lost it in my truck. Can you come up here and help me look for it?" The trucker replied in a really unnerving tone. In that moment, I was really sketched out. I thought that I was about to be abducted. Phone call I could do, but no way was I about to get into his trucker's cab to look for his phone. "Yeah, I'm good," I said sternly, but half-heartedly, as I almost thought that this guy was joking with me. After a few moments, the trucker then says, "You won't help me look for it?" My adrenaline was pumping, so I yelled back, "Get out of here," in a threatening tone, knowing that I had nothing to defend us should something go wrong. I put Doggo back in the car and pulled out my phone to pretend that I was calling the cops, while he slowly drove and then stopped again to ask if I was going to help. I then screamed again, "No, get out of